I've put together this rather sizable compilation of flesh-eating monsters just for you. In return, I simply and humbly ask that you scar that like button for life, subscribe, and consider following my podcasts, where these stories came from, on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Just look for Unexplained Encounters or Tales from the Break Room. Thank you. Now enjoy, you little rascals. God, they're so cute. Last year, I came across a story that's set differently than most. It was sent to me by a former park ranger who worked in Superior National Forest in the late 1980s. He never gave his real name, only going by Lunacy24, and he titled his story simply, Never Speak It. According to Lunacy24, the veteran rangers had an unspoken rule, a word and a subject they refused to say out loud, and when he finally understood why, he wished he'd never asked. I can't say if this story is true or not, but after reading it, I understand why he felt compelled to send it to me. It's a warning, one we should all keep in mind. Why park rangers won't talk about the Wendigo. I'm writing this because my brother's daughter wants to be a park ranger. She's 20 now, studying environmental science at the University of Minnesota. And last month, she asked me about my time with the Forest Service. I gave her the same answer I've given everyone for the past 36 years. I worked that one season in Superior National Forest and decided it wasn't for me. That was a lie. The truth is, I'm the reason my brother Dalton wears a prosthetic left arm. I'm the reason 3 people transferred out of our station within 2 months. And I'm the reason northeastern sections of Superior National Forest had wildlife management closures for an entire year in 1987. I need to be clear about something before I continue. I've been sober for 12 years. I was not drunk during any of the events I'm about to describe. I wasn't on drugs, and I was not suffering from any kind of psychotic break. The medical evaluation I underwent after the incident confirmed I was of sound mind. I'm telling you this because I know how it might sound. I know what I'm about to describe seems impossible, but it happened. My name is Everett. Everyone calls me Rhett. In the summer of 1987, I was 23 years old, fresh out of the University of Wisconsin with a forestry degree and a head full of romantic ideas about wilderness work. My older brother Dalton had been a ranger in Superior National Forest for 8 years by then, and he helped me get a position at his station. I thought I was beginning a career. I lasted 4 months. This is what happened. And why? Superior National Forest covers over 3 million acres in northeastern Minnesota, butting up against the Canadian border. Most people know it for the Boundary Waters Canoe Area wilderness, over 1 million acres of pristine lakes and forest that you can only access by canoe or on foot. In '87, it was even more remote than it is now. Cell phones didn't exist, radio communication was spotty. Some areas hadn't seen human traffic in years. I reported to the ranger station near Ely, Minnesota that summer. The station was a small place with a main building with offices, a bunkhouse for rangers pulling consecutive shifts, and a maintenance shed. Our crew consisted of 7 people, including myself. Dalton was my immediate supervisor. He'd always been the responsible one, serious and thorough, the kind of man who'd read every manual cover to cover, even when I found it annoying. At 32 years old, he'd already been promoted twice, and was being groomed for a station chief position somewhere down the line. He took the work seriously, maybe too seriously, but people respected him for that. Station chief was Linnart, a Finnish-American in his mid-50s who'd spent his entire career in the forest. He had that weathered look people get from decades of outdoors experience, skin like leather and permanent squint lines. The guy's hands looked carved from wood. and he didn't waste words. Simone was the only woman on our crew, and the most experienced ranger besides Leonard. She was in her late 40s and had been in the service for 15 years. She had transferred from Montana after a divorce. She could outwork any of us and had no patience for complaints about hard conditions. Joel was a 28-year-old guy, French-Canadian, and the most easygoing person I'd ever met. He'd been there 3 years and knew the Boundary Waters like his backyard. He had a joke for every situation and made the long canoe patrols bearable with his stories. Vernon was our oldest ranger, pushing 65. He was planning on retiring at the end of the season. He'd worked in Superior for over 30 years. He was a very quiet guy, like he was always listening for something, and that something was none of us. I noticed he watched people more than he talked to them. The last two were seasonal rangers who rotated in and out, and they're not quite important to this story. For my first 2 weeks, the work was exactly what I'd dreamed. Backcountry patrols and maintaining campsites, checking in on hiking groups and monitoring wildlife. The Boundary Waters in summer is beautiful, but if I had to describe it right now, it would sound like I was reading from a tourism brochure. So I just won't try. All in all, it was hard work, physical work, and I loved it. Let's get to the first odd part. Joel and I were responding to a report about some lost hikers who turned out to be just fine. They'd gotten confused about their pickup location. On our way back to the station, we came across a deer carcass about 50 yards off the main trail. Joe stopped to examine it, which was something we were supposed to do. We documented any unusual wildlife activity or signs of poaching. "Huh," Joel said, crouching down next to it. "That's not right." "What isn't?" I asked. He pointed at the carcass. "The way it's stripped. Coyotes usually work from the belly, but this..." He trailed off and stood up. "Well, this must have been wolves. They're not common this far south, but it can happen." "Doesn't really look like wolf feeding patterns to me," I said. I'd studied predator behavior in school. You see these tears? They're too ragged. I pointed at them. Joel gave me a look. Looked like he was doubting me. "Yeah, well, wildlife does what it does." He started walking again, faster than before. I followed. Should we report it?" "Already made a note." He didn't elaborate. That evening back at the station, I mentioned it during dinner. We all ate together in the main building's common room, one of those forced camaraderie things that actually worked pretty well most of the time. "So Joel and I found this deer carcass out by Hegman Lake," I said. "Stripped up in a weird way, might want to keep an eye out for unusual predator activity." Vernon, who had been eating quietly, stopped with his fork halfway to his mouth. The pause was brief but noticeable. Dalton gave me a look I couldn't quite read. "What kind of predator activity?" "I don't know. That's the thing. The feeding pattern didn't match anything I learned about in school." "Probably coyotes," Simone said firmly. "They'll strip a carcass pretty thoroughly." "That's what I said," Joel added quickly. Leonard cleared his throat. "We'll make a note in the log. Anything else to report?" The subject changed to an upcoming supply run, and that was that. But I noticed Vernon didn't finish his dinner. Over the next few weeks, I started picking up on a pattern. There were certain topics that would cause the conversation to shut down right away. Any mention of the winter of 1979, for instance, missing persons cases from before 1980, specific sections of the forest, particularly the northeastern quadrants near the Echo Trail area. One evening in the middle of August, I was helping reorganize the storage room. It was one of those make-work tasks that they give to the new guy, and I found an old filing cabinet pushed against the back wall. The drawers were mostly empty, except for one labeled Incident Reports, 1975 through 1980. I pulled it open. There should have been hundreds of reports in a 5-year span, but I found maybe 30. The rest had been removed, and not neatly. I could see torn edges where the pages had been ripped out of binders. One partial report caught my attention. It was from 1976, and most of the text had been redacted with black marker, but one line near the bottom was still legible. Visitor reported hearing crying man near Esther Lake. No source located. Recommend follow-up. Someone had written in pen at the bottom, "No follow-up. Close file." I heard footsteps and shoved the file drawer closed. Simone appeared in the doorway. "Finding everything okay?" "Yeah, just about done." She glanced at the filing cabinet, then at me. "That's old storage. We don't use those files anymore. Really, we should just throw it all out." "Sure," I said. She lingered for a moment, then left. I didn't mention a word about what I'd found. The real confrontation came several days later. A group of campers came into the station mid-afternoon, clearly shaken up. They'd cut their trip short and wanted to report something. "We heard someone in distress," the man said. "His name was Derek, I think. Last night, around 3 in the morning, it sounded like a man crying, like really upset. We thought someone got hurt." "Where were you camping?" Leonard asked. Little Trout Lake. We even yelled out, asking if anyone needed help. But the crying just stopped for a minute. But then it started up again from a different direction. We couldn't find out where it was coming from." His wife added, "It sounded wrong. I'm not sure how to explain it exactly, but like someone mimicking crying." I jumped in, trying to be helpful. "Probably just a loon. They make sounds that can seem almost human, especially at night. Or maybe a lynx. I read that indigenous peoples around here used to have stories about—" "It was an animal," Dalton said sharply, cutting me off. "That's all. Sound travels pretty weird across water at night, and loons can make very unsettling calls." The campers seemed satisfied with that explanation and left. After they were gone, Dalton pulled me aside by my upper arm, harder than necessary. "We need to talk. Outside." He walked me behind the maintenance shed, out of earshot from the main building. It felt like I was about to get Old Yellered. "Stop it," he said. "Stop what?" "Whatever you think you're going to say about what you've been reading or asking about, don't." "I was just trying to help explain. I know exactly what you were about to say." His face was stone cold. "Don't say that word here. Ever." I felt my temper and confusion rising. I had been walking on eggshells for weeks, trying to figure out why everyone acted so strange about certain things, and now my own brother was treating me like a child. "What word, Dalton? Wendigo?" "Jesus Christ, man, I was just going to mention that the local legends might explain why sounds seem scary to people at night. You know, folklore usually has a basis in—" He went pale. Actually pale. Like blood had been instantly drained from his face. "Don't say that word here." I'll leave out the curse he used. I'd actually never heard him curse at me before. We came from a family where cursing at someone was a serious thing. I just stared at him. "You seriously believe in—" He walked away. Just turned and walked back toward the main building, leaving me standing there. That night, I kept thinking about his reaction. Dalton was the most rational man I knew. He did not believe in ghosts or UFOs or Bigfoot. He read Scientific American and Consumer Reports, for Pete's sake. The idea that he'd react that way to what I considered superstitious nonsense did not make sense to me. But I'd seen something in his eyes. Scared. My elder brother was scared. I told myself it wasn't that. Maybe he was stressed. Station chief responsibilities were probably getting to him. I mean, he was the big boss in training. I had no idea what kind of anxiety he might have been going through. And maybe the isolation out here was harder than I thought. There had to be a good explanation for what happened. Looking back now, I realize how arrogant I was. I was so certain that my education and rational mind gave me the superior understanding. I was 23 and had spent 4 months in the woods. My brother had spent 8 years there. Some of the others much, much more than that. But I thought I knew better. That arrogance is why what happened next was my fault. I own that now. I've had plenty of time to own it. The incident that started everything happened over Labor Day weekend, 1987. The station was busy. It was the last big camping weekend before fall weather set in. Everyone was pulling extra shifts, and I was still somewhat in the doghouse with Dalton, so we'd been on different patrol rotations, which was fine with me. The tension between us could be exhausting. On Sunday, I was on duty at the station, handling radio calls and walk-ins, when a call came through around 4 in the afternoon. It was a fisherman, and he sounded middle-aged, trying to keep his voice steady and failing.
I need to report something at Disappointment Lake. I need someone to come out here,
he said. What's the nature of the emergency, sir? A pause, and then,
I found someone. A body.
It suddenly felt like I was underwater. Oh, are you certain they're deceased? There was another pause, and then,
I'm certain. I've seen dead bodies before. This ain't. You need to send someone.
We'll have a team out there within 2 hours. Can you provide your exact location? He gave coordinates for a small island on Disappointment Lake's eastern shore. He said his name was Curtis, and explained how he'd been fishing and seen something on the island that didn't look quite right. Leonard assigned Dalton and me. It was a 2-hour canoe trip from the nearest access point. Protocol was to send 2 rangers for any death investigation, and we were the most readily available. The paddle out was tense. Dalton and I hadn't really spoken since our argument. We stuck to operational communication. Should reach the access point by 5:30, he said. Copy that, I told him. This Curtis, the guy who called, did you get any other details from him? Just that he found a body on the island. Wouldn't elaborate over the radio. Dalton nodded. We paddled in silence after that. Curtis was waiting at the shore when we arrived, standing next to his canoe. He had a weathered face and hands that shook slightly when he pointed toward the island. It's about 200 yards that way. Small island, mostly rock. I saw it from a distance and thought maybe it was a pile of clothes or something. But then I got closer. You didn't disturb the scene? Dalton asked. Hell no. Once I saw what that was, I came straight back and radioed you. Good. Stay here. We'll take a look and we'll report back. Curtis looked relieved not to be going back out there. Dalton and I paddled to the island. It was small, maybe 40 yards across, mostly granite outcropping with some scraggly pines. We saw the body from 20 feet away. Male, early 30s based on what I could tell. He'd been dead for several days. Decomposition was well underway in the late summer heat. He was lying on his back, or what was left of his back, near the center of the island. I'd seen dead animals before. I'd seen one dead person before, too. My grandfather in his casket. This was so much different. The man's face was locked in an expression I can still see whenever I close my eyes. His torso and legs had sustained massive trauma. Chunks of flesh were missing, but the wounds were not clean. They were torn and ragged, like something had ripped pieces away, rather than having bitten or cut them off. His hands were shredded, defensive wounds. The blood trail suggested he had been mobile during at least part of the attack. because there were drag marks and bloody handprints on the rock leading back toward the water, like he had tried to crawl away. His clothing was in tatters, scattered over a 30-foot area. One boot was in the water, the other was still on his foot. Dalton examined the scene more methodically. He was taking notes, not saying a word, but his face looked grim. I stood there, trying to catalog what I was seeing in some clinical terms, the way they'd taught us in training. Document, don't interpret. But my brain kept trying to interpret anyway. These wounds didn't match a coyote or a wolf or a bear attack. Bears bite and claw, they don't tear like this. For wolves, it was the wrong pattern, and for a coyote, it was too much damage. "Dalton," I said, "what could do something like this?" "I don't know yet." His voice was flat. "But you have an idea?" He didn't answer. He was looking at something beyond the body. I followed his gaze. About 50 yards up, on the other side of the island, there were 3 deer carcasses, all in various stages of decomposition, all showing the same ragged, tearing pattern. Curtis had noticed those too. Dalton keyed his radio. "Station, this is Ranger Maccabee. We've located the deceased individual. Requesting full team response and medical examiner. This is a code yellow situation." There was static. Then Leonard's voice.
Confirm. Code yellow.
Affirmative. Multiple consistent indicators. A long pause. I could hear voices in the background at the station, but couldn't make out words. Eventually, Leonard came back on.
Understood. Team will deploy at first light. Maintain position until then. Do not pursue any leads tonight. Do you copy?
Copy that. We'll secure the scene. Leonard's voice changed then.
Dalton, be careful out there.
Will do, sir. I waited until he'd hung up the radio. What's code yellow? A designation for situations that require careful handling. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting. He started marking off the scene with tape we carried for this purpose. We need to secure this, and camp here tonight. A team will come at dawn with the medical examiner. Wait a minute, camp here? With a dead body? Yes, Red. Curtis paddled away before sunset. Can't blame him for not wanting to stay. And we didn't need him to. Apparently, regulations said we had to maintain the scene, which meant staying on the island overnight. We set up a basic camp at the far end of the island, away from the body but where we could keep an eye on the scene. Dalton built a small fire. We ate MREs in the quiet. I tried and tried to start a conversation. I asked him what he thought happened, or what code yellow meant again. I asked if he thought it was a bear attack. Stop talking, he finally said. Just stop. Dalton, I'm just trying to understand what we're dealing with. What we're dealing with is a dead body that will be handled by the proper authorities in the morning. That's all you need to understand. Is this about, if you finish that sentence, I will write you up for insubordination? Whatever. I shut up after that. We took turns on watch, 2 hours each. I took the first shift. The sun set around 8:30, and the temperature dropped fast. It was early September and nights were already getting cold. The fire helped, but not as much as I'd hoped. Around 11, I woke up Dalton for his shift and tried to sleep. The sleeping bag was warm enough, but I couldn't relax. Discovering a dead body like that, it had me unsettled. Every sound seemed too loud. I listened to the water lapping against rock and the wind through the trees. I could hear an owl somewhere across the lake. At some point, though, I must have dozed off, because I woke up suddenly to find Dalton sitting rigid, staring out across the water toward the north shore. His rifle was across his lap. What? I started. He held up his hand, telling me to listen. At first, I didn't hear anything, but then I did. Someone was crying. It was distant, maybe half a mile away, coming from the direction of the North Shore. A man's voice, weeping, not screaming or calling for help, just crying deep sobs that carried across the water. "What the hell is that?" I whispered. "Don't shine your light towards it. Do not call out, and don't move. Rhett, do you hear me? Don't move." I nodded my head. I had never heard Dalton's voice sound like that. So tight, so controlled and scared. The crying continued for about 15 minutes. It would fade away, then swell again. And at one point, it seemed to move, coming from a different location to the west. And then it stopped. Complete silence. Even the wind went quiet. Dalton stayed exactly where he was, rifle ready for another hour. I don't think he even blinked. I watched his hands, the way they were trembling. When false dawn finally started lighting the eastern sky around 5:30, Dalton finally moved. He stood up, stretched, and started to break down our camp without a word. I wanted to ask him about the crying. I wanted to demand him to tell me what the hell was going on. But something about the look on his face stopped me. The rest of our team arrived just after 7. Simone, Joel, and Vernon, plus the county medical examiner and 2 sheriff's deputies. They took photos, bagged the body, and documented everything. I overheard part of a conversation between Leonard and the medical examiner while they were loading the body into the canoe. "Same as 79? The examiner asked quietly. We don't talk about 79, Leonard said. The examiner nodded. "Animal attack, species undetermined. That's what I'll put in the report." "I appreciate that." Back at the station, there was an emergency team meeting. All rangers present. Leonard laid out new protocols. No solo patrols in the northeastern quadrants until further notice. All rangers to carry rifles on patrol, not just sidearms. Visitor access to certain areas would be temporarily suspended for wildlife management purposes, and absolute radio silence on speculation about the death. "The medical examiner has ruled it an animal attack," Leonard said. "That's the official determination. If anyone asks, that's what we tell them. We don't speculate on the species. We don't share graphic details. We express sympathy for the deceased and his family, and we move on. Understood?" Everyone nodded. "Good. Dismissed." As people filed out, I heard Vernon say quietly to Simone, "Third time's the pattern." She shushed him immediately. That night, lying in my bunk, my brain kept circling back to the same questions. The wounds in the body and those deer carcasses, the crying we'd heard, Dalton's fear and code yellow, the winter of 79. And apparently that one word that everyone seemed terrified to say out loud. I told myself I was being rational. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe a mentally ill person living in these woods. Maybe a rare predator species. Could be some combination of factors that created an unusual situation. But I also knew that I'd heard something out there on that island. And whatever it was, it had made my brother, who had done 2 tours in the forest, who'd faced down bears and evacuated injured hikers and dealt with armed poachers, shake with fear. I should have let it go. I should have trusted that silence. But I was 23. and again I thought I knew better. That was my mistake. Over the next week, I became obsessed. That's the only word for it. I spent my off hours in the station's small library. Really just a room with 3 bookcases full of forestry manuals, old National Geographic magazines, and donated paperbacks. But there were also personal notebooks left behind by previous rangers, logs that went back decades. Most were what you'd expect, weather reports and wildlife sightings and maintenance notes, but some had pages torn out. Clean tears. Reminded me of that filing drawer, the way the documents had very apparently been torn out. One notebook from 1976 had a notation that caught my attention. 3rd incident this month. VK. Suggests revival of old protocols. The entries after that date were sparse and vague, with no mention of what the incidents were or what the old protocols involved. VK. That had to be Vernon. He had been working here since the mid-70s. I found him one evening after dinner, sitting on the bench outside the maintenance shed, smoking a cigarette. Vernon was one of those people who seemed to exist on the periphery of every gathering, present but separate. I'd noticed he ate quickly and left the common room before anyone else. He volunteered for solo patrols more than the rest of us. "Hey, can I ask you something?" I said. He took a drag and breathed out slowly. "You can ask." "What happened here in the winter of 1979? Vernon looked at me for a while. Then he stubbed out his cigarette and stood up. "Good night, Red." "Look, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm trying to understand all this. A man died out there. We found him torn apart, and everyone's acting like we should just file paperwork and move on." Vernon stopped, then turned back to me. "You want to understand? Then understand this. There are things in these woods older than Minnesota itself. Older than America, older than any name we've put to them. The only reason they leave us alone is because we leave them alone." "You're talking about folklore." "I'm talking about respecting silence." He studied my face. "Your brother ever tell you why he almost quit back in '79? No." "That should tell you something." Vernon started to walk again. "Some things aren't meant to be poked at, son. Some sleeping dogs should stay sleeping." He went into the bunkhouse and closed the door. The next incident happened 12 days after we found the body at Disappointment Lake. Mid-September, late afternoon. Joel and Simone were responding to a camper report about 2 miles north of Hegman Lake. A group had found their food cache destroyed. They'd hung it up properly, 12 feet up between 2 trees, like you're supposed to. But something had torn it down and shredded the bags. All the meat was gone. The dried goods were scattered, but uneaten. That alone wasn't unusual. Bears can be persistent and clever. But when Joel and Simone arrived, the campers reported that their dog was missing too. They found the dog a quarter mile away. Simone's voice came over the radio while I was manning the station. She sounded different and cautious. "Station, this is Reuter. We have another yellow situation requesting Ojikongas respond." That was Leonard. Leonard's jaw tightened. "Copy, maintain position. I'm en route with Maccabee." He had meant Dalton, not me. But Dalton was 2 hours away on a patrol near Fall Lake. I was the only one available. "I can respond," I said. Leonard hesitated, then nodded. "Get your gear." The hike out took about 90 minutes. We found Joel and Simone with the campers, who looked shaken. Their dog was a golden retriever, apparently, though it was hard to tell. The carcass had been partially eaten, accompanied by those familiar ragged tears. The campers were a couple in their 40s who had done this route a dozen times. They weren't the type to spook easily, but they were beyond spooked now. We heard something last night," the woman said. "Around 2 a.m, crying like someone was in pain. We thought maybe another camper had gotten injured, but we couldn't find anyone." "Yeah, it moved," her husband added. "We'd hear it from one direction, then a minute later it would come from somewhere else entirely." Leonard and Simone exchanged a look. "We'll escort you out," Leonard said. "Joel, document the scene. Rhett, help him." While Joel took photos and measurements, I examined the carcass more closely. I'd grown up around hunting. I'd field-dressed deer, seen how predators fed. But this was all wrong compared to that. How could something look like it was bitten, but not have any teeth marks at all? "Don't overthink it," Joel said quietly. "How can you not overthink this?" He lowered his camera. "Because overthinking it doesn't help. It doesn't change anything. Just makes you start seeing things and hearing things that aren't there. Or makes you see and hear things that are there. Rhett, man," he looked uncomfortable. "Just take my advice. Let this go." We hiked back and didn't say another word. Over the next week, the pattern expanded. 3 more animal carcasses were found within a 10-mile radius of the original incidents. A deer near Stewart Lake, a beaver at Moose River, an otter at Basswood Lake, all partially eaten, showing the same tearing pattern. The locations formed a rough arc, it looked like, moving south and east, toward more populated areas, toward the main access points. Hikers started to report odd experiences, feeling watched, hearing sounds we had difficulty matching to any known wildlife. 2 separate groups mentioned hearing crying in the middle of the night. One couple claimed they'd seen someone crouching by a creek near their campsite around dawn. When they'd called out to ask if the person needed help, the figure had looked up, then moved away on all 4s before disappearing into the trees. That couple left the forest immediately, filing a formal complaint about disturbed individuals being allowed to camp in the back country. Leonard instituted expanded closures. More areas became off-limits to visitors. We told people it was due to increased bear activity and ongoing wildlife management surveys. Most accepted the explanation, but some grumbled and still complied. The station fell into a tense routine. Patrols went out in pairs, always armed. Radio checking became more frequent. People stopped lingering after dinner. Vernon started to take his meals alone in the bunkhouse. But I just couldn't let it go. The more everyone insisted we treat this as routine wildlife management, the more I knew it wasn't. The evidence was mounting. Whatever was out there was active, aggressive, and expanding its range. During a staff meeting on September 28th, Leonard was discussing the closure protocols when I spoke up. "Sir, we're shutting down half the forest. Because of what, exactly? A bear with unusual hunting patterns? Why aren't we calling in wildlife experts? Wildlife control? Why aren't we documenting this properly?" "It is being documented properly," Leonard said. "But why all the secrecy? Why code yellow? Why won't anyone talk about what actually happened in '79? Simone cut in. "Rhett, drop it." "No, I'm tired of being treated like I'm not cleared to know basic operational information. Someone's got to say it. You all think there's a Wendigo out there." The word hung in the air. Vernon stood up and walked out without a word. Joel stared at me like I'd just set the building ablaze. Simone's face went hard, and Leonard closed his eyes briefly, the way you do when you're counting to 10. Meeting adjourned, Leonard said. Everyone filed out except me and Leonard. He gathered his papers slowly, not looking at me. Sir, I want to understand what's happening. I have a right to know what I'm dealing with out there. What you're dealing with is a situation that's been handled according to established protocols. Protocols that exist for good reasons. What reasons? The kind that kept people alive before you got here. He looked at me then. Did you know your brother took a leave of absence in January of 1980? No, I didn't know that. He didn't tell you he spent 3 weeks in the hospital? That he couldn't speak for the first 5 days? That he had to go through counseling before they'd clear him to return to duty? I said nothing. Dalton had never mentioned a word of this. Leonard continued. Smart kid, capable. A lot like you, actually. Thought he had all the answers. He headed for the door. The difference is, Dalton learned, but you haven't. I found Dalton outside by the equipment shed. He was checking inventory, making notes on a clipboard. When he saw me approaching, his posture changed. He looked defensive. Don't, he said. We've got to talk about it. No, we really don't. Leonard told me you were hospitalized? He told me you had some kind of breakdown. Dalton's hand tightened on the clipboard. He had no right to tell you that. Then why didn't you tell me? Before I came out here, why didn't you warn me? Warn you about what, Rhett? What exactly do you think I should have said? He threw the clipboard down. Should I have told my little brother, who was so excited about his first real job, that sometimes people die in the woods in ways that don't make sense, and sometimes you hear things that shouldn't exist, that the Forest Service has protocols for situations that can't be explained in any official capacity? Yes, actually, that's what you should have told me. You wouldn't have believed me. You would have thought I'd lost my mind. He picked up the clipboard. You still think I've lost my mind, though? You think we're all caught up in superstition out here, freaked out about folklore? It's not that. I think something is happening that we don't understand. And instead of trying to investigate it, everyone's pretending it's not even happening. You think this is a game? Dalton's voice rose. Do you think we're not taking it seriously? We're taking it so seriously that we've implemented every single protocol we have to contain it. We've closed down half the forest. We're running armed patrols. We're monitoring every report. What exactly do you think we should be doing differently? How about stop dancing around what it is? I can't explain it to you. I can't make it make sense because it doesn't make sense. He was shouting now. All I know is that in the winter of '79, 3 people died in these woods, and before they died, people would not stop talking about it, wouldn't stop speculating, and wouldn't stop using that name. And then it stopped, Red. It stopped when we stopped talking about it. That's correlation, Dalton, not causation. I was there. I was 24 years old, and it was my 2nd year, and I saw what they found. I heard the sounds, and I watched it end the moment we instituted the silence protocol. He stepped closer. You want to know what I saw? You want to know why I spent 3 weeks in a hospital? Yes, I do. Jesus Christ. I saw a man I'd worked with for 2 years, someone I ate breakfast with every morning, reduced to parts scattered across a 1/4 mile of forest. I saw wounds that should not exist. I heard him scream over the radio while something killed him, and we were 40 minutes away and couldn't do anything to help. I heard those screams for months afterward, every time I closed my eyes. I didn't know what to say. So yes, Dalton continued, quieter now. I believe in certain legends. because I've seen what happens when you don't respect them. And I'll be damned if I'm going to watch my little brother make the same mistakes I did." He walked away. I stood there for a long time, trying to process what he told me. Part of me wanted to apologize. Part of me still thought there had to be a rational explanation, that everyone was too traumatized to see clearly. That second part won out. That's the part I regret now. The incident stopped a few weeks later. No new carcasses and no reports of unusual sounds or sightings. The forest seemed to settle back into its normal rhythm. Leonard began cautiously discussing when we might lift some of the closures. "Maybe it's moved on," he said during a briefing. "Migrated to a different territory." Vernon, who had barely spoken in days, said quietly, "Or maybe it's close enough that it doesn't need to hunt so obviously anymore." "That's not helpful, Vernon," Simone said. "Neither is complacency." But as days passed without incident, the tension at the station eased. People began to joke again at dinner. Patrols felt less like combat operations and more like regular work. Even Dalton seemed to relax a bit, though he and I weren't really talking all that much. I felt vindicated in a way. The panic had been overblown. Whatever had caused the deaths and the unusual predation pattern had moved on, just like Leonard said. It had been a bear or a pack of wolves with atypical behavior, and now they had migrated elsewhere. The silence protocol hadn't stopped a thing. The danger had simply run its natural course. Looking back now, I can't believe how stupid I was. How arrogant, how absolutely certain that my limited education and my 23 years of life gave me better judgment than people who'd spent decades in those woods. The call came in one day at 4:30 in the afternoon. A young couple, panicked voices over the radio. They'd hiked into the Hog Creek area despite the closure signs. The woman had fallen and injured her ankle. They needed help, but that wasn't why they sounded terrified. The man explained, his voice high and tight.
"Something came into our camp. My girlfriend tried to run and that's when she fell. It's getting dark. Please, you have to send someone."
"Can you describe what you saw?" Leonard asked.
"I don't... It was... Please just send help."
In the background, we could hear the woman crying. The man came in again.
"It's still here. I can hear it crying."
Leonard looked at the duty board. Dalton and I were the closest. Simone was already committed to a medical evac near Knife Lake. Joel was at the far end of his patrol route. "It'll take us 90 minutes to reach them," Dalton said, looking at the map. "That's cutting it close to sunset," Leonard said. "I know." Vernon appeared in the doorway. "Take the Remington, not your service pistol." Dalton nodded and went to the gun safe. I grabbed my pack and followed him out. The hike to Hog Creek took us through dense forest, along a trail that had seen minimal maintenance. The couple had gone in despite closure signs, which meant they'd either ignored multiple warnings or hadn't seen them in their eagerness to find a secluded spot. Dalton set a brutal pace. He had the Remington, a .308 Winchester, much heavier firepower than our standard sidearms, slung across his back. I was carrying the medical kit and emergency supplies. We'd been hiking for maybe 30 minutes when I smelled it. Rot, but far from that normal decay smell you get in the forest. It was like meat mixed with spoiled coffee, but throw in a spoiled kiwi while we're at it. It was so uniquely disgusting that my stomach turned. Dalton stopped, unslung the rifle, then checked the chamber. "Stay close," he said. "What is that smell?" "Keep moving." Another 20 minutes in, we heard it, faint at first, and distant. Crying, like that night in the tent. A man weeping mournful and sustained. It seemed to come from west of the trail, maybe 200 yards out. I looked at Dalton. His face went all tight. Don't look toward it. Don't call out. Don't shine your light in that direction. Just keep walking. Shouldn't we? No. We keep walking. And that's what we did. The crying continued, following us, not getting closer but not fading away. It maintained the same distance, pacing us through the forest. The light was failing fast. We'd left at 4:45 and it was past 6 now. Sunset at this time of year comes early in northern Minnesota. The shadows between the trees were already deep. I couldn't help myself. I glanced to the left, toward where the crying was coming from. Through the trees, maybe 100 yards out, I saw a pale figure, hunched over in a way that looked very painful. The proportions seemed off, but the light was bad and the distance made details beyond that impossible. It was rocking back and forth. The crying sound was coming from it. Dalton grabbed my shoulder hard enough to hurt. Move, now. We moved faster, but the crying followed. The couple's camp was a disaster when we reached it, just after 6:30. Their tent had been slashed, not torn. Food was scattered everywhere. The sleeping bag had been dragged about 20 feet and shredded. The man was in his early 20s, sitting with his back against a tree holding a hatchet. His girlfriend was on the ground next to him, her right ankle visibly swollen. Both of them looked like they'd been crying. "Thank God," the man said. His name was Brendan. "Thank God you're here." Dalton went straight to the girlfriend. "Casey, I'm Ranger Maccabee. Let me look at that ankle." While he examined her, I did a quick perimeter check. The camp was maybe 30 yards from Hog Creek itself, set in a small clearing. There was good visibility, which the couple had probably chosen for exactly that reason. They could see anything approaching, except they hadn't seen what destroyed their camp. "When did this happen?" I asked Brendan. "Around 4. We were at the creek washing up, and when we came back, the tent was like this. We heard something in the trees, something moving around, and Casey panicked and ran, and that's when she fell. Did you see what it was?" "No, but we heard it. Breathing, heavy breathing, right outside the tent fabric before we came back. And then, after Casey fell, we heard the crying." Dalton finished his examination. "Ankle's broken. We need to get her out of here tonight." "Can she walk?" I asked. "With support, slowly, but we need to move now. Full dark in 30 minutes. We packed quickly. Just the essentials. Everything else got left behind. Dalton fashioned a basic splint for Casey's ankle using gear from our kit and some tent poles from their destroyed tent. The crying had stopped while we were working. The silence afterward was somehow worse. "I'll take point," Dalton said. "Rhett, you help Casey. Brendan, you're in the middle. Stay close. Stay quiet. If I tell you to run, you run, and you don't look back. Understood?" We all nodded. The first 20 minutes went smoothly. Casey was tough. She bit down on the pain and kept moving, with me supporting her weight. Brendan carried the packs and Dalton led with the rifle ready, using his flashlight to mark the trail. Then we heard it again. Not behind us, but ahead of us, on the trail. Crying. That mournful cry. Dalton stopped. We all stopped. The sound came closer, still ahead, but moving towards us. "Off the trail," Dalton whispered. "Into the trees, slowly." We moved into the forest on the right side of the trail. Dense underbrush made it harder, especially with Casey's injury. But we managed 20 feet before Dalton signaled to stop. Through the trees, we could see the trail in the light from Dalton's dropped flashlight. Something moved into the beam. I saw it clearly for the first time. It was shaped like a man. Naked, the skin gray-white, pulled tightly over bones that showed clearly. It was emaciated to a degree that didn't seem survivable. The rib cage was visible. The joints looked swollen and horrible. But somehow it moved, standing upright, but with that pained-looking posture. Its spine was curved forward, the legs bent slightly backward at the ankle, like it could drop to all fours in an instant. And it was crying. Tears ran down its face. The mouth hung open, slack, but the crying sound didn't come from the mouth. It came from deeper, from its chest, resonating. Casey made a small sound, and the thing's head snapped towards us. That face. I can still see it. Sunken eyes that reflected the flashlight beam like some wild animal's. Lips pulled back from teeth that looked too large. An expression of anguish and hunger mixed violently together. It took a step towards us. Dalton stepped out onto the trail, raising the rifle. "Back off!" The thing took another step. Dalton fired into the air, the shot echoing through the forest. The thing didn't flinch. It made a different sound now. Under the crying, a whining noise. It was hungry. Dalton fired again, this time at the ground in front of it. Dirt and rocks sprayed up. The thing moved. It dropped to all fours and came at us so fast. Not running, but something else. A scrambling, loping movement that covered ground impossibly quick. Dalton fired center mass. I saw the impact, saw it stagger, but it didn't go down. Then it vanished into the dark, only to reappear from a different angle, coming from the trees on our left. How could it move that fast? It was so difficult to track, one moment in front of us, the next circling us through the trees. "It's flanking us," Dalton shouted. "Rhett, when I say go, you run. Get them to the canoes." "I'm not." "That's an order." The thing lunged again from a new position. Dalton spun and fired, hitting it in the shoulder. It staggered, but used that impossible speed to circle back. It hit Dalton from the side, having covered the distance in seconds. They both went down. The rifle flew from Dalton's hands, landing 10 feet away. The thing was on top of him, moving fast, jittering almost. It had his left arm in its mouth. Dalton screamed. I dropped Casey's arm and ran forward, grabbing the rifle. I couldn't shoot. The two of them were tangled up together. I might hit Dalton. Blood was spraying, black in the flashlight. The thing was tearing at his arm, shaking its head like a dog with a toy. I swung the rifle like a club, connecting with the thing's head. A solid hit. The stock cracked. It let go of Dalton and turned to me. We were face to face, less than 2 feet apart. The eyes were terrible. Nothing human in them, just hunger. Bottomless hunger and rage and something else I don't have words for. The smell that came off of it made me gag. And then it lunged. Dalton, his left arm hanging all wrong, grabbed it from behind with his right hand, got hold of its neck, and pulled it backward. The thing twisted, inhumanly flexible, and began to claw at him. The creature kept writhing that unnatural speed and flexibility, letting it twist in ways that shouldn't be possible. Dalton was still screaming, but not from pain now, from effort. He had the thing in some kind of hold, using his body weight to keep it down, but it kept nearly breaking free. "Run! Run! His voice didn't sound right. It was so raw and desperate. "Get them out! Run! Run! Brendan was already pulling Casey away. She was sobbing, but I stood there frozen. Dalton and the thing were rolling on the ground. The creature's movements were so fast and erratic, it was like fighting smoke, breaking free, twisting back, lunging again in one fluid nightmare of motion. "Rhett, go!" I ran. I grabbed Brendan, half-carried Casey with him, and we crashed through the forest back toward the trail. Behind us, Dalton screamed again, different than the last, and the sound cut off. We ran. I don't remember the details of the hike out. My brain was in pure panic. We hit the trail and followed it by flashlight. Casey wasn't crying anymore. She'd gone quiet, in shock probably. Brendan kept asking about what was happening, and I couldn't answer, because I didn't have an answer. We made it to the canoe launch after midnight. I got them into a canoe and paddled out until I felt safe, and got on the radio. "Station, this is Maccabee, officer down, single attacker, need immediate support. Medical evac, send everyone." My voice sounded strange, flat like someone else was using my mouth.
Red?
It was Leonard.
What's your location?
I gave him the coordinates.
Who's down?
Dalton. We were attacked. He told me to get the civilians out. He's still out there.
What attacked you?
I couldn't say it. Couldn't make the words come out. I don't know. It looked like a person, but it wasn't. Please send help.
Copy. Response team deploying. Stay at the launch point. Do not go back in. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Rhett, do not go back in.
I didn't go back in. I sat at the launch with Brendan and Casey until the first response vehicle arrived 40 minutes later. Then more vehicles. Ambulance for Casey, sheriff's deputies. Simone showed up with Joel. Leonard arrived in his personal truck, still in civilian clothes. They organized a search team, 8 people, heavily armed with portable lights. I tried to go with them, but Leonard wouldn't allow it. "You're in shock. You stay here." They found Dalton 3 hours later. He was half a mile from where we'd been attacked. He'd crawled part of the way, walked part of the way too. His left arm was hanging by tissue and skin. Everything else had been torn away. Muscle, tendons, most of the bone. He'd lost enough blood that he should have been dead. But he was conscious when they found him. Conscious and hypothermic and going into shock. But alive. The medical helicopter took him to Duluth. I wasn't allowed to go with them. Leonard drove me to the hospital instead, a 3-hour drive, and for the most part, we didn't speak. Dalton was in surgery for 7 hours. They tried to save the arm, but couldn't. Too much damage. They amputated below the elbow. I wasn't allowed to see him for the first week. Family only. And they didn't seem to want to count me once our parents arrived from Wisconsin. My mother looked at me like I'd done it myself. Maybe I had. When I finally got into his room, Dalton was awake. The stump of his left arm was bandaged. He looked gray. "Hey," I said. He turned his head to look at me. Didn't say anything. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." "You should have listened," he said. His voice was rough. "You should have listened." That was all he said. A nurse came in and told me visiting hours were over, and I left. The official report called it an animal attack, species undetermined. Dalton's statement to the sheriff was brief. Dark conditions, attacked by something he couldn't identify. He'd fought it off long enough for me to get these civilians to safety. The medical examiner noted that the wounds were inconsistent with known predator patterns, but couldn't offer an alternative explanation. Brendan and Casey gave their statement about seeing an emaciated man. That statement was noted but not emphasized. The official conclusion suggested they'd misidentified a bear in poor lighting and traumatic conditions. No search was conducted for the attacker. The area was designated for expanded closure, pending further wildlife assessment. Vernon retired that month, which was a month earlier than he planned. Didn't even finish out his notice period, just packed his things and left. Joel requested a transfer in November and got sent to Wisconsin. I heard later he quit the Forest Service entirely within a year. Leonard stayed on as chief, but he looked 10 years older in a matter of months. I tried to keep working. I went back on patrol rotation early the next month. Made it 3 days before I found a deer carcass with the same tearing pattern we'd seen before. I had a complete breakdown. Couldn't breathe and couldn't move. Simone had to talk me down over the radio for a while before I could hike back out. I requested leave on November 18th. I made it permanent on December 3rd. Leonard accepted my resignation without comment. Before I left, I had one final conversation with him in his office. "It's not your fault," he said. "He lost his arm because of me. He lost his arm because something in these woods is wrong. It has been wrong longer than either of us has been alive." He leaned back in his chair. "But you broke the protocol. You spoke its name. You invited attention. So that silence thing, it's not superstition. The silence is survival." He opened his desk drawer and pulled out a folder. Old and yellowed pages. "Winter of 1979. We lost 3 people in 6 weeks. Before that, in 1962, we lost 2. In 47, 4 died. Every incident was preceded by the same thing. People talking about it, speculating, using the name. And every incident stopped when we stopped talking." That doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't. But it's documented, and it's consistent, and it's the only thing that's ever worked. He closed the folder. "Some things don't have explanations, Rhett. They just have patterns. And the smart thing is to respect the patterns even when you don't understand them." I went back to Wisconsin, my parents' house. A grown man sleeping back in his childhood bedroom, jumping at every sound outside. I fell apart over the next few years, moved to Duluth, then Minneapolis. I couldn't hold a job for more than a few months, and my relationships failed. I drank too much. I was angry all the time, at myself mostly. But it spilled over onto everyone around me. Dalton and I didn't speak from 1988 to 1995. I'd call on holidays and he'd be polite and distant. He got married, had kids, built a life, and I wasn't part of it. Finally, I sobered up in 1999. I started to put things back together. I reached out to Dalton again, really reached out this time. He was accepting. We rebuilt something, not what we had before, but something. He tells people he lost his arm in an industrial accident. His kids don't know the truth. His wife might, but I've never asked. We never talk about that night. We never talk about Superior National Forest. Never talk about what happened. Until now. One year, I saw Vernon's death in the newspaper, in the obituaries. He died at 88 years old, survived by 3 children and 7 grandchildren. I wanted to attend the funeral, but I thought that wouldn't be right. He wouldn't have wanted me there. But his passing got me thinking about that time and about what happened, about all the people who know what's in those woods and keep quiet about it. Then last month, Dalton's daughter called me. She's 20, studying environmental science at the University of Minnesota. She wants to be a park ranger.
Dad won't talk about his time in the Forest Service, but you were there. Can you tell me what it's really like?
She asked. I gave her the same lie I've given everyone for 36 years. That it was hard work and I decided it wasn't for me. After I hung up, I realized I needed to tell the truth. Not to my niece. She doesn't need this weight. But to someone, to anyone who might listen. I don't expect you to believe in the Wendigo. I barely believe it myself, and I saw it. But I believe in this. Some legends are warnings. When people who live close to the wild tell you not to speak of something, there's a reason. When folklore says a name gives power, there's wisdom there, even if you can't see the mechanism. I was young, arrogant, rational, I thought. Believed I knew better than people who'd spent decades learning the patterns of that place. And my brother ended up being the one to pay the price. Because I had to push and pry about it. I broke the silence. I own that. I've spent decades owning it. I'm going to visit Dalton next week. I've printed this out. I'm going to show it to him first, before I share it with anyone else. I don't know if he'll approve of me telling this story. He might ask me not to. If he does, I'll respect that. I owe him that much and more. But I hope he'll understand why I needed to write it down. Why I need to get it off my chest. Not for forgiveness. I don't think I deserve that. But maybe so that someone else will learn what I learned. That the old ways exist for good reasons. Sometimes silence is the only shield we have. What my grandchildren saw. From Anonymous. This was back in October 2016. 8 years ago now, though it feels like yesterday when I think about it. For the sake of my family's anonymity, I'll be changing the names in this story. My daughter Sharon called me on Wednesday, asked if I could watch Mason and Emma for the weekend. She and her husband Rick were going to Thunder Bay for their 15th anniversary. Of course, I said yes. I always said yes when it came to the grandkids. Mason was 11 then. Emma had just turned 8 that September. They were great kids. Mason was the quiet one, had his nose in a book whenever he could. Fantasy stuff, I think, mostly. I remember some dragons and wizards on covers. Emma was the opposite. Couldn't sit still for 5 minutes. Full of energy, that one. They loved coming over to my place because I let them do things their parents wouldn't. They stayed up a bit later, had cookies before dinner, played in the woods out back. I live about 40 minutes outside of town in northwestern Ontario. I won't say exactly where, just to be safe. My late husband Earl and I bought the property in 1978. 40 acres, backs right onto Crown land. Nothing but forest for miles and miles in every direction. We raised Sharon and her brother David here. They practically lived in those woods growing up. Never had any trouble. Well, not the kind I'm about to tell you about, anyway. The kids arrived on a Friday after school. Sharon barely got the car stopped before they were piling out. Mason lugged his backpack full of books, and Emma clutched that stuffed rabbit she carried everywhere, even though she kept insisting she was too old for her stuffed animals. "Be good for Grandma," Sharon called out, but they were already racing for the house. They knew I'd have fresh chocolate chip cookies waiting because, well, I always did. That first night was normal. We had spaghetti for dinner because that was Emma's favorite. We watched a cartoon movie about a princess. I dozed off halfway through. When I woke up, I found Mason reading by the lamp and Emma curled up against me like a little cat. I got them both tucked into the guest room by 10, which was pretty late for them, but that's what grandmas are for, right? Saturday morning was beautiful. We'd had frost overnight, and everything sparkled. You could see mist rising off the lake through the trees from my kitchen window. I was making pancakes when Emma came padding out in her pajamas, dragging her rabbit behind her. "Grandma, can we play outside after breakfast?" "Course you can, sweetheart. Just bundle up warm, it's chilly out." Mason appeared then, already dressed, with another book in his hand. That boy was probably reading while he was sleeping. After breakfast, which was pancakes with real maple syrup, a gift from our neighbors, they practically flew out the door. I watched from the window as they raced across the backyard toward the trees. We had rules, of course. Stay within shouting distance. Don't go past the big fallen oak tree. That was about a 5-minute walk into the forest. And come back in when I ring the dinner bell, which was really just me shouting. They knew all the rules. They'd been coming here since they were tiny. I puttered around the kitchen and did some dishes, starting a pot of soup for lunch. It was maybe an hour later when I heard them coming back, both of them talking excitedly. They burst through the door, pink-cheeked from the cold. "Grandma!" Emma was tugging on my sweater. "There's something weird in the woods." I dried my hands on a dish towel. "What kind of weird, honey?" Mason said. "There's these marks on the trees like scratches, really high off the ground, like way higher than we can reach." We get black bears around here all the time. The occasional grizzly passes through too. Well, that's what I've heard. I figured that's what it was. Bears scratching on trees, marking territory before winter. Nothing weird about that. Oh, just bears, loves. You know what to do if you see one, right? They both nodded. Make noise, back away slowly, and don't run. We'd been over it a dozen times. But Emma wasn't satisfied with that. It's not bear marks, Grandma. They're too high for that, even for a big bear. And they look like... She held up her hand, fingers spread wide. Like something with really, really long fingers did it. Kids and their imaginations. I gave them a snack. Apple slices and cheese, and sent them back out with instructions to stay closer to the house. They agreed, but I could see they were excited now. It was an adventure for them, a new mystery to solve. They came in for lunch around noon. Grilled cheese and tomato soup, another of their favorites. They chattered the whole time about what they'd found. More scratches, all of them way up high. Places where the undergrowth was all flattened down too, like something had been walking or trampling or lying down there. Mason, always the little scientist, wanted to borrow my bird-watching binoculars to look for tracks. I let him, figuring it would keep them busy. I remember I was folding laundry when they came back the next time, around 3 in the afternoon. I knew right away something was different now. Emma wasn't bouncing. Mason wasn't talking. They stood at the back door and I could see it in their faces. Something had spooked them. "What is it now?" I asked, opening the door. Mason spoke quietly. "There's something out there, Grandma. We heard it, and I think it followed us." "It followed you? What do you mean?" Emma got close to her brother and said, "When we walked, it walked, and when we stopped, it stopped. We couldn't see it, but it stayed back in the thick trees. And it smelled weird," Mason added. "Like, remember when Dad forgot those hamburgers in the car last summer?" Rotten meat, I thought. That gave me chills. I kept calm in front of them. Didn't want to scare them worse. "Probably just a deer. They're curious sometimes. And animals die out there, you know. And they rot too, unfortunately. You may have not seen it, but you probably walked past a dead animal. Come inside, I'll make you some hot chocolate." But for the first time ever, they didn't want hot chocolate. Mason had found tracks, he said, big ones, different from anything he'd seen in nature books. Would I come look, just to the edge of the woods, please, Grandma? I should have said no. Should have kept them inside and called their parents, packed them up right then and there and drove to town. But I was still thinking bears, or even moose. Maybe just their imaginations running wild. And I didn't want to be the grandma who was scared of shadows. So I pulled on Earl's old jacket and followed them out. The tracks were by an old tree maybe 50 feet from the house. We'd had rain the week before, so the ground there was still soft. Perfect for holding in impressions. When I saw them, my mouth went dry. They weren't bear tracks. In all my years, I'd seen plenty of bear tracks. These weren't moose or deer either. What freaked me out was that they looked human. Almost human. But wrong. The foot was very long and very narrow. The toes, if you could call them toes, were stretched out, with these markings at the tips, like they were claws that had dug into the earth. But the worst of it seemed to be the stride. I'm no tracker or professional, but even I could see that whatever made these prints had very, very long legs. The distance between steps was huge. "See, Grandma?" Emma whispered. "Weird, right?" Before I could answer, we heard something. A sound from deeper in the woods. I've lived in the bush most of my life. I've heard wolves and bears and mountain cats. And it wasn't any of those. It wasn't quite a howl, wasn't quite a scream. But I swear to you it was something in between. Something that made every hair on my body stand on end. Something that reaches right into the old parts of your brain. The part that remembers when humans were prey. The kids got real close to me, and I could feel Emma trembling. "Inside," I said. My voice was sharper now. "Right now." We walked back to the house, not running, though every part of me screamed to run. Running felt dangerous, like it would trigger something to chase us. I felt us being watched. You know that feeling? When you absolutely know something is looking at you? The weight of it was like cold fingers on the back of my neck. Once inside, I locked the door. All the doors, actually. Checked every window too and drew all the curtains. The kids and I huddled up on the couch, and for the first time since they'd arrived, Mason was not reading. "Grandma, what was that?" he said in a small voice. I didn't know what to say, so I did what grandmothers do. I made dinner like nothing happened. Kept things normal for them. But while the roast was in the oven, I called my neighbor Robert. He lived only about a quarter mile down the road. I made it sound casual, just checking in, asking if he had noticed anything strange lately, any unusual animals around.
"Funny you should ask," he told me. "Lost 2 chickens this week. Something tore right through the coop. Strong wire too, you know, the good stuff. And the dogs have been going crazy at night, barking and carrying on in the forest. Won't go near the tree line after dark, though."
That cold feeling in my stomach got worse. After dinner, the kids barely ate, I set them up in the living room with another movie. Told them we'd have a camp out tonight, all of us together in one room. Made it sound fun instead of, what it really was. They seemed relieved not to be sleeping alone in the guest room. I pulled out blankets and pillows and made a big nest on the floor. But I didn't sleep. Not 1 minute. I sat in Earl's old recliner, the one that faced the big picture window. I kept all the lights off inside so I could see out, and I waited. The kids fell asleep eventually. Emma first, then Mason, fighting it, but he finally gave in. I sat there listening to them breathe, watching our yard. It must have been around midnight when I saw something. I hoped it was just shadows from the trees moving, but it was a windless night. Everything was still. Then I realized the shadow was standing at the edge of where the porch light reached, standing and swaying a bit, back and forth. It was tall. So tall. I'm no good with measurements, but it had to be 7, maybe 8 feet. And disgustingly thin, like if you chewed a person up like bubblegum, spat them out, and pulled them. The thing stood there swaying. Then it took a step forward into the light. I bit down on my knuckle to keep from making a sound. That thing was covered in something. Fur, maybe. Maybe it was skin. But it looked patchy, like a dog with mange. Its arms hung down past its knees, way past. And its hands were definitely like a person's. They had fingers, but were very long. I thought of those scratches on the trees, way up high, and my stomach turned. But the face, I will never forget. The eyes were sunken in real deep. They caught the light like an animal's, the way they shined. A wide, lipless mouth, just a little open, like it was tasting the air. I could see the faint glow of teeth. Too many teeth for any mouth to hold. When it began to move, it even moved unnaturally, like every one of its limbs was broken and couldn't heal. It crawled here and there and would stand back up, looking at my house, looking at the window where I sat. Could it see me in the dark there? I don't know. I hope not. I knew with absolute certainty, if my grandkids had still been outside, if they'd been in those woods after dark, they would have never come back. Maybe worse. Maybe they would have come back, but wrong. I don't know how long I watched it or how long it watched me. Time went funny then. Could have been 5 minutes, maybe an hour. But eventually, the thing turned and went back into the forest. It didn't walk exactly, more like lurched. but fast, faster than something that moved like that should be able to move. I stayed in that chair until the sun came up. Didn't move an inch, and I didn't fall asleep. I waited and watched. A couple times I swear I heard something on the porch, like footsteps, but very quiet. Careful and quiet. At once I swear I heard breathing right outside the window, but I didn't look this time. I couldn't look. Just sat there praying for daylight. Soon as the sun was properly up, I got the kids up and packed. I told them I wasn't feeling very well, and I needed to take them home. They didn't argue. Actually, I think they were relieved. Kids know more than we give them credit for sometimes. On the drive to Sharon's, longest hour of my life, Emma piped up from the back seat. "Grandma, that thing in the woods, do you think it was a Wendigo?" I raised an eyebrow, though she couldn't see it. "Now where did you hear that?" "Mason read about it in a book. He said that it sounded like the stories." I glanced in the rearview mirror. Mason was staring out the window, but I could see his reflection. Poor kid looked older now, like he'd figured something out that a child that age never should have. "Oh, those are just stories, honey," I said finally. "Just old stories people tell." But I was lying. When we got to Sharon's, I told her the kids had gotten spooked playing in the woods. Maybe saw a bear. She laughed it off, said they both had overactive imaginations, especially Mason with all those books he reads. I let her believe that. I didn't want to say anything else. I told her that something that looked like a broken man and had too many teeth had stalked her children. I'd never see them again, and she would beg me to move away from that land. Well, funny I say that, because I sold the house the following spring. I couldn't do another night there. Couldn't stand checking the windows, jumping at every sound, wondering if some long fingers were reaching for my door handle any moment, and the idea that if I wanted to see my grandkids here, they might be stalked by this thing again. Nope, couldn't do it. I found a nice little condo in town. 2nd floor, lots of neighbors, streetlights, no trees for anything to hide behind. Before I was able to move, the kids never asked to go back to the old house. And nowadays, they don't even ask about it. We don't talk about what happened, but sometimes when Emma visits, she's 16 now, taller than me, I catch her looking out the window at the woods nearby. She'll move away from it, casually, but I know she remembers. Mason's in university. It's good to see them growing up, but heartbreaking nonetheless. Robert, my old neighbor, called me about a year after I moved, wanted to know if I'd had any trouble at my place. He said something had gotten into his barn, killing 3 goats. Whatever it was didn't even eat them, just killed them and left them laid out in a row. And his grandson, visiting for the summer, kept saying he saw a tall man in the woods, watching the house. Chesterton's fence is the idea that if something exists, someone had a reason to create it. Before you tear it down, before you ignore it or change it, you should first understand its reason for existing. Chesterton's fence works not just for the structures around us, beyond our lifetimes, but also for the culture and folklore around us. You may have heard these before. Things like why you should never whistle in the woods, why you should never respond to voices that call for you if you can't see the face they came from, no matter how familiar they are. I received a story recently, a story called It Came from the Cave, from Of the Ojibwe, who claims it is a true story, and that there's something very hungry and very malevolent stalking the woods of Minnesota, looking for meat every decade or so. The Ojibwe have a word for it, but the sender of this story refused to state it here, out of fear. The rules I mentioned before may have been what saved his grandfather and him from a horrible and painful demise. Tell me, dear listeners and viewers, what kind of creature is so terrifying that you can't even speak its name, something that doesn't look for meat to eat it, but to destroy. I grew up in a hunting family, my mother's side mostly. Her father, Emmett, was the one who taught me to shoot, to track, to clean a deer and pack out the meat. He had Ojibwe blood from his grandmother, and while we weren't traditional in any formal sense, certain old beliefs had filtered down through the generations and settled into the way he moved through the world. He didn't talk much about them, though. They just were rules you followed without needing to understand why, like keeping your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. I respected those rules even when I didn't believe in them. I wish I'd asked more questions while he was still around. But I'm here to tell you a story. The story about how one November, something came out of the cave near our cabin. Or maybe it was something that had always been there, waiting in the dark, and that was simply the year it decided to make itself known. Our cabin sat in the northern Minnesota wilderness, about 50 miles south of the Boundary Waters, so remote that the nearest town was about 2 hours by paved road, and from there it was another 40 minutes down a series of old trails that got worse every year. My great-grandfather had built the original structure back in the 1940s, and Emmett had expanded it over the decades, adding a second room and a covered porch that looked out over a small creek. It was primitive by most standards. No electricity or running water, a wood stone for heat and kerosene lamps for light. But I loved it there in a way I've never loved anywhere else. The smell of that place is burned into my memory. That wood smoke and coffee and gun oil smell. Not to mention the wet leaves, pine sap, and mineral scent from the creek. For most of my life, it felt like the safest place on earth. About a quarter-mile northeast of the cabin, up a rocky ridge thick with old-growth timber, there was a cave. I don't know how deep it went. I never found out, and I never intend to. The mouth was wide, maybe 15 feet across, and it descended at a shallow angle into absolute darkness. Even on bright summer days, you couldn't see more than 20 feet inside before the light just stopped, like something was eating it. I hated that cave. I hated it as a child, and I hate it now as a grown man. I don't think hate is even the right word. It's more like the feeling you get when you're standing at the edge of a high drop. That twisting pressure in your stomach. That whisper in the back of your skull, telling you to step back. I felt watched whenever I was near it. Studied, sized up. I told myself it was just the darkness playing tricks. Your brain inventing threats in places it can't see. But over time I noticed that animals avoided the area too. Deer trails curved around that ridge rather than crossing it, and birds did not nest in the trees nearby. My grandfather had one rule about the cave, and he only stated it once. I was maybe 10 years old, and I'd wandered closer than I should have while exploring. He found me standing at the base of the ridge, looking up toward the dark mouth, and he grabbed my shoulder hard enough to leave a bruise. He told me I was never to go near it, never to look into it, never to even think about it whenever I was out in these woods. His voice, though, was calm, but there was something underneath it that was different than usual. When I asked why, he shook his head and said some places were better left alone. I assumed he was worried about the practical dangers, like dangerous animals or unstable rocks. That made sense. That was easy for me to believe. So I believed it for 12 more years. My grandfather was not a superstitious man, in the way that most people might use that word. He did not believe in ghosts or UFOs, or any of the things you might see on TV. But he carried certain rules from his upbringing, which had been passed down from his grandmother and her people, and he followed them with a quiet consistency that I only recognized in hindsight. Don't whistle after dark. Do not say the names of the dead in the woods. If you kill an animal, think it. Small things, easy to dismiss as quirks or old habits. But there was one warning that stuck with me, even before I understood why. I was 15, helping him scout a new tree stand location in early autumn. We'd split up to cover more ground, and when I finished checking my section, I called out to him. But he didn't answer. I called again, louder, and I heard his voice respond from somewhere to my left. So I started to walk towards it. Then he was suddenly right in front of me, coming from the opposite direction. I asked him if he'd heard me calling, and he said he had. I asked why he hadn't answered me the first time, and he stopped walking. He said to me that if I ever heard something call my name out in those woods, I should never answer it, not until I could see its face. I remember laughing, thinking he was joking, but his expression didn't change. I wanted to know what he meant. He said that there's something out there that likes to learn voices. It would listen, and it would practice, and eventually, it would try to use it. He said it had a face that I would not want to see. I didn't know what to say to that. I asked if he was serious, and he just told me to remember what he said. Then he started to walk again, and we never spoke about it after that. I thought about it, though. I thought about it every time I noticed him scanning the trees before responding to my shouts. I thought about it every time I caught him standing still, listening to something that I couldn't hear. I told myself it was just an old man's thing, a story he'd been told as a child that had calcified into some habit. I wanted to believe that. The drive up that year was the same as every year before it. We left before dawn and stopped for breakfast at a diner near the highway, then again for gas at the last station before the logging roads began. The truck was loaded with enough supplies for a week. We'd made this trip every season together since I was 12, and there was a comfort in this routine. It felt like a ceremony or ritual. The first thing I noticed was the quietness. Not all the sound was gone. The truck engine rumbled, the tires crunched over gravel and frozen mud. Wind moved through bare branches. But beneath all that, there was a stillness that felt horrible. Normally, the woods this time of year were busy. You'd see movement everywhere, life preparing for winter. But that day, there was nothing. The trees were empty and the underbrush didn't stir at all. I watched through the window as we drove, and I swear I don't think I saw a single living animal in the last 10 miles before the cabin. My grandfather noticed it too. I could tell by the way his hands tightened on the steering wheel. I even caught him flicking his eyes to the tree line a few times. But, as usual, he didn't say anything about it. So neither did I. When we arrived, we unloaded the truck, carried everything inside, and got the wood stove going. By the time the cabin was warm, the sun was starting to sink. I told him I was going to walk the nearby trails before dark, check for deer sign, get a sense of where we should focus in the morning. He nodded and told me not to go too far. There was something in his voice that made me want to ask what was wrong, but I didn't. I wish I had. The trails out there were empty. Not just quiet, but empty. The scrapes and rubs that should have been everywhere, the territorial markings bucks leave during the rut, were completely absent. I walked a full mile in a wide loop around the cabin and found not a single thing to suggest that deer even existed here. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe rut had pushed them further than usual, I thought. But that didn't feel right. Deer don't just abandon an area, not like this, not all at once. When I got back to the cabin, my grandfather was standing on the porch with a cup of coffee, looking out at the darkening woods. He asked what I'd found, and I told him. He didn't seem surprised, like I was. He nodded slowly, his gaze drifting toward the northeast, toward the ridge, where that cave we couldn't currently see stood. He told me we'd see what morning brought, and then he went inside. I stood out on the porch for a while longer, watching the last light fade from the sky. Only moments later, I felt watched. So I went inside before the full night came, and I made sure to lock the door behind me. We hunted the next morning anyway, though I think we both knew it was futile. My grandfather suggested we sit stands within sight of each other, rather than spreading out. And I agreed, without a question. We were in our positions before dawn, watching dim light slowly fill the spaces between the trees, waiting for movement that never came. And I mean nothing. Deer, squirrel, bird, nothing. The woods were empty and still like a photograph. I sat in that stand for 4 hours, and that entire time the only living thing I saw was my grandfather, motionless in his own stand, about 100 yards away. We climbed down around midday. I was frustrated, ready to complain about the wasted morning, but the expression on my grandfather's face stopped me. He looked nervous. I'd never seen him like that before. His eyes were tired and afraid. I don't think I'd ever seen him afraid of anything. Cautious, sure, but not afraid. We started walking back toward the cabin. I was slightly ahead, following the trail we'd made that morning, when this smell blew in on the wind. It was subtle at first, just a hint of something strange beneath the clean scent of pine and frozen earth. But with each step it grew stronger, until I had to breathe through my mouth. Coppery decay, the unmistakable stench of death. I found the carcass about 50 yards off the main trail. It was a doe, probably a year or 2 old. She hadn't been dead long either. A day, maybe 2 at most. But something had destroyed her. No other word fits. Her throat had been torn out, not bitten, but ripped. The flesh peeled back from her spine, like someone had tried to separate her head from her body, only to give up partway through. Her belly was open, organs pulled out and scattered across the leaves, but almost none of the meat had been taken. Whatever had killed her had not been interested in eating. I have field-dressed dozens of deer in my life. I've seen what coyotes or even wild dogs do to carcasses, what bears do. What happens when a gut-shot animal runs for a mile before dying and the scavengers find it? This wasn't any of that. This was violence for the sake of violence. It could almost be seen as a message, but at that time, I didn't understand that. The worst part was the tree. About 10 feet away from the carcass, an old oak tree rose from the forest floor. Its bark was gouged with claw marks, deep, vicious slashes torn through to the pale wood beneath. I walked over to it, my boots crunching on frozen leaves, and looked up at the marks. They started at about chest height and ran upward in parallel lines. 4 claws, maybe 5. The highest marks were at least 8 feet off the ground. Whatever had made them had been tall and strong, and it had wanted to leave a record of what it could do. I stood there staring at these marks, trying to make them fit into any category that seemed normal. A bear would be dinning by that time of year, and besides, bears don't kill deer and leave them uneaten. The marks were too large for a cougar, and cougars don't claw at trees like that anyway. I ran through every predator I could think of. Yet, nothing made sense. My grandfather's voice snapped me out of it. He was standing at the edge of the small clearing, looking at the eviscerated doe, and his face was the color of old ash. He asked me to show him the tree, so I did. He studied the claw marks without speaking, reaching up to touch one of the gouges, running his fingers along the bark. Then he looked toward the ridge, once again toward that cave. When I wondered out loud what could have done this, he didn't say a word. He stood for a moment. I saw him grinding his teeth. When his voice finally did come out, it was flat and quiet, and he said we were going to change our plans for the rest of the week. No more morning hunts. We would go out at midday if we went out at all, and we would stay together, making sure to be back inside the cabin before dark. He told me to leave my rifle loaded from now on, even if we're indoors. I was getting frustrated. I didn't like his stoic vagueness during times like this. Why should I continue to be scared and confused when I could just be scared? But I didn't question him. He was wiser than me, he was my elder. So I obeyed. We walked back to the cabin, neither of us talking. I kept my hand on my rifle and my eyes on the trees, watching the shadows between the trunks, searching for any movement. My grandfather walked beside me, and every few steps, I saw him looking over his shoulder, back towards where the cave would be. As we neared the cabin, I stopped. Something made me turn around, some instinct or premonition. I looked back toward the dark line of trees at the edge of the clearing, and I saw something. It was standing between two tall pine trees, about 200 yards away. At that distance, I could barely make out any details at all. I couldn't see a face or features, but I could see the rough shape of it. Something unnervingly tall, and so thin it looked wrong. It stood upright on two legs, but there was nothing human about the way it held itself, the angle of its limbs, and the absolute stillness of its posture. Whatever it was watching us. I knew it because I could feel it watching. In the blink of my eye, it was gone. Just trees and shadows and those empty, silent woods. My grandfather's hand closed around my arm. He'd seen where I was looking, but he pulled me toward the cabin, and I went, because I didn't know what else to do, and I was scared. We didn't speak about it that night. We sat by the wood stove with our rifles across our laps, and we listened to the darkness outside, waiting for morning. I told myself it had to be some sort of dead tree or trick of the light. I didn't believe that. Neither of us slept that night. We didn't discuss it. I doubt my grandfather would. We didn't make any formal arrangements either. It just happened. Just the understanding between two people that something out here was completely messed up, and that we should not make ourselves part of it. My grandfather sat in the chair nearest the wood stove, with his rifle across his knees. I took the cot by the window, my own rifle propped against the wall within arm's reach. We kept one kerosene lamp burning low, just enough light to see each other's faces, but not enough to blind us to whatever might be moving in the dark. Remember when I said the cabin had always felt safe to me? It's small, yes, and primitive, but solid. My great-grandfather had built it to last, and my grandfather had maintained it with the same meticulous care he applied to everything. That night, though, it felt like a shell. The walls felt thin. Every creak of settling timber, every gust of wind against the windows sent my heart racing. Then, the sounds started around midnight. They weren't dramatic at first, sounded like a twig snapping somewhere in the distance. Then another, but closer. The rustle of something moving through dead trees, circling wide around the cabin. I thought to myself, it could be anything, raccoons or possums or deer that had finally wandered back into the area. But the rhythm was wrong. The pauses between sounds were cautious and planned, like something that knew how to move through woods without being heard and was choosing not to. At some point in the early hours, I heard something brush against the exterior wall. It was subtle, almost gentle, but it was higher than a deer could reach. In fact, it was higher than made sense for anything on four legs. I instantly looked at my grandfather with wide eyes. He was gripping his rifle super tight, with one finger against his lips, and a silent, hush. Still, we didn't speak, but it made sense now. Because if we spoke then, it would know we were there, even though I'm pretty sure it already did. But a sound from us would be confirmation, basically screaming at the thing outside that its prey was right here, behind thin wooden walls. Dawn came slowly. When the first real light broke through the trees, I felt something loosen in my chest. In daylight, the terror of the night before seemed almost silly, until I looked at my grandfather's face and saw that he had not experienced that same relief. He almost looked sick, a man so worried but trying so hard to hide it that it backfired completely. I could have vomited at the sight of that fear just behind his eyes. He stood and moved to the window, looking out at the clearing where we'd parked the truck. It was quiet for a long time, but finally he said that we were leaving. Today, now. We'd pack only what we needed and drive out, not coming back until spring, if we came back at all. No arguments from me. I was already reaching for my boots. The truck had been visited. I saw it as soon as we stepped outside, and the relief I'd felt at dawn curdled into something cold and heavy. The driver's side door was marked with scratches, 4 parallel gouges running from the handle to the wheel well. They weren't deep, barely breaking through the paint, but they were clear. Another message. The front left tire was also flat. I crouched down to examine it while my grandfather stood watch. He held his rifle in such a way that he could aim and fire immediately if needed. The tire had not been slashed. Instead, it appeared as though something had bitten through it. I could see the puncture marks, the way the rubber had been pierced and torn by something with teeth. The size of the bite was wide, too large for anything I could name. Around the truck, the ground was churned with tracks. I tried to see where they came or where they went, but they were confusing. There seemed to be no recognizable pattern. They overlapped and contradicted each other. Some were bipedal, the impressions of feet that might have been human if the stride hadn't been so long. Others showed what looked like hands pressing into the mud, as if whatever made them had dropped to all fours, to move faster, or even to smell the ground. The gait shifted randomly between the two, and I could not construct any anatomy that would move that way in my head. My grandfather had a spare tire, luckily, and he changed it, without a word, of course, while I stood guard. It took nearly an hour. The whole time I felt that watching sensation pressing against my back, that awareness of being observed. The woods around the cabin were utterly still. No birds and no wind. Nothing but that terrible, patient attention. When he finished, my grandfather stood and wiped his hands on his pants. He looked up at the sky, gauging the position of the sun, and I saw something in him that made my stomach tighten again. He then said that the old roads would be slow going, muddy, rutted, treacherous in places where erosion had eaten away at the surface, and he said we would not make it to the main road before dark. Then he said we'd have to wait until morning. One more night. We should have stayed inside. I know that now, but the thought of sitting in that cabin for several more hours waiting for darkness to fall was unbearable. My grandfather suggested we scout toward the south, looking for a shorter route out, a path that might cut our drive time enough to give us a margin before sunset. I agreed, because I needed to move around. I needed to feel like we were doing something other than waiting to be hunted. We found another carcass, a quarter-mile from the cabin. This one was a buck, a mature 8-point, and it had been dead for several days. The corpse was bloated, the smell was rancid, and it had been destroyed in the same way as the doe we'd found before. I made myself look at it long enough to confirm what I already knew. Then we moved on. That wasn't the end of it. There was another carcass, much fresher. A doe maybe 2 days dead, destroyed in the same way. Then we found a third, and it was still warm. I found it in a shallow ravine, steam still rising from the exposed viscera in the cold morning air. The blood hadn't even congealed yet. Whatever had killed this animal had done it within the last hour. maybe less. It had been alive when we woke up that day. It had been killed while we were changing the tire. My grandfather stood at the edge of the ravine, looking down at the corpse, and I watched his face as he worked through that same realization that I'd just reached. These kills were not random. They weren't even about food. These were markers, boundary signs. When I thought about the location of each body, the first to the northeast, the second to the east, and the third to the south, I understood. They formed a perimeter around our cabin. Something was marking its territory, and our cabin and us were inside of it. I asked my grandfather what was going on, demanded to know what he knew and what he'd been keeping from me, what any of this meant. My voice came out louder than I intended, cracking, and he didn't answer for a long time. But eventually he simply said we had to go back inside. He talked while the afternoon light faded outside the windows. He did not, obviously, tell me a complete story. He did not lay out some neat narrative with a beginning and middle and end. Instead, he spoke in fragmented, half-finished thoughts, like someone describing something they've spent a lifetime trying to not think about. I didn't push him. I was finally getting some answers, so I just listened. I'll do my best to explain what he said. He'd seen it before. He was young then, 19 or 20 years old, hunting with his grandmother in these same woods during a hard winter when food was scarce and the animals behaved strangely. Something had come to their camp one night. He never saw it clearly, just movement in the darkness, shapes that didn't seem right, sounds that couldn't come from any normal animal. His grandmother was so scared, she made him hide beneath a pile of blankets in the corner of the tent. She told him to stay silent, no matter what he heard, no matter what called his name. She had done something, he didn't know what, some kind of prayer or ritual, words in a language he didn't know. She made these gestures that seemed to push against the darkness outside. And whatever it was, the thing left. They survived the night. Afterward, she told him about something that lived in those old places, saying that it slept for years at a time, sometimes even decades, in hollows, deep woods, or caves. It woke when it was hungry, and when it woke, it killed, and what it hungered for was not food, but death. It killed for pleasure. She said the thing was sick, not an animal and not a spirit, but something caught between. She claimed that it had once been human, maybe, or had worn human shapes, but had been twisted into something nightmarish. It could learn, it could mimic, it could think, and it hated everything that wasn't itself. She told him to never acknowledge it or answer it if it called. Never even let it know you'd seen it. She called it a name that he would not repeat to me, a word from a language that was almost extinct even then. My grandfather's voice broke as he told me this. He said he'd thought it was gone now. He'd thought maybe his grandmother had driven it away for good, or that it had died or moved on in the decades since. He thought maybe it had been just a story all along, an old woman's superstition, a way of making sense of a frightening thing in the night. He said he was sorry to me, that he never should have brought me here. I then asked him what happened to his grandmother. He didn't answer. He stared at the floor, and I knew not to ask that again. The sun was low when I stepped onto the porch to bring in firewood from the stack by the door. I was only outside for a moment, long enough to fill my arms with split logs, to feel the cold air on my face, and to glance toward the tree line out of habit. And it was then that I heard my grandfather's voice calling my name. It came from the trees, not from inside the cabin where I'd left my grandfather, but from out there, maybe 50 yards into the forest. And you want to know what's really messed up? It sounded exactly like him. A perfect copy. That gravel in his tone and the way he pronounced my name with the emphasis on the wrong syllable. It was a quirk of his accent I'd heard my whole life. He was calling me towards him, telling me to come quick, saying that he'd found something. I froze with the firewood in my arms. I could hear my grandfather behind me inside the cabin, the creak of the floorboards under his boots as he walked around. He was still inside. He was right there. So what was out here? The voice called again. Come on, it said. Hurry up, it said. The same tone and cadence. Every detail was spot on. I remembered his warning from years ago. His voice telling me never to answer until I could see a face, so I didn't move or respond or acknowledge it. I stood there with my arms full of wood, staring at the dark line of trees. As if becoming impatient, the third time it called for me, something was wrong with it. While the voice was still my grandfather's, still accurate, there was a wetness underneath it now, a thickness like someone speaking through a mouthful of blood. The words came slower, and I could hear effort behind it. Whatever was doing this, it was straining itself to mimic my grandfather, something that didn't have a human-shaped mouth and was struggling to keep up the act. I backed toward the cabin door. I didn't turn around. I couldn't make myself look away from the trees, from those shadows between the trunks where something might be standing and watching. I got inside, and I locked the door. My grandfather was at the window with his rifle raised, his face a little paler than when I'd left him. He'd heard it too. Night came quickly. We kept the lanterns low and the fire banked, sitting in near darkness with our rifles, watching the windows like the first night. The sounds started soon after full dark. This time they weren't as subtle. We heard footsteps circling the cabin. They weren't constant. They would come in bursts, a dozen steps, then silence. Then another burst from a different direction. Sometimes they sounded like a man walking. Sometimes they sounded like something else, a shambling rhythm, an irregular drag and thump that did not match any gait I could imagine. I tried to track the movement, to predict where the next sound would come from, but the pattern kept changing. I got used to the sounds, but not to the silent gaps between, because during those quiet parts, I didn't know where it was, or where to expect it. I kept thinking of that movie, Silver Bullet, at the end where the werewolf bursts through the wall. I kept thinking how that could happen here, and I would have no idea which direction it would come. Every time it would quiet, I was wondering if this was the moment it would stop playing and burst through. Once, something pressed against the wall hard enough to make the timber groan, and I could hear breathing on the other side, raspy, wet breathing, like its lungs were full of fluid. The thing sounded sick and diseased and hungry, but something told me that was probably its natural state. Asterisk on natural. I looked at the window then and saw a shape blocking out the stars. Our visitor was very tall and very thin. I could make out the silhouette of a head and shoulders, bony and stretched out features, and a misshapen skull. It stood there for a moment, perfectly still, and I felt its attention on me. But then it moved away, and the window showed only darkness again. Hours passed by, the circling continued. My grandfather whispered that we couldn't show fear, that we could not show any weakness. He said it was studying us and learning us, looking for a crack it could exploit. And he said all we could do, all we should do, was wait it out. A question popped in my head, one that it turned out I didn't want an answer for. That question being, what if it did find a crack? It was the deepest part of the night, and the cold was creeping through the walls, through the floor, through every gap in the old timber frame. But we hadn't heard footsteps in nearly an hour. I was starting to hope it was over, that whatever was out there had lost interest in us. Maybe it had moved on. Then something knocked on the door. 3 slow knocks, almost polite. I looked at my grandfather. All he did was aim his rifle at the door, the barrel trembling slightly in his grip. Another 3 knocks. And then I heard my own voice come through the wood. It said my grandfather's name, asking to be let inside. It said it was cold out here, that it had gotten lost in the dark, to please open the door. Every word was perfect, every aspect of the voice. My mind was boggled by the way it even understood my quirks, the way I swallowed certain syllables. It was me. It was exactly me, my voice, asking my grandfather to open the door. I felt the blood drain from my face. My throat closed up. I couldn't have spoken back to it if I wanted to. My grandfather hovered his finger over the trigger. Then there was silence. Long, stretching silence. Suddenly, from just outside the door, so close it might have been inches from the wood, there was a laugh. Then the footsteps retreated. The presence withdrew, and the night went quiet. Once again, we stayed up as long as we could. We sat in the darkness with our rifles, hoping that we didn't have to use them. Eventually, light seeped through the windows. It was morning, and we'd survived. I felt scraped out, though. My body was aching from hours of tension, but we were alive. The door was intact. Whatever had been outside had not gotten in. My grandfather stood slowly, his joints cracking, and moved to the window. He looked out at the clearing, at the truck, at the tree line beyond, and I watched his face crumble. I walked over and stood beside him. In the clearing, in front of our cabin, arranged in a neat little row, were 7 deer heads. No bodies, just the heads, positioned upright on the stumps of their severed necks, facing the cabin, facing us. Their eyes were open. Their mouths hung slack. They'd been placed there with care, with precision, with an attention to detail that spoke of intelligence, and something that was very prideful in its work. They hadn't been there when darkness fell, and yet here they were. My grandfather spoke in a whisper, his voice barely audible, saying that it wasn't going to let us leave. Those deer heads watched us with their glassy eyes, and I understood with a sickening clarity that this was communication, yet another message. This thing communicated through violence, if it wasn't using our own voices. My grandfather broke the silence. He said we were leaving, now, not in an hour, not after we packed anything, not after some plan. Now. I was so relieved to hear that, because I think if we stayed another night, we'd probably end up like the deer heads. So our bags stayed where they'd fallen the day before. The food we'd brought for a week sat untouched on the counter. I grabbed only my gun and a handful of extra cartridges from the table and the truck keys. My grandfather did the same, that was all. At the door he paused. I watched his lips move silently, forming words, and I realized he was praying. He was reciting something. Made me think it was a fragment of what he heard his grandmother speak all those years ago in a tent while something outside circled them. At the time, I wasn't sure if I believed it would help. I don't know if he remembered the words correctly, but he said them anyway. And then he opened the door. The morning air was biting cold. The sky was overcast. We walked to the truck. I kept my eyes on the tree line, scanning for any movement. But I couldn't stop glancing at those deer heads as we passed, 7 of them, arranged in a perfect row. It was so creepy. We made it to the truck without an issue. I unlocked the doors and we climbed in, and the sound of those locks clicking shut was music to my ears. The engine turned over with no problem, and I put it in gear and started down the road, away from that cabin, and especially away from that cave. But that road was worse than I remembered. There were ruts filled with half-frozen mud, sucking at the tires. Sections where spring erosion had carved channels across the path, forcing me to slow to a crawl painfully. I had to pick my way through terrain that threatened to swallow the wheels. We couldn't go too fast. I wanted to floor it, believe you me, to put as much distance as possible between us and that place. But the road would not allow it. For the first mile, there was nothing, just the grinding of tires on rough ground. But then I saw movement, parallel to the road, about 30 yards into the trees. There I saw a shape flickering between the trunks, keeping pace with us. I actually saw it. Brief glimpses, but I saw it. Pale skin, angular juts of limbs, something tall and thin moving through the forest with a speed that should not have matched our vehicle, even in these rough conditions. It seemed like every time I glanced, it was switching positions between 4 legs and 2. It didn't seem to be chasing us or running away. I felt like it was escorting us, matching our speed exactly, staying just visible enough that we knew it was there. My grandfather watched it too, but he didn't say anything, as was his way. He watched it through the window, his face like a stone statue. I drove faster, knowing it was probably a little risky, and the shape in the woods kept pace without effort. We rounded a bend, and I slammed on the brakes, because across the road lay a tree, a fallen, mature pine, 3 feet thick at the base, completely blocking our path. The crown stretched into the woods on the left side. The root ball jutted up on the right, a wall of tangled roots and clinging earth. At first I thought maybe the wind had blown it over, but that was stupid, I thought. I had been out here the whole time. There was no storm, no wind strong enough to do this. Instead, it looked like it had been torn from the ground, uprooted. And then I saw them, the parallel gouges, the claw marks. Yep, it hadn't fallen, it had been placed there. My grandfather was already opening his door. I called out for him to wait. I had to think about this, but he shook his head and said we had no time and no choice. The woods on either side were too dense to drive through. We couldn't go back. We had to move this tree, and we had to do it now. He told me to stay in the truck, keep the engine running, to watch the trees and be ready. Before I could reply, he was outside, moving to the front bumper, unwinding the winch cable mounted there. I watched him nervously through the windshield. I was more scared for him than myself. He worked quickly, wrapping the cable around the trunk, securing it with the hook. When he was ready, he signaled me. I put the truck in reverse and gave it gas, and I felt the cable go taut. The tires bit into the mud, and the tree began to move. Slowly, but it was definitely coming along, scraping across the road. I was watching the tree, making sure it kept moving, but I should have been watching the woods. The shape emerged from the shadows behind my grandfather. It stepped out from between 2 thick pine trees, 20 yards away, and for the first time I saw it so clearly. Not a glimpse, not a silhouette in the darkness. I saw it in the pale morning light, and I will never unsee that for as long as I live. It stood upright on 2 legs. It stood about 7 feet tall, maybe more than that. but it was so thin, its height seemed more like a mockery. It had these extra joints in places, suggesting extra articulation. It had mottled pale skin, almost white, like the belly of a dead fish. Half hairless too, covered in what looked like mange or maybe rot. I could see the juts of ribs and hips through its skin, the knobs of spine. Its skull was elongated, stretched backward, the jaw hanging open to reveal teeth that didn't seem to fit its mouth. They were jagged, uneven, some short and blunt, others long and curved like hooks. The eyes were set too far apart and were quite large. They reflected light as if they were glowing from within. Those eyes revealed a creature that was smart, filled with malice and hunger. But it also seemed excited. Even though it looked sick and diseased and ancient, it looked, oh, so happy to be here with us. This thing looked like it should have died 1,000 years ago, but simply said no and kept going, clinging to existence through sheer spite and appetite. I shouted a warning, but my grandfather had already seen it. He stood, frozen, the winch cable still in his hands, staring at the thing that had emerged from the woods. I expected him to run, to raise his rifle, to do something, but he stood there instead, and he spoke to it. Now, I could not hear the words through the glass. I couldn't make out what he was saying, but I did see his lips move slowly. He wasn't screaming or pleading for his life, but saying something carefully. His posture shifted as he spoke. He wasn't at all trying to make himself look aggressive or intimidating. I wasn't sure what he was trying to accomplish. His shoulders had dropped and his chin lifted. He looked at the creature and he spoke to it as if he knew it, like they had unfinished business. Remembering my grandfather's story, perhaps that was the case. He had words for this creature that had to be said. The creature tilted its head. The gesture was more curious, almost mocking. It stood motionless, those terrible eyes fixated on my grandfather. And for a while I was certain it was going to rush forward and tear him in half. I had my hand on the door handle, ready at any moment to throw myself out and get in the middle of it, but probably just die uselessly trying to save him. However, it didn't attack. It stepped back, one step then another. Instead of turning away, it just backed up. It withdrew, fading into the darkness of the forest, glowing eyes the last thing to disappear. My grandfather stood there, staring where it was for a moment. Then he dropped the cable, walked back to the truck, and climbed inside. His face was blank. His hands were shaking something fierce. He told me to drive. With the tree out of the way just enough, I was able to. God, I wanted so bad to ask what he'd said to it. How did he save the both of us with nothing more than words? I put the truck into gear, edging past the half-cleared tree, branches scraping against the doors. I didn't care about any damage. I'm sure he didn't either. We just wanted to get out of those woods. We drove, and the shape in the trees followed us for another mile, maybe 2. I kept seeing glimpses of it between the trees. Frankly, I wasn't sure when it stopped following us. It wasn't the kind of thing where it had a moment of departure or final sighting. It was there 1 second and gone the next. And the moment it wasn't there, the entire woods, the entire universe to us, felt different. It felt before like we were under the entire ocean, this immense pressure. And it completely lifted whenever that creature could no longer be seen or felt. My grandfather sold the cabin, so we never had to go back, as if we wanted to. For all I know, it's collapsed by now, or just sitting empty in those woods, slowly rotting, becoming reclaimed by the forest. but I'll never find out. I don't care to now trespass and go check. My grandfather, though, he acted different after that trip. Drained, somehow quieter than usual. He stopped hunting entirely. When I found out he sold his rifles, I was astonished. And when asked about it, he told people he'd lost his taste for hunting. One time he even said that his knees no longer allowed him to walk that way anymore. He said a lot of things that weren't true. But I never spoke up. I never contradicted him. Only one time did I try to talk to him about it, maybe 6 months after these incidents. I asked what he'd said in the woods to that creature, what words he could have said to make it turn away and spare us. But he shook his head, saying simply that some things are better left buried. But he did say that his grandmother had given him a gift that he'd used, and that was all I needed to know. 3 years later, he had a heart attack, and he didn't make it. His health hadn't been great for a while. It was heartbreaking, but not necessarily surprising. A natural cause. Much better than both of us being mauled to death by something that shouldn't exist. But the timing is pretty close to these events, and it makes me wonder if he had bargained with the thing. Is that possible? Was that the type of entity we were dealing with? Something that could bargain with souls? Had he sold himself to save me? I've looked for information over the years. Old stories from the Ojibwe or the Cree, the other peoples who lived in those lands before anyone else. I've even gone over some cryptid forums and paranormal databases, found a few dusty old books in university libraries. And while I've found some things that match, there's never a perfect match. So, like most stories you might hear like this, I don't know what it was. Or is. I don't know where it comes from or how old it is, why it chose that place to make its home, and why it let us go. That thing could have killed us any time it wanted, could have taken us in the cabin on that first night, could have dragged us from the truck. It could have run us down on the road like the deer it slaughtered and left to rot. It could have been our heads on those stumps, not deer. It was faster, clearly stronger, maybe even smarter. We were never a threat to it. We did not escape from it. We were released. The Wendigo in My Backyard. From Anonymous. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, but for the sake of this story, I won't use my real name. I've heard of Wendigos, skinwalkers, werewolves, all that stuff. I'm a paranormal freak myself, but this experience happened on my 25th birthday. It started as a normal day. I was getting the house set up for a party. Not a lot of people were going to come, not that I minded. My parents went to get my grandma that lived 45 minutes away from our house, so it would take at least an hour and a half for them to get back. My sister and I were in the living room hanging up the happy birthday poster, since it was a has-been hotel theme party. I think it was about 10 in the morning, wasn't sure. I wasn't paying much attention. But I heard this scratching sound suddenly from outside. I only thought of it as the wind or just deer roaming around, since we have a lot of deer passing through the neighborhood. Fast forward to the party. My uncle and my aunts plus my cousin showed up, and we were at the table eating and talking. It was getting dark by then, and my grandma was napping on the couch in the family room, while my parents and uncle and aunt went into the living room to talk. As for me, I was downstairs in the basement with my cousin, and just talking about anything. But that's when we heard it. It was low at first, the scratching sound that I'd heard earlier before the party. My cousin asked, "Dude, what is that?" I simply replied, "Just the wind or some animal, I don't know." But the scratching sound got louder and louder, and we kept listening to it, wondering what it was. Now, I know the sliding glass door was nearby and the curtains were closed, but I could hear the scratching sound just right outside the door. I looked at my cousin and I made up my mind. I slowly got up and I made my way towards that curtain. My thought was to peek to see what was outside, hoping it was just a deer or just the wind. My cousin was on edge though, sitting on the couch away from the door. I pulled the curtain back slightly, enough to see outside, and all I saw was a pair of eyes. I'm not sure because it was so dark out, but I definitely could make that out. This creature was about 7 or 8 feet tall. I heard my cousin almost scream but covered her mouth, and I couldn't move. But the thing snapped its head and looked right in my direction. I'm not sure how long it was until the thing tapped on the glass door, then in a flash it was gone. I looked over at my cousin, and she was pale, probably the same as I was after seeing that. "What was that?" she asked. I shook my head. "No idea. It wasn't a deer." My cousin went home with my uncle and aunt after that. But for me, I checked outside every now and then. My parents were already in bed and my sister was in her room at the moment. I brought my phone with me and used the flashlight function. And for some reason I thought it would be a good idea for me to go out onto the deck, just outside the kitchen. Boy, was I going to regret that. Once I stepped foot outside, I could smell something rotten immediately, like a dead animal or something. I shone my phone in the direction where I could smell that rotten meat. Now, for a note, my deck has stairs that led down to the lower part of the backyard, where my dad normally grills and where our trampoline is. But there's a fence around it gated off, since there's little kids in our neighborhood. I looked over the railing nearest to where I can see the gate, and there I saw it again. The thing. I'm not sure what it was doing, but it looked up at me, and I heard a voice say,
"Come here, hungry."
I froze, but I knew if it was fast, it could easily come up the stairs. So I made a break for it, heading towards the kitchen, locking the sliding glass door and closing all the curtains while making sure the windows were locked completely. I then heard this sort of howl before everything went silent. I'm not sure if it ran off through the backyard or cut through the neighbors' yards, but I think it was gone. My cousin called me the next day. Together, we wanted to try to figure out what it was. At this point, I think it was a Wendigo. But I'm not sure if there's supposed to be Wendigos in Missouri. Then again, I could be wrong about that. But to think, there might have been a Wendigo lurking in my backyard. I was going fishing. From F. Teller. This all started in May of 2023. Fishing is my hobby, and I usually fish late, after work. I get to the local lake around 7 and fish until midnight or so. The walleye bite better at dusk and after dark anyway. I've got myself a 16-foot aluminum boat. Nothing crazy, just a 25-horse Mercury and a fish finder. One night in May, I was anchored up in my usual spot, near the North Shore. There's a weed bed there that drops off into about 20 feet of water. Walleye cruise the edge right at sunset. I was watching my rod tip, waiting for that telltale tap-tap, when I saw some movement on the shore. The way the sun was setting, the trees were mostly silhouettes, but I could see something moving between them for sure. Deer, probably. Lots of deer up there. But that little voice in the back of my head was saying that deer don't move like that. Looked like someone was crawling. Have you ever seen someone do that military crawl under barbed wire? It really reminded me of that, but faster than a soldier. It moved along the shoreline for maybe 30 yards, then stopped. I couldn't make out much in the fading light, but I think it was watching me. The thing stopped and turned toward the water, toward me. And I had this feeling that made the hair on my arms stand up. And just like that, it was gone, back into the deeper woods. The whole thing lasted maybe 20 seconds. I stayed out another hour, caught 2 nice walleye, but I kept looking at that spot on the shore. Nothing else happened. When I got home, I figured it was either one of two things: a couple raccoon moving in sync, or someone camping and being drunk. Some weirdo crawling around. That lake in particular gets the occasional camper, but not that many. Next week, same spot, same time. I wasn't even thinking about what happened last time, not until I anchored up. Everything was normal for the first hour. I caught a small pike and released it. Around 9:30, still some light in the sky, I saw it again. This time it was further down the shore, about 50 yards from where I saw it before. Same crawling movement, but I got a better look. It certainly looked like a man, but something was ringing alarm bells about it. Might have been the way it reminded me of reeling in a fish, the way it might struggle when it hits land before you lift it up. A stop-start motion, but still covering ground fast, like it would freeze for a second, then go forward, then freeze again. I grabbed my phone, not actually thinking about taking a picture, but rather thinking about using the camera to zoom in to see if I could see what it was. But by the time I lifted my phone up, the thing was gone. But I noticed something new then. The birds had gone quiet. If you spend enough time outdoors, you know that kind of quiet. The way everything stops making any noise when something dangerous might be about. I pulled anchor and moved to the other side of the lake that night. I didn't catch anything else. The third time was 2 weeks later. I'd been busy with work, missed a week. Almost didn't go that night because it was overcast. Looked like rain. But the forecast said the storms would hold off until after midnight. So I took the risk. I tried a different spot, on the eastern shore. There's a little bay there with a creek running in. Good spot for pike. I'd been there maybe an hour when I began to hear splashing from the creek mouth. Not like a beaver, but more like a person treading through water. Something was wading down the creek toward the lake. I turned on my headlamp and aimed it at the creek. The splashing sound stopped immediately. Dead silence. I kept the light on the creek mouth for maybe a full minute. Nothing. Then, just at the edge of the light, I saw eyes reflecting back. Height of a person, a bit taller than that actually, but the eyes were too far apart. And when they blinked, I swear they blinked sideways. What, like a bird's or maybe a snake's eyes or something? Surely there's a reptile that does that. I started my motor and got out of there. I didn't pull my lines in first either. Just cut them. Lost 2 good rigs, but I didn't care at the moment. The smart thing would have been to find a new lake. Plenty of good fishing spots up here. But this lake was my spot. I'd been fishing it for so long, couple decades at least. Some malnourished hermit wasn't going to chase me off. That's what I told myself anyway. So I kept going back. I started bringing a spotlight though. One of those handheld ones that plugs into the boat battery. Million candle power. And I started to pay more attention, keeping notes even. What time I saw it, where it would be, what I was doing, what it was doing. June 15th. Saw it on the west shore around 10 p.m. Walking upright this time, along the tree line. Looked like it was dragging something but couldn't tell what. June 22nd. Nothing seen, but I heard wood knocking sounds from the north shore. Kinda like a woodpecker. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks. Lasted about 10 minutes. July 4th. Holiday weekend. Lake was busier than usual. 3 other boats out. Didn't see anything, but one of the other fishermen pulled up to me around 11. Asked if I'd seen that tall guy on the shore. He said he'd been watching their boat from the trees. And they were leaving. July 18th. Hot night, dead calm. Fish weren't biting. Around 11:30, something swam past my boat, and I swear it wasn't no beaver or otter. Too big. Made a wake, like when you're trolling with a big, deep-diving crankbait. That V-shaped disturbance with nothing visible on the surface. It went toward the north shore. Then I heard it come out of the water. Heavy slapping sounds, like wet canvas hitting rocks. Then nothing. By August, I was seeing it almost every time I went out. Sometimes crawling, sometimes walking. Once I saw it climbing a tree. It went up a big pine like a mud puppy goes up a dock post, using its whole body, undulating. Must have gone 40 feet up in less than a minute. It stayed up there the whole time I fished, just a dark shape against the tree trunk. Gave me real bad vibes. The smell started in September. Smelled like bait shrimp in your tackle box for a week in July. But it wasn't consistent. Sometimes I'd catch a whiff when the wind shifted. Sometimes it was so strong I'd gag. Always seemed to come from different directions. Maybe it was circling the lake. Circling me. September 20th. That was when things got bad. Real bad. I'd gone out later than usual. Didn't get on the water until almost 9. The fall walleye bite had been good, and I wanted to fill my freezer for winter. I anchored up in my usual spot on the north shore. It was darker than normal, new moon and overcast. I could barely see the shoreline, even with my eyes adjusted. Around 10:30, I heard branches breaking on the shore. Not small branches, big ones. Crack, 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 getting closer to the water. I hit my spotlight, and I swept it over the tree line. There it was. I found it standing right at the water's edge, full view, no more than 30 yards from my boat. This was the first time I really saw it shift. It's hard to explain, but the way its skin moved, it was like there was something underneath it trying to get comfortable. It didn't run when the light hit it. It just stood there. Then it took a step into the water. I yanked my anchor so hard I nearly flipped out the boat. I got the motor started on the third pull. It was waist deep by then, and still coming. I gunned it out toward the middle of the lake. When I looked back, it was standing in the shallows watching me. Then it turned and walked back to shore. But it didn't go back into the woods. It started to walk along the shore, matching my direction. I needed to get to the boat launch, which meant following the shore around to the south end of the lake. 3 miles of shoreline, and that thing was following me. I stayed as far from shore as I could, but that lake isn't that big. I could see it moving in the trees, keeping up with me. Sometimes it would come out onto rocky points standing in full view. It wasn't even trying to hide anymore. About halfway to the launch, it somehow got ahead of me. I don't know how. I was maybe doing 20 miles per hour. And it just appeared further down the shore. It was like it knew where I was going. It walked out onto a fallen tree that extended into the water, and it sat down on the end of it, waiting for me. I stopped the boat. I was maybe 100 yards away from it, and it just sat there on that log. Those arms with too many bends, folded up like a grasshopper's legs. I saw its silhouette tilt its head at me. Then it slipped off the log and got into the water. I've never run a boat motor that hard. I thought for sure I was going to blow it up. I could see the wake of something behind me in the moonlight, but I couldn't see where it was. I kept that throttle wide open and headed for the launch. When I got there, I didn't even tie the boat off properly. Just ran it up on the shore, grabbed my keys, and ran for my truck. I could hear something coming through the water behind me. Not swimming. It was more like it was running through the shallows, and fast. I made it to my truck, locked those doors, and peeled out. In my rearview mirror, lit up by taillights, I saw it standing in the middle of the access road. Just standing there, watching, looking almost disappointed. I went back the next morning with 2 buddies to get my boat. I told them I'd had engine trouble and had to leave it in a hurry. They helped me to load it up. One of the guys pointed out some tracks in the mud nearby, where I'd beached the boat. They looked like prints from bare feet. I didn't say anything about it. Haven't been back to that lake since. Don't even fish much anymore anywhere. I tried a few other spots, but I can't shake that feeling. To be honest, I think that thing has me afraid of the dark. My wife thinks I'm crazy for giving up fishing. Says I'm letting one bad night ruin everything I love. She's right. But then again, she wasn't there. Didn't see it slip into the water like that. Didn't hear it running through the shallows right behind her. There's no greater oxymoron than the woods. Both the most beautiful place in the world, and yet the most disturbing. People send me countless stories about the woods, about missing people and strange entities that should not exist. And far too many of them have one thing in common: the way the woods go silent. This story, sent to me by an anonymous listener, and titled "The One Rule of the Woods You Must Never Break," states that there is a very specific reason why the forest suddenly goes quiet, and why you should leave like your life depends on it when it does. Because if the woods go silent, you have 10 minutes. The rule came from Earl Pershing, who retired 2 years before the pandemic and died of it in April 2020. He was alone in a care home in Bozeman while his family watched through a window. His daughter posted about it on the memorial page that the Forest Service put together, and I read it on my phone in a motel room in West Yellowstone the night before I went back into the field for the first time that spring. The room reeked of bleach, and the heater knocked against the wall in an arrhythmic pattern that made sleeping a struggle. Earl had trained me when I started the job in 2014. He was the one who told me about the silence. We were servicing a monitoring station in the thoroughfare, 25 miles from the nearest road. That's when he said it. The context made it stranger. We had been talking about his wife's lemon bars, which he had packed for lunch, and how she grew real Meyer lemons in their sunroom through the Montana winters. And then, with no transition at all, he said to me, "Oh, by the way, if the animals ever go silent, you have 10 minutes. I waited for an explanation after that. Earl was unwrapping a lemon bar, his thick fingers careful with the wax paper, nails cracked and yellowed from 40 years of field work. A Steller's jay was hassling us from a nearby lodgepole, begging for crumbs. The air was warm on my face. 10 minutes to do what?" I asked. "Well, to leave." He bit into the lemon bar and chewed slowly, watching the jay. A flake of powdered sugar clung to his gray mustache. "Not 10 minutes until something happens. 10 minutes to get clear. That's the window. After that, the odds aren't good." "I don't get it. The odds of what?" "Of getting clear." I laughed, because I was 26 years old with a master's degree in wildlife biology from the University of Montana, and I understood perfectly well that no natural phenomenon could cause all ambient animal activity to just cease simultaneously. Predator presence might suppress prey activity in localized areas, but birds would still call, insects would still move. The soundscape would shift rather than stop. I explained this to Earl in approximately those words, and he nodded as though I had confirmed something. "That's right," he said. "It shouldn't happen. But when it does, you have to leave." He finished his lemon bar and folded the wax paper into a small square, then put it into his pocket. The same pocket where he kept his reading glasses and a small notebook he never seemed to write in. The jay made a harsh ascending call and flew to a different tree. Earl stood and brushed crumbs from his trousers, the same olive drab he had worn every day I'd known him, and he went back to work, never mentioning it again in the 2 years before he retired. I thought of it occasionally, like a joke you heard whose punchline you missed, or a story someone started and never finished. I brought it up once to another biologist named Claire Newell, who had worked with Earl in the 80s. We were at a conference in Missoula, sharing a table at a restaurant that served elk burgers and local beer. The place was crowded with other wildlife professionals, and the noise level was high enough that you had to lean in to be heard. I mentioned the rule as an amusing anecdote, a piece of old-timer folklore. Claire was raising her glass to her lips when I said it, and she stopped, the glass suspended halfway to her mouth. She looked at me for a long moment, her eyes moving across my face, before saying, "Earl told you that?" "He did," I said. "What does it mean?" She set the glass down without drinking and gave a single slow nod, then asked me how I was finding the conference and whether I had tried the huckleberry pie. I assumed it was some form of hazing ritual for the new employees, a bit of backwoods mysticism designed to test credulity, and Claire had been embarrassed on Earl's behalf for perpetuating it. That April, with Earl newly dead and the world emptied out by the virus, I drove into the Gallatin National Forest to serve the first monitoring station of the season. The roads were deserted. I passed through Bozeman without stopping, the streets nearly empty, a few masked figures hurrying along the sidewalks. The entrance station to the forest was unmanned, the ranger residence dark, its windows reflecting the overcast sky. I had permits and paperwork authorizing my presence as essential personnel, but nobody stopped me to check. The parking area at the trailhead was empty, except for a single vehicle, a white Toyota Tacoma with government plates that belonged to Marcus Weber, a technician who had started a few months before the pandemic began. He was supposed to be working a different sector, but coverage was thin that spring, and schedules kept shifting. I figured he had swapped assignments and gave it no more thought. The trail climbed through the lodgepole forest, the trees thin and close-spaced, their bark the color of dried blood. Patches of old snow lingered in the shadows on the north side of the ridge. The trail traversed a south-facing slope where the snow had already melted, and the ground was soft with snowmelt and last year's needles, each footstep leaving a clear print that filled slowly with brown water. The monitoring station sat in a drainage at 7,000 feet, a 2-hour hike from the trailhead. I had done this dozens of times. The equipment was solar-powered, designed to be serviced twice a year, and required nothing more than data downloads and battery checks and cleaning the solar panels of the pine pollen that coated everything in spring. Routine work. Work that had to continue regardless of what was happening in the human world, because the grizzlies and wolves and elk didn't know there was a pandemic, and their populations still needed to be tracked. I reached the drainage around noon. The monitoring station was mounted on a steel post at the edge of a meadow, a gray metal box with a small antenna, and a solar panel that needed to be wiped clean. The meadow was perhaps 200 yards across, bordered by forest on 3 sides, and by a talus slope on the 4th. A stream ran through it, swollen with melted snow, the water still freezing cold when I knelt to fill my bottle. I set down my pack and got out my laptop and cables. Then I went to work. A red-tailed hawk was circling over the meadow, riding a thermal, its wings tilted. Ground squirrels were chirping from their burrows near the tree line, their fat little bodies popping up and down. The stream made a constant low sound, snow-cold water over rocks. I had been working for about 30 minutes, crouched beside the monitoring station with my laptop balanced on my knee, when the silence came. It did not taper off. The ground squirrels did not gradually stop chirping, and the hawk did not drift out of sight. The ambient insect activity did not just slowly decrease. One moment, the drainage was alive with sounds, layered and complex and constant, as it had been for the entire 2 hours I'd been hiking. And the next moment, it was not. The quiet was so sudden and so total that for a disoriented instant, I believed I'd gone deaf. I touched my ears, pressing my palms against them, then pulling them away, listening for the change in pressure. Then, I heard my own breathing, harsh in that stillness, and the rustle of my jacket as I moved. I then understood that my hearing was intact. That silence was external and real. I went stock still. The stream still made its sound, water over rocks, because water is not some animal and does not respond to whatever the animals respond to. But there was nothing else. Even the hawk had disappeared from the sky. The meadow looked exactly as it had 5 seconds ago. The same grass, the same trees, the same gray rocks, but it was different now. Emptied, like a theater after the audience had left. I glanced at my watch. 12:47. I packed my equipment. I did it efficiently, but without rushing. One part of my mind insisting there would be some explanation, some phenomenon I hadn't learned about in graduate school, some unusual atmospheric condition, or a subsonic disturbance that had scattered the wildlife. Animals were sensitive to things humans couldn't perceive, seismic activity being one, or changes in barometric pressure and electromagnetic fields. There would be a paper about it out there somewhere. I would look it up when I got back to the motel. Another part of my mind was remembering the way Claire Newell had looked at me when I mentioned Earl's rule. The glass suspended in midair, her slow nod, the quick change of subject. I got my pack on my shoulders, and I started back up the trail, toward the trailhead. The hike out usually took 2 hours, but I moved faster than usual. Not quite jogging, but walking at the upper edge of sustainable pace, trying not to acknowledge to myself that I was hurrying. The forest was utterly still. There was not a single movement in the underbrush, and no bird song from the canopy. The lodgepoles stood in their rows like columns in an abandoned church, the space between them dim and brown and motionless. I've been in wilderness areas my entire adult life, and I've never experienced anything like that quality of silence. It wasn't peaceful, it was not serene. It was more like the silence of a held breath, of a room where someone is hiding. I was perhaps 40 minutes from the trailhead, still on the south-facing traverse where the snowmelt made the trail slick, when I looked to my left, and I saw a shape among the trees. It was uphill from the trail, maybe 60 feet away, in a gap between 2 lodgepole pines. At first, I took it for a hiker. The proportions were right. Bipedal, 5'10" or maybe 6 feet, in the posture of someone watching something in the distance. I nearly called out to them. My hand was even rising to wave, a greeting already forming in my throat, when I noticed that the surface of the thing was moving. The figure appeared to be facing away from me, or at least I think it was, because I could not make out the features. It appeared to be wearing dark clothing or was dark-skinned. Maybe it was some dark material that was neither cloth nor flesh. The color, though, was not uniform. It shifted and rippled, the way water ripples when something moves beneath the surface. But the overall shape was perfectly still. Not a twitch, not a sway, nothing that might indicate breathing or balance adjustment. And yet the surface of the thing crawled and pulsed with slow movement, as though the outer layer was independent of what was underneath. I stopped walking then. My legs made the decision without consulting me, as if they thought I was about to step off the edge of a cliff. I watched that shape, and the shape did not move, but its surface continued to ripple and shift in patterns that suggested something beneath the skin was adjusting itself, repositioning, like a man trying on a suit that doesn't fit. Then it turned its head. I say head because that is the word for the top part of a body, the part that sits on the neck and contains the face. But what turned towards me then had no face. There were indentations where eyes might be, these shallow depressions in the dark surface that oriented toward me like the lens of cameras swiveling to track movement. There was a slight protrusion where a nose might be, a ridge that could have been a brow, the faint suggestion of a jaw. But no features, no expression, nothing but that rippling dark surface, similar to bubbling oil, which reflected no light, reflected nothing. It turned its head, and the indentations oriented toward me, and I understood that it was looking at me. And I understood that it had known I was there all along. I knew deep down in that very moment it had been waiting for me to notice it. It was a struggle not to run. I'd read enough about predator-prey dynamics to know that running triggers pursuit. Fleeing is the signal that activates the chase instinct. The worst thing you can do in the presence of a predator is to behave like prey. So I turned away from it, slowly, keeping my movements unhurried, and I continued walking down the trail at the same pace I'd been maintaining. But inside, my heart was slamming against my ribcage, hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. My hands were unsteady. I gripped the straps of my pack as I walked, and I listened for footsteps behind me, for any cracks of a branch or any sound of pursuit. But I heard nothing. And yet, the silence continued, thick and absolute, broken only by my own footfalls and my own ragged breathing. I reached the trailhead around 2:30. The white Toyota Tacoma was still there, parked beside my vehicle, its windshield dusty with pollen. I got into my truck, locked the doors, and I sat there, my hands unsteady on the steering wheel, and I watched the trailhead for any movement. But nothing emerged from the trees. The parking area remained empty and still. After 5 minutes, I started the engine and drove back to the motel, checking the rearview mirror every few seconds until I was back on paved road. Marcus Weber was reported missing 4 days later. His truck was found still at the trailhead where I'd seen it, the driver's door just hanging open, his pack still in the bed. Search and rescue went out on day 6, after the bureaucratic delays that the pandemic had made routine. Risk assessments, PPE requirements, social distancing protocols for the search teams. They found him on day 8 in a drainage, only about 3 miles from where I'd been working, on the opposite side of that ridge. I wasn't on the search team, but I saw the incident report because it came through my department as a matter of routine. The official cause of death was animal attack, probably grizzly. The report noted that the body had been partially consumed, that the remains were scattered over a considerable area, which was consistent with bear behavior. Grizzlies often cache their kills and return to feed over several days. It also noted, in the clinical language of such documents, that certain aspects of the scene were inconsistent with typical bear predation. The pattern of tissue damage did not match known grizzly feeding behavior. The position of the remains suggested deliberate placement rather than scattering. Some parts of the body were missing entirely, including the face. I read that report twice. I looked at the photographs, which I should not have done, and which I can never stop seeing when I close my eyes. Then I closed the file and logged out of the system, and I did not open them again. That night, I dreamt of the shape in the forest, the featureless head turning towards me, the surface rippling with slow internal movement. But in the dream, I saw it open its mouth. Yes, it had a mouth now, a horizontal slit that widened and widened until it split the head nearly in half. But it was Marcus Weber's voice that came out of it, muffled and wet, saying my name, asking me to wait, telling me he needed help with something, asking why I'd left him there alone. I awoke at 3 a.m., the sheets soaked with sweat, and I did not go back to bed. 6 weeks after that, in early June, I was assigned a multi-day backcountry survey in the Absaroka Beartooth Wilderness. The assignment required 2 nights of camping at remote sites to service equipment that was too far from any trailhead to reach in a single day. It was work I was very used to from before the pandemic, work I had done alone before, without thinking twice about it. Normally, however, this kind of assignment was done in pairs. But normally, as well, half our staff hadn't been furloughed or reassigned or quit outright. Because of the pandemic, because of budget cuts, because of the skeleton crew we were operating with, I was going alone. I considered refusing. I sat in my apartment in Bozeman, a 1-bedroom unit on the 2nd floor of a converted Victorian, with creaky floors and a radiator that clinked in the night, and considered my options. I could claim illness, I could fabricate a family emergency, I could simply refuse the assignment and accept whatever consequences followed. But the consequences would have included loss of health insurance during a pandemic that was killing some people my age, loss of income in an economy that had shed 30 million jobs in 2 months, and loss of the only career I'd ever wanted. And there was one other consideration, one I did not want to examine too closely. That was, if I refused, someone else would be assigned. Someone who didn't know about the rule of the silence, and who had not seen what I'd seen, and who would hike into that wilderness without the 10-minute warning that might be the only thing that saved them. I packed my tent and my sleeping bag, and my bear spray, and I drove to the trailhead. The first day was uneventful. I hiked 9 miles to the first campsite, a flat area near a creek at 8,000 feet, following a trail that switchbacked through spruce forest. Then I traversed a long open slope above the tree line. The weather was clear and warm, and the sky was a deep saturated blue that seemed to bear down on the mountains. I set up my tent, filtered water from the creek, and I ate a freeze-dried dinner that tasted like salt and chemicals. I hung my food bag from a tree branch high enough to discourage bears. The soundscape was ordinary. Clark's nutcrackers called from the white bark pines in their harsh rattling noises, and picas chirped in the talus slopes. And of course there was the creek, making its water sounds. I went to bed at dusk, but I slept poorly, waking often to listen to the sounds outside my tent, hearing nothing unusual. By morning I nearly believed that what I'd seen in April had been a trick of the light, stress, isolation. Maybe my mind had manufactured a threat where none existed. And then I remember the pictures of Marcus Weber's body. The second day, I serviced 2 monitoring stations and hiked another 7 miles to the second campsite, which was in a high basin near the tree line. The trail climbed steadily through the morning, gaining 2,000 feet of elevation before dropping into the basin from a notch in the ridge. The basin was perhaps 300 yards across, a natural amphitheater of rock and alpine tundra, with a few clusters of stunted subalpine fir at the lower end, their branches shaped by decades of wind into flags pointing east. A small lake occupied the center of the basin, water black and still, reflecting the peaks that ringed it. My campsite was at the edge of one of the fir clusters, sheltered from the wind that blew constantly at this elevation. I set up my tent and ate dinner, watching the light drain out of the sky. The shadows in the basin deepened from purple to black. The first stars appeared one by one. I was in my sleeping bag by 9 o'clock. I awoke in the small hours. The watch face glowed green in the darkness. 2:14 a.m. I had developed a habit of checking the time immediately upon waking, a reflex I couldn't seem to break. I lay still in my sleeping bag, not moving, not breathing, just listening. Something was outside my tent. There were sounds, not footsteps. Not the sounds of an animal moving through brush, or the rustle and snap of a deer or a bear. Not even the sounds of something sniffing at my tent fabric. No noises that might signal investigation of a potential food source. These were wet sounds, organic sounds. In fact, what they immediately reminded me of was surgery, of procedures I'd only seen in videos, the sounds of things that should be inside a body, being touched, handled, manipulated from outside. I heard what might have been skin tearing, a long, slow rip, like fabric being pulled apart along a seam, the fibers separating one by one. I heard cartilage popping, the sound a knuckle makes when you crack it, but deeper and larger, coming in sequences of 3 or 4. I heard bones creaking under tension, and something similar to the sound a tree makes when it falls, like a structure being pushed past its limits. I continued not moving, not breathing. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to these horrific sounds, trying to persuade myself that there was a good explanation. A bear with an injury licking its wounds, a deer with a broken leg struggling to rise. Though the rationalizations came one after another, none of them fit the sounds I was hearing, and I still lay there, voluntarily paralyzed. The sounds went on for perhaps 10 minutes, but then they stopped, and in that silence, I heard something else. Movement, closer now. Then a soft impact, like a hand being placed flat against tent fabric. The mesh panel at the front of my tent looked out onto the basin. There was enough moonlight to see shapes, to make out the dark masses of the fir clusters and the pale expanse of tundra and rock and the black mirror of the lake. I turned my head ever so slowly, the sleeping bag rustling slightly against the tent floor, and I looked through the mesh. It was crouching in the basin, maybe just 30 yards away at the edge of the moonlight. That moonlight showed me more than I would ever want to see. The shape was humanoid in the way a scarecrow is humanoid. Sure, it had the right number of limbs. Sure, they were in the right places, sort of. But everything else was so subtly wrong. The torso was a bit too long, the distance from hip to shoulder greater than it should be. The limbs were bent as if they were broken on purpose, or perhaps that they had extra joints, or even no joints at all. It was crouching on its haunches, with its arms braced against the ground, and the arms bent in 2 places between shoulder and wrist. The surface of it glistened in the moonlight, wet and slick, and the skin, if it was skin, moved with slow peristaltic waves, reminding me of the contractions of a swallowing throat. As I watched it, it began to change. The shoulders buckled inward with a wet crunch. The collarbones snapped and reformed. The spine curved into a new configuration. The rib cage collapsed and reshaped, the ribs sliding over one another like fingers interlacing, compressing the torso into a different proportion. I could see the bones beneath moving. I could see them sliding and clicking into new positions. A sick, visceral puzzle being rearranged by an impatient hand. The skull plates shifted visibly, forehead flattening, jaw extending, the whole structure of the head reforming itself while I watched. The sound of it carried across the basin into the still night air. Wet cracks, disgusting pops, grinding bone on bone, a thick gurgling that might have been breath, or it might have been something else entirely. It was becoming something else. A deer, perhaps. I could see the legs thinning and the neck elongating, something that might have been antlers budding from the skull, or a person. The proportions kept shifting, kept oscillating between configurations, as though the thing could not decide what it wanted to be. It was caught in transition, halfway between one form and another, and the between state was worse than either endpoint could ever have been. Antlers budded from the skull, then receded, absorbed back into the bone. Hooves formed at the ends of the limbs, then softened back into something like hands. The face stretched and contracted, features appearing and dissolving like images forming in smoke. Time seemed to lose its function. The moon moved across the sky, or at least it seemed to. I could not be sure of anything except the shape in the basin and the sounds it made, and my own heart beating too fast in my chest. At some point the sounds stopped, and the shape rose from its crouch. The way it moved toward the tree line was this stuttering, lurching fashion. Did it have to learn how to use its new configuration? It looked like it, the way its limbs swung at angles. It passed out of sight behind one of the fir clusters, and I lay motionless in my tent, waiting for dawn. There would be no sleeping, no moving for me. I watched the mesh panel and listened for any sounds, and the silence held. Not the total silence of April, but an ordinary night silence. Wind and insects, the small sounds of a living landscape, until the sky began to lighten in the east. At first light, I packed my gear. I left my tent standing. I could not make myself stay long enough to break it down. I started down the trail toward the trailhead, moving fast, not quite running, my breathing too loud. I was 2 miles from the basin, descending through the spruce forest below the tree line, when I came around a bend in the trail and saw the deer. It was blocking the trail, facing me. A mule deer doe, or what appeared to be one. The size was correct, the coloring was right, the big ears and the black-tipped tail and the white rump patch. It was motionless, watching me approach. I slowed and stopped because something about its posture seemed strange, made my stomach clench. I had to look for a moment to be sure, but its head was on backward. The body faced away from me down the trail, the hindquarters and the tail oriented in my direction, but the head had been rotated 180 degrees on the neck, so that the face looked back over the spine, the chin above the shoulders, the ears pointing toward the tail. The rotation was complete and total. The neck was stretched and distorted by the twist, the fur bunched and folded in ways that showed the underlying structure had been wrenched into an impossible position. The spine bulged visibly beneath the hide, vertebrae pushed out of alignment by the force of the rotation. And it was breathing. I could see the ribs moving, that steady expansion and contraction of the chest. I could see the nostrils flare, drawing in air. Its eyes were fixed on me, and even those were off. Too dark, the irises nearly black instead of brown. Too wet, with a sheen that was not the sheen of a deer's eye. The pupils were not horizontal slits, they were round, like a human's, and they tracked my movement as I stood on the trail. And then its mouth opened. The sound that came out was not the sound of a deer nor human. It was somewhere between the two. A strangled vocalization that rose and fell in patterns that resembled speech, that had cadence and rhythm and emphasis like words, but it was not speech. It was trying to form words. The lips and tongue, too large for a deer's mouth and too mobile, were moving, shaping themselves around syllables, and what emerged was a garbled approximation of language, a wet, slurring attempt at communication that failed and failed and failed. I went off the trail. My body seemed to move on its own, crashing through the underbrush, through deadfall, through willow thickets and patches of late snow, not caring about the noise, not caring about anything except putting distance between myself and that thing. Branches tore at my face and arms, and twice I fell hard, catching myself on my hands and feeling the impact in my wrists and elbows and knees. But I got up, and I kept moving. I reached my truck around 10 in the morning. I was bleeding from a cut above my eye, where a branch had caught me, and my left ankle was swelling inside my boot, where I'd turned it on a rock. Just like the previous experience, I got in my truck, locked the doors, but this time I didn't wait. I started the engine and drove. There was no stopping until I reached Bozeman, 70 miles away, and even then, I sat in the parking lot of a gas station for 20 minutes, and I cried. I filed a request for transfer to a desk position, citing mental health concerns related to pandemic stress and isolation. Of course, my request was denied. Pandemic staffing, they said. Essential work, no replacements available. I was given 2 weeks of administrative leave and referred to an employee assistance counselor, a tired-sounding woman in Helena, who I spoke with twice over the phone. I told her I was having trouble sleeping, which was true. I told her I was experiencing anxiety related to field work, which was also true, but I was too nervous to tell her why. She didn't need to know, and neither did my supervisors, about the silence or the shape in the woods or the backwards-headed deer. I know I asked for a transfer, but I was not begging to be fired. I needed this job, and I knew what would happen to my career and my health insurance if I sounded like that. The 2 weeks passed. I went back to work. I took only day assignments, tasks that could be completed in a single outing, routes I knew well, areas close to trailheads and roads. My supervisor was a woman named Sarah, who had been with the Forest Service for 15 years. She did not object to my requests. She could see that something had happened to me, even if she did not know what, and she didn't ask. I was also losing a lot of weight. I was down 12 pounds since April. I wasn't sleeping well. Most nights I woke up at 2 or 3, and I could not fall back to sleep. I flinched at sudden sounds, I avoided windows and doors. I checked my watch constantly, compulsively. A new tic of mine that I could not seem to break. In late August, a new technician was assigned to our district. She was named Priya. She was 24, fresh out of a master's program at Colorado State, hired on an emergency basis to fill one of the many gaps in our staffing. She was eager and seemed competent, and she was entirely unafraid. Seemed like the sort of person who had grown up hiking and camping and felt more at home in the backcountry than in any building. She had done field work in Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico. She had spent a summer in Alaska counting salmon. She talked about the wilderness the same way someone would talk about a lover, with affection and familiarity, and with that confidence that comes from long acquaintance. She reminded me of myself at that age, before I knew what I now know. I was assigned to train her. We did day trips together for 2 weeks. I taught her the equipment, the protocols, and the routes, which trails were maintained and which weren't, which stream crossings were reliable and which washed out into high water. I showed her where bear activity was highest and how to avoid it. She was a fast learner. She asked practical questions, not the naive questions of someone who had read about fieldwork in books, but someone who had done it and wanted to do it better. I liked her. I did not want to like her because I knew what I might have to tell her, but I liked her anyway. In the third week, Sarah called me into her office and explained that a critical monitoring station in a remote basin had malfunctioned and needed to be serviced before the end of the season. The basin was too far for a day trip. It required an overnight stay. Priya would be accompanying me for training purposes, Sarah said. It would be a good opportunity for her to learn multi-day backcountry protocols. I tried to argue, saying that alternative assignments would be better for her, routes that might give Priya the same experience without the same risks. Though I couldn't explain what all those risks might be, and I just couldn't say the words that would make Sarah understand. I pointed out that Priya was still new, and the basin was technically difficult. Conditions in late August could be unpredictable. Sarah listened and nodded, then told me gently but firmly that there was no one else available and the work had to be done. I considered just outright refusing, or even quitting on the spot, walking out of Sarah's office and out of the building and never coming back. But the consequences of that decision spread out before me. No income, no insurance, no reference for future employment, in the middle of a pandemic. That would be apocalyptic for my life. Then there was Priya, who would be assigned to someone else, someone who didn't know about the rule, who would probably take her into the back country without the knowledge that might save her life. So I did it. We drove to the trailhead on a Thursday morning in late August. The weather was clear, the sky pale blue and cloudless. The aspens on the higher slopes were starting to turn gold at the edges. Priya was delighted. She talked about her graduate research and about her family in Denver. She told me about this hiking trip she had taken to Nepal the previous year. I listened, smiled, and watched the forest scroll past us through the truck window. The lodge poles gave way to spruce as we ascended, which then gave way to subalpine fir as the road wound higher into the mountains. We hiked for 6 hours to reach the basin. The trail was steep and rocky, climbing through a series of switchbacks to a high pass before dropping into the basin on the far side. The campsite was in a meadow near a small lake, ringed by spruce and fir. Their peaks rose above the tree line in a jagged arc to the north. I'd been there before years ago, with Earl, and I had remembered it as a beautiful spot. One of the most beautiful places I knew, and it still was beautiful. The lake reflected the sky and the trees and the rocky peaks. A family of mergansers paddled near the shore, the mother leading her half-grown chicks in a neat line. I saw some ground squirrels chirping in the rocks, and the meadow grass was thick and green, starred with late summer wildflowers, asters and gentians, and the last of the paintbrush. We set up our tents side by side at the edge of the meadow where the trees offered some shelter from the wind. We ate our dinner as the sun went down, some freeze-dried meals rehydrated with water from the lake. Priya asked about Earl Pershing then. Apparently, she had read some of his old reports in the archives. She admired his thoroughness, and I told her stories about him, especially his wife's lemon bars that he had loved so much. Then I told her about his reading glasses, which he kept in his shirt pocket. He was always so afraid of losing them. We'd had a retirement party where he had cried and pretended he wasn't crying, then made a joke about allergies that no one believed. She liked that story. But what I didn't tell her was the rule. But as the light faded and the first stars appeared and the air grew cold, I tried. "There's something Earl used to say to me," I began. Priya looked at me across the small fire we'd made. Her face was lit by the flickering light, and her expression was open and eager even. "He said..." I stopped. I looked at her young face and her dark eyes and her eager posture, and I tried to find the words that would make her understand without making me sound insane. How would I say it, though? That the silence was a warning, and that the warning meant nothing if you did not know what you were being warned about? I went on. He said to me, "Trust your instincts," I finished. "If something feels off, leave. Do not wait, do not rationalize, just leave." She smiled at me, the overly polite kind. There was disbelief in her voice. "Good advice," she said. "I'll keep it in mind." We banked the fire and went to bed. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the sounds of the night. The lapping water on the lake shore and the occasional chirp of a late-season cricket. Somewhere out there, an owl hooted, and I could hear Priya's sleepy breathing in the tent beside mine. These were comforting sounds, safe sounds, the kinds of sounds I'd fallen asleep to hundreds of times over the years in dozens of different campsites without ever thinking twice about them. This helped me to fall asleep eventually, and I had no dreams. When I woke up, I awoke to dark silence. It was fully dark. You will not know that kind of darkness until you've walked away from civilization for hundreds of miles. Without a single human light source, it was pitch black. It was so dark in my tent. An ounce of panic rose up in me, so I shot up and searched through the tent mesh to find the stars. There they were, thankfully, and the pitch blackness began to abate as my eyes adapted. The stars were a bright spill across the sky. More stars than you might ever see in your life if you stay in the city. It's easy to forget how many exist out there, how many you can see from Earth. But then I fully realized I could hear nothing. No water sounds, even though the lake was 30 yards away. No insects, though there had been crickets singing when I fell asleep. No wind in the trees. This silence was real and total. My watch face glowed when I lifted it up. 1:38 a.m. "Priya," I whispered. It felt like the darkness and silence just absorbed my word, like I was camping in the middle of a black hole. I whispered again, louder. "Priya." There was no response from the tent beside mine, not a rustle of movement, nor a murmur of someone waking. I pulled on my boots without lacing them, and I unzipped my tent as quietly as I could. Then I crawled out into the meadow. The grass was wet with dew, cold against my hands. The stars gave me enough light to see shapes, to make out the dark mass of the forest and the pale expanse of the meadow and the silver gleam of the lake. The mergansers were gone. Nothing at all moved on the water. Priya's tent was dark. The rain fly was unzipped. The inner door was hanging open, her mesh panel pushed aside. I crossed to it and looked in. Her sleeping bag was pushed to one side, bunched against the tent wall. And her boots were gone, so was her headlamp. But the tent smelled of her deodorant and her shampoo, and yet she was not there. I called out her name, out loud this time. "Priya!" But my voice died a few feet from my mouth. I looked at the watch again. 1:41 a.m. 3 minutes since I'd woke up. 7 minutes remained. I ought to have packed my gear and left. I ought to have followed Earl's rule from the get-go, the rule I'd told Priya about without truly telling her what it meant. I'd stated it too vaguely. I cursed myself. That was the rule that could save or damn us. The rule to give us time to get clear, to not be there when the window closed. I suddenly felt a knot of guilt in my stomach. I couldn't leave her out here. I couldn't be the person who saved himself and let a 24-year-old woman face this thing alone. She wouldn't even know what it was. Wouldn't even know what was coming. I got my headlamp from my tent and turned it on, walking toward the tree line. "Priya!" I shouted, but again, the forest swallowed it. I walked along the edge of the meadow, sweeping the headlamp across the trees. The beam showed trunks and branches and undergrowth, all motionless, all silent. I called her name again, and again, and again. Then I heard her voice. It came from the darkness to my left, from somewhere deep in the trees, about 50 yards from where I was. "Hey!" it called out. It was her voice, Priya's voice, the same voice I'd been listening to for 2 weeks. She even sounded cheerful, unconcerned. "Over here! I found something, you should come see!" I turned to the sound. My headlamp beam probed the darkness between the trees. I saw nothing but trunks and more shadows. Her voice came again, now from my right, from the exact opposite direction, from somewhere on the other side of the meadow. "Where are you going?" it said. The tone was different now, confused, even a little hurt. "Wait! Please don't leave me out here. I twisted my ankle. I need help." 2 voices, 2 directions, both voices hers. I was standing in the meadow with the silence bearing down on me, and beneath the voices, both of them still calling, overlapping now, one cheerful, one pleading, I heard another sound, a wet noise, rhythmic too, like a heartbeat, like breathing, like something large drawing air through a throat full of fluid. It came from the trees ahead of me, from the direction of the lake, and it was getting closer. My watch read 1:47 a.m. I had 1 minute left. I ran back to my tent. I did not grab my gear. I only grabbed my keys and wallet from the mesh pocket inside the tent flap, because I didn't want anything to slow me down. And I started to sprint toward the trail, toward the trailhead, to my truck, which would be 6 hours away. Footsteps followed in the trees. I could hear them clearly in the silence, crunching through the undergrowth, keeping pace. The rhythm was off. Too many impacts per stride. Whatever it was had more than 2 legs. I did not look. I kept my headlamp pointed at the trail and I sprinted, 1 foot in front of the other, and those footsteps followed. "Please," said Priya's voice from the trees to my left. "Please don't leave me. I'm hurt. I need help." With tears in my eyes, I ignored it. I did not even look. "Why won't you help me?" The voice was different again. Still hers, still recognizably Priya's voice. But there was something underneath. Something that buzzed and clicked like an insect rubbing its legs together. "I thought we were friends. I thought you were going to train me. I thought you liked me." I slowed to a walk then. The footsteps kept coming. The voice kept calling and kept changing. It was trying different approaches. Pleading, then angry, then sobbing, then back to cheerful. Cycling through these emotions like someone flipping through television channels, looking for the one that would make me stop, turn, and look. After perhaps an hour, I came around a bend in the trail, and my headlamp illuminated a figure blocking my path. It was Priya. No, it wore Priya's shape. It stood in the middle of the trail in Priya's hiking clothes, the green fleece she had been wearing at dinner, the gray pants with the zipper pockets, with Priya's dark hair pulled back into Priya's ponytail, and it smiled at me with Priya's mouth. "There you are," it said, and the voice was perfect. Exactly right, every tone and cadence. It was exactly as I'd heard them over the past 2 weeks. "I've been looking for you everywhere. I woke up and you were gone. I got worried." I stopped. The shape was too convincing, the voice too accurate. For one terrible moment, I wondered if I'd been mistaken about everything, if the real Priya was before me, if I'd imagined the two voices, imagined the footsteps in the trees, imagined all of it. Then, it raised one arm to wave at me, what was supposed to be a friendly gesture, a greeting, and I saw that the arm bent in the wrong direction at the elbow. She saw that I saw, and she looked at her arm, then back to me, saying, "Well, would you look at that?" Then her smile stretched wider, pulling the cheeks taut and revealed too many teeth. Behind me, from the darkness I had just walked through, I heard Priya's voice again.
"Wait! Please, don't leave me!"
The thing in front of me cocked its head. The motion was too fast, the head snapping to the side and holding there like a bird sighting prey. The smile remained fixed in place, unchanging. I ran off the trail again, into the trees, around the shape that wore Priya's face. I heard it turn to follow, and I heard the footsteps resume, the too many footsteps, crunching through the undergrowth behind me, from the trees to my left, from somewhere ahead of me that I had not yet reached, asking me to wait, asking me to help, asking me why I was leaving and what I was afraid of. I kept going until my legs burned and my lungs ached. But at last, the sky began to lighten in the east, and those voices faded, one by one, and the footsteps finally stopped. The silence was replaced with birdsong and insect sounds, and the ordinary ambient noise of a forest at dawn. I made it to the trailhead at 8:15 a.m. My truck was where I'd left it, dusty with pollen, undisturbed. I got in and locked the doors, and I started the engine, driving to Bozeman without stopping, without even looking in the rearview mirror, and I suffered to keep myself from thinking what I'd just left behind. Search and rescue found Priya 11 days later. I was not part of the search. I was on another round of administrative leave by then, pending an investigation into why I'd returned to the trailhead alone, and why I had not reported Priya missing for nearly 12 hours after I made it to the truck. The investigation was thorough, but ultimately sympathetic. It concluded that I had experienced a psychological episode brought on by cumulative stress and isolation. The pandemic, the death of my mentor, the months of working alone in conditions that would strain anyone's mental health. It concluded that I'd left the campsite in a dissociative state, that I had not been responsible for Priya's decision to leave her tent in the night, and that I had not been responsible for what happened to her. The official cause of her death was an animal attack. The report, when I did finally see it, noted that her remains were scattered over a quarter mile, consistent with Marcus Weber's death. It noted that the total mass of the recovered remains was significantly less than the expected mass of an adult human female. Certain parts of her body were missing entirely, and the pieces did not quite add up to a complete person. It did not say what might have happened to the rest of her. I resigned from the Forest Service in October 2020. I sold my car and most of my possessions, and I bought a one-way ticket to Chicago, where I had a cousin who offered me her spare room until I landed on my feet. I moved into an apartment on the 14th floor of a building in Lakeview, a concrete box with a view of other concrete boxes, and a strip of Lake Michigan in the distance. I work from home now, remote data analysis for an environmental consulting firm, work that can be done anywhere with an internet connection, so I will never be required to leave the city again. To this day, I still wonder how Earl had learned about the rule. Did someone tell him? And if so, who was the first person to understand that when the animals go silent, you only have 10 minutes left. The Boy Scouts Incident. From Anonymous. This happened in 2009 when I was 13. I was in the Boy Scouts. We were coming back from a regional jamboree in Wisconsin, one of those big weekend things with troops from 3 states. We had fun camping competitions, knot tying and fire building and all that stuff. Our troop had done pretty well, I think. Got 2nd place in orienteering, which was pretty big for us. There were 17 of us on that bus, plus Mr. H, who was driving, and Assistant Scoutmaster J riding shotgun. It was one of those short yellow school buses, the kind churches and scout troops buy secondhand. Ours was a 1994 piece of junk that smelled like old vinyl and diesel exhaust, but it was ours. The drive back was supposed to take about 4 hours. We'd left the jamboree grounds around 6 in the evening, planning to get home by 10. Most of the younger kids had already crashed out, exhausted from the long weekend. I was in the back with my buddy T and a few other guys, playing cards by the dome light. Around 8:30, Mr. H pulled off at a rest stop. It wasn't a big interstate one. It was on Highway 53, I think, just a little parking area with picnic tables and outhouses. He said he needed to stretch his legs and we could use the facilities if we needed. About half of us piled out to use the bathrooms, move around, or act up. It was getting dark. The rest stop was surrounded by woods on 3 sides, with just the highway on the 4th. There was a street light by the bathrooms, one of those orange sodium lights that make everything look weird. A few moths were already circling it. I remember one of the younger kids, I'll just call him Tyler, don't want to call 2 people T in this story. He was maybe 11 years old. He was pointing at the woods and saying something was moving around in there. We older scouts gave him heck about it. "Oh, scary woods, Tyler, maybe it's a squirrel," that kind of thing. Just poking fun. We all loaded back up after about 10 minutes. Mr. H did a head count. Jay double-checked, then we pulled out. Made it maybe 2 miles down the road when the engine started to cough. Then it died completely. Mr. H was able to coast us onto the shoulder, thankfully. He tried to start it a few times then. We heard this grinding sound where it wants to turn over, but just won't. Jay got out with a flashlight to look under the hood, while Mr. H called the Scout Council's emergency number on his flip phone. This was 2009, remember. A lot of folks didn't have smartphones yet. We were stuck there for maybe 20 minutes. The kids were starting to get restless. T and I had given up on cards as it was getting too dark, even with the dome lights on. That's when Tyler, the same kid from the rest stop, pressed his face against the window and goes, "There's somebody out there." At first, nobody paid attention to him. But then M, sitting across from Tyler, looked out too. Holy crap, there is somebody. That got everybody looking. The bus was parked with the woods on the right side, about 15 feet from the trees. And sure enough, just inside that first row, something pale was moving around. Jay was still up front with the hood open. Mr. H was on the phone, pacing around. They couldn't see what we were looking at from their angle. "It's just deer," someone said. But it looked like it was sneaking. Deer don't sneak, do they? I mean, they move real slow, but they're not trying to sneak up on you. That's a different kind of movement altogether. And this thing was so pale it was white. Even in the dim light, you could see it was white. And not white fur, but skin white. It then began to come out of the trees a little. Just enough for us to see it was human-shaped, but nude. Completely naked, crawling on hands and feet, back arched up high and head hanging down. It was like when you see those circus performers who bend backwards and walk on their hands and feet. But this was forward, not backward. Sorry, I don't know if I'm explaining this right, but it was god-dang terrifying. "What the heck?" T whispered. It stopped maybe 10 feet from the bus. Just froze there. We could see it better now in the spillover from the bus's parking lights. It looked like a dude, but something was wrong with him, like he hadn't eaten in years. I could see every detail of his spine and shoulder blades, enough to gross me out. The guy lifted his head at us and looked at the bus. And I think it was then that I realized the term guy did not describe this. I don't think it was human. It had super deep eyes and a very narrow jaw, with an expression that was completely blank, like not a thought was going through its head, or maybe every thought. Like it was calculating, but never feeling. Half the bus started screaming at once. Mr. H came running back in, Jay right behind him. "What's going on in here? What's the problem?" "There's a naked guy outside," someone shouted. Mr. H looked where we were pointing. The person, quote unquote, whatever, had lowered its head again, but hadn't moved otherwise. Just stayed there in that weird crouch position. "Oh, Christ," Mr. H muttered. Then he got loud again. "Okay, everyone, calm down, stay in your seats. Jay, call 911. Jay was already way ahead of him. He had the phone out, and I heard him telling dispatch there was a naked individual acting erratically near our broken-down bus. I remember him saying something about looking like the dude was on drugs. The thing started to move again, not towards us. It crawled parallel to the bus, heading towards the front. The way it moved made me feel gross. It was fluid, and yet bug-like. When it got alongside Mr. H, who was standing by the door, it stopped again, raised up slightly, still on all fours, and made a sound. I have thought about that sound a lot over the years. The kind of sound that comes back when you're trying not to think about it, makes you look over your shoulder a few times before turning on all the lights. Imagine a man moaning his death moan, but also a sick and elderly man trying to clear mucus out of his throat, but deeper and real wet. And it went on way too long. 15 seconds, I'd say, without stopping for a breath. Mr. H backed up against the bus door. "Sir, you need help. The police are coming, just stay there." It tilted its head at him, too far, like an owl, but worse, because it was on what looked like a human neck. Then it smiled. Not a normal smile either, more like a dog snarling, and humans on TikTok just call it a smile. That's when Jay decided to take action. He had one of those big mag lights, the kind that doubles as a club if you need it to. He stepped in between that thing and Mr. H, flashlight raised. "Back off, man, I mean it," he said. The thing looked at Jay. Then, fast as anything, it scurried backward, not turning around, just reversing direction while still facing us. It went about 20 feet, then sat. Actually sat like a person would, but in the middle of the road, naked and pale, just sitting there staring at a busload of kids. The younger kids were crying now. A couple of the older ones too, I admit. I wasn't crying though, but I wanted to. The way it moved and the way it looked, it makes your brain try to recategorize it as human, but it kept being wrong in enough ways that added up to something horrible. We could hear sirens in the distance. The thing heard them too, and it stood up, normal standing on 2 legs. And that was almost worse, because you could see how wrong it really looked trying to be a person. It looked at the bus one more time, then it dropped back to all fours and scuttled into the woods like a spider. Looked more like a sped-up video. The cops showed up maybe 2 minutes later. 2 cruisers. They took statements from Mr. H and J, shining their spotlights around the woods. One of them found its trail in the dirt. Swear I heard the word unusual between 2 of the cops. The official story we got was that we'd encountered a drug user. Probably meth. Someone exhibiting extreme behavior, and obviously potentially dangerous. I was close enough to hear one cop tell another, real quiet-like, about extra marks on footprints he couldn't account for. But the other cop told him to just write it up as barefoot prints and leave it at that. They got us towed to a gas station about 10 miles up the road. We had to wait 3 hours for a replacement bus from the council. The whole time, us scouts were comparing notes on what we'd seen. The younger kids kept saying it didn't look like a regular person. Tyler was insistent that the hands were just not right. They had too many knuckles, he said. Em said that the skin looked loose, like it didn't even fit it. Mr. H and J kept telling us it was just some druggie. Someone methed up out of their mind. They sat us down and explained that drugs can do crazy things to people, make them act worse than animals. But I could tell they were shaken up too, especially Jay. He kept rubbing his neck, looking out the windows. On the replacement bus, nobody wanted to sit on the right side. Everyone crowded onto the left, away from where the woods would be. We made it home without any more incidents, but the damage had been done. 3 kids quit Scouts after that trip. Their parents said they were way too traumatized. Tyler had nightmares for months. His mom called Mr. H about it. And at a certain point, the rest of the troop was no longer allowed to talk about it. We'd get in trouble if we did. It became a sort of hush-hush legend. All these years later, having seen actual drug addicts and people having mental health crises, all kinds of crazy crap, I can tell you with absolute certainty that that is not what we saw that night. Drugs don't change your skeleton. Mental illness doesn't add extra joints where there shouldn't be joints. And they don't make people able to move in ways humans can't move. Some stories people send me leave a bad taste in my mouth, but this one kept me nauseated for the remainder of the day. Which is good, I guess, because I wouldn't want to be too hungry. This story, titled "The Case That Made Me Regret Becoming a Police Officer," from an anonymous individual, describes an extremely disturbing incident that happened just before Christmas in what I believe is Wisconsin. And I sincerely hope it isn't as true as the author claims it to be. They don't say the year this happened, but if there's an ounce of truth to this story, the next time you see snow, you'll be barricading your doors and windows. Because I'm about to tell you how to make a Wendigo. I found them on the morning of December 19th, 3 days after the blizzard had finally stopped. The Tilsons, that was their name, though I would not learn it until later that afternoon, when we ran the plates on what was left of their Dodge Durango. My name is Dale. I've been a deputy for my town's sheriff's department for 11 years, and in that time I've seen my share of things that keep you awake at night. I've seen hunting accidents where a man's face looks like something from a butcher's window. And up here there have been snowmobile crashes, leaving bodies scattered across frozen lakes like broken toys. But nothing, and I want to make that clear here, nothing had ever prepared me for what I found half buried in the snow that morning. It was Benjamin Brierly who called it in. Benjamin runs a small construction operation about 4 miles north of town, and he'd been trying to get his equipment out to a site near the Chequamegon forest line. The plows hadn't made it that far yet, and Benjamin, being Benjamin, had decided to take his truck out anyway, to see how far he could get. He made it about 2 miles before he spotted something dark jutting out of a snowbank on the shoulder of Gilligan Road. At first, he told me later, thought it was a deer. We get a lot of deer strikes on that road, especially in winter when they come down from the hills looking for food. But then he saw the chrome of a side mirror catching the morning light, and he knew it was a vehicle. He didn't get out to investigate. Benjamin is 73 years old and has lived in these woods his entire life. He knows better than to go poking around at things that don't look right. So he just backed up his truck and drove home. That's when he called the sheriff's office. I was the one who took the call. The drive out to Gilligan Road took me nearly 40 minutes. The county plows had cleared the main routes, but once you get past the Erickson farm, the road becomes a white corridor through black trees. The snow piled up on either side like frozen waves. My cruiser's tires crunched and slipped on the packed ice beneath, and twice I had to stop and reverse to get around drifts that had blown across the road overnight. It was cold that morning. I remember that much clearly. The thermometer on my dashboard read -18, and when I cracked my window to smoke a cigarette, the air hit my face like a slap. The sky was a shade of pale blue, which meant post-heavy snowfall. Bright, clean, and utterly empty. Nothing was moving anywhere except that thin curl of smoke from my cigarette, and the occasional cascade of snow falling from an overburdened pine branch. I found the Durango about a quarter-mile past the old Hensler mill, right where Benjamin had said it would be. The snow had drifted up against the driver's side, almost to the window line, and the rear end was completely buried. Only the front passenger side was relatively clear, and that's where I parked my cruiser and got out. What I noticed first was a strange smell. It shouldn't have been possible, not in that cold. At 18 below, everything freezes. Blood, tissue, bacteria causing decomposition. But there was a smell coming from that vehicle. Faint, yes, it was, masked by the clean bite of winter air, but unmistakable. It was the smell of meat. Raw meat that had been left out too long. Sweet and thick. I approached the Durango with my hand on my sidearm, though I couldn't have told you what I expected to find. A bear, perhaps, one that had gotten into the vehicle and could not get out. It happens sometimes. Could be a pack of coyotes that had somehow forced their way in and were still inside, feeding on something or each other. But even as I thought about it, I knew that didn't make sense. The doors were closed, and the side windows I could see were intact. But as I got closer, I saw the rear window was a different story. It had been shattered completely, jagged teeth of glass still clinging to the frame, frozen blood smeared along the bottom edge. I remember thinking, this is where it got in. The passenger side window was frosted over from the inside. I pulled my sleeve down over my hand and wiped a clear patch in the eyes. I looked in. My breath was stolen from me. What I saw in there was what was left of the Tilson family. There were 3 bodies, a woman in the front passenger seat, and 2 children in the back, a boy and a girl, both young. I learned their names later. Margaret, Andrew, Sophie. But right then, in that moment, they were no longer people. They were just remains. Messy, horrible remains. Margaret Tilson was still wearing her seatbelt. Her head was tilted back against the headrest, and her mouth was open. And her eyes were open too, filmed over by frost. Her coat, a red parka, cheerful and bright, was torn open at the chest, and beneath it, her sweater was dark with frozen blood. There were wounds on her throat, and her shoulders, and her arms, bite marks, dozens of them overlapping and ragged, the flesh torn away in chunks to expose the white of bone beneath. I stepped back from the window. My breath was now coming fast, fogging the air in front of my face, and I could feel my heart trying to break through my ribcage. I've seen violence before. I've seen what humans do to each other when they're drunk or angry or scared or hateful, but this was different than anything I'd ever seen. I made myself go back to that window. I had to look again because that's my job, and because somewhere in the back of my mind, a voice was telling me that what I was seeing could not be real. That I must be mistaken. There had to be some explanation that didn't involve what those wounds so clearly suggested. The kids in the back seat were worse. They had been, well, it's hard to describe it without sounding clinical, and I apologize for that. But clinical is the only way I can get through this part. They had been partially consumed. Large portions of soft tissue had been removed from their arms and legs and torsos. Andrew, the boy, was missing most of his left thigh. The girl, Sophie, had wounds on her face that had taken her cheeks and her lips and most of her nose. And there was the driver's seat. The driver's seat was empty. I walked around to the rear of the vehicle, where the broken window gaped like a wound. Below it, the snow was disturbed, a rough, irregular furrow cutting through the drifts toward the tree line about 30 yards away. It looked like something had been dragged. The trail was smeared with blood, dark against the white snow, and it led into the forest, disappearing into the shadows between the pines. Something had been pulled out of that vehicle. That was my assumption. That was the only thing that made sense. I called it in. I stood there in the snow beside that charnel house of a vehicle, and I called Sheriff Carnegie, telling him what I'd found, telling him we needed everyone, medical examiner, state police, search and rescue, everyone. Then I went back to my cruiser, and I sat in the driver's seat with the heater running and the doors locked, and I watched the tree line until backup arrived. I want to be clear about something. I was not afraid of what I might find in those woods. I was afraid of what I already knew was in there. Because sitting in that cruiser, looking at the trail of blood leading into the forest, I'd already constructed a narrative in my mind, a story that made sense of what I'd seen. A family traveling through the blizzard, taking a back road to avoid the worst of it, or maybe lost, their GPS leading them astray. The car goes off the road, gets stuck, the snow piles up. They can't get out, they try their phones, but there's no signal out there. There never is. They wait for help that doesn't come. And then, something finds them. Something comes out of those woods. A bear or a pack of wolves. Whatever it is, it tears open the car, gets inside, and begins to feed. Then it drags the father, drags him out into the snow and into the woods, and that's where we'll find what's left of him. That's the story I told myself, the story I believed. I was wrong. The team arrived within the hour. Sheriff Carnegie came himself, which told me he understood the severity of what we were dealing with. He's a big man, Carnegie, with a stone-cold serious face and hands that could crush granite. He'd been a sheriff for 15 years, and in all that time I've never seen him rattled. But when he looked through that frost-covered window and saw what was inside, his face went pale, and he stepped back. He said a phrase I'd never heard him say before. Jesus Christ. The medical examiner's van arrived 20 minutes later. Dr. Marnella Verde, we call her Marnie, climbed out with her 2 assistants, and I watched her face as she approached the vehicle. She's a small woman, about 5'2", with dark hair and equally dark eyes. And she has the steadiest hands I have ever seen. I've watched her perform autopsies on bodies that would make most people vomit, and she never flinches, never even looks away. But she looked at the Tilson family, and I saw her flinch. "Get me a full kit," she said to her assistants. Her voice was flat, controlled. "And call Dr. Paddocks in Ashland. Tell him I need a consult. Tell him it's urgent." "What is it?" I asked. "What do you see?" Marnie looked at me. Her dark eyes were unreadable. "I see a lot of things that don't add up, Deputy. And I'm not going to speculate until I've had a chance to examine them properly. But I will tell you this." She paused. She glanced back at the vehicle. "Those wounds weren't made by any animal I'm familiar with." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Just the pattern and the radius to the bites. The entire methodology is wrong." She shook her head. "I'll know more once I get them back to the lab. But right now I don't know what made those wounds. Not even a guess." I pointed toward the tree line. "There's a drag trail leading into the woods. A wedding band on the woman's finger, empty driver's seat. We're assuming a fourth victim, the father. Whatever got in through that rear window must have hauled him out the same way." Marnie studied the trail for a moment, then turned back toward her van. "I'll know more once I examine the remains." Then she walked away. Search and rescue assembled their team. They strapped on their snowshoes and checked their radios and loaded their rifles. Because whatever had done this, nobody wanted to meet it unarmed. I watched them disappear into the trees, following that frozen river of blood into the shadows. 3 hours later, they came back empty-handed. The trail, they told me, went on for almost a mile. It wound through the trees on a wandering, irregular path, as if whatever was making it didn't know where it was going, or didn't care. There were places where the blood was so thick it had melted through the snow to the frozen ground beneath. There were other places, they found pieces. Small pieces of something that might have been clothing, or perhaps flesh. It was impossible to tell in that cold. But they hadn't found a body yet. Eventually, the trail tapered out. A combination of wild animals, wind, and heavy snowfall can do that. That night, I went home to my apartment in town. I sat at my kitchen table with a bottle of Jack Daniels, and I tried very hard not to think about what Marnie had said. About those wounds. How nothing she knew could explain them. Outside my window, the snow began to fall again. Light flurries at first, then thicker, heavier, until the streetlight on the corner was just a fuzzy orange glow in a world of white. I watched it for a while. Drank too, and I told myself we'd likely find the victim tomorrow, the fourth one, that he was out there somewhere in those woods, buried under the snow right now, waiting to be discovered. That was before the report came in. The call came in at 6:47 the following evening. I remember the exact time as I was sitting in the station break room, watching the clock and waiting for my shift to come to an end, when Carnegie appeared in the doorway with a look on his face that made me feel sick. "We've got a situation," he said. "The Lindqvist place, out on County Road Ave. Something attacked a little girl." I was on my feet before he finished speaking. "Attacked? Is she?" "She's alive. Shaken up bad, but alive. Her dog drove it off, whatever it was." Carnegie grabbed his coat from the hook by the door. "I need you out there, Dale. You were first on the scene yesterday. If this is connected, I want continuity." The Lindqvist farm was about 6 miles east of where we'd found the Tilsons. I was there in about 15 minutes, my cruiser fishtailing on the icy roads as I pushed it faster than what was safe. The snow had stopped falling sometime during the night, but the clouds were still low and heavy, and the light was fading fast. By the time I pulled into the Lindqvist driveway, the sky was the color of a bruise. The farmhouse was old but well-maintained, a 2-story clapboard structure with a wraparound porch and Christmas lights strung along the eaves. They were blinking red and green against the gathering darkness, and for some reason that detail struck me as obscene. Those cheerful lights, that festive glow, 4 days until Christmas, and somewhere out there in the woods, something was hunting. Carl Lindqvist met me at the door. He was a big man, Swedish stock, hands like shovels. I'd known him most of my life, actually. He'd been friends with my father back when my father was still around, and I'd never seen him look the way he looked that night. His face was stricken. His eyes were red-rimmed and wet. He kept glancing over his shoulder toward the interior of the house, like he was expecting something to come lunging out of the shadows. "She's in the kitchen," he said, "with her mother. She won't stop shaking, Dale. She won't stop." "What happened?" Carl shook his head. "She was walking back from her friend's place, only a half mile through the backfield. She's made that walk hundreds of times. She had the dog with her, thank God. Bruno. He paused and swallowed. Something came out of those trees. Something came after her. The kitchen was warm and bright, smelling like coffee and cinnamon. Anna Lindqvist was sitting at the table with her daughter in her lap, rocking her gently back and forth. The girl, her name was Rachel. I remember now, Rachel Lindqvist. She'd been in the Christmas pageant at the Lutheran church last year. She was wrapped in a heavy quilt, shivering despite the heat from the wood stove in the corner. Her face was pale, nearly translucent, and her eyes had a distant, unfocused quality that I recognized. I'd seen that look before. It was the look of someone whose mind was trying very hard to be anywhere else. In the corner by the stove, lying on a folded blanket, was a German Shepherd. Bruno. He lifted his head when I came in and regarded me with dark but smart eyes. There was a bandage wrapped around his hindquarters, spotted with blood that had seeped through the gauze.
Deputy Purcell,
said Anna. Her voice was steady, but I could see the effort it cost her.
Thank you for coming.
Mrs. Lindqvist. I pulled out a chair and sat down across from them, keeping my movements slow. Hi, Rachel. I know this is hard, but I need you to tell me what happened. Can you do that? Rachel didn't respond. She kept staring at some point over my shoulder, her small body trembling beneath the quilt.
She hasn't spoken since she came home, said Anna. Not a word. She just sits there and shakes.
I leaned forward. Rachel, look at me, sweetheart. Reluctantly, the girl's eyes drifted to my face. They were blue, those eyes. A pale, washed-out blue that reminded me of the winter sky. And there was something in them that made me want to look away. A knowledge, an awareness of something that no child should ever have to know. I need you to tell me what you saw, I told her. I know it's scary. I know you don't want to think about it. But there might be other people in danger, and you may be the only one who can help them. Do you understand? Rachel stared at me. Eventually, she nodded, just slightly.
I was walking home,
she said. Her voice was barely above a whisper.
Through the back field. Bruno was with me. He always walks with me.
That's good. What time was this?
I don't know. It was getting dark and my friend's mom gave me cookies to bring home and I was carrying them in a bag and Bruno was running ahead of me the way he always does.
She paused. She pulled the quilt tighter around her shoulders.
And then he stopped.
Bruno stopped?
Yes, he just stopped, right in the middle of the field. And he turned around and looked at me, and he was making this sound.
Rachel's voice cracked.
This sound like whining and growling at the same time. Like he was scared and angry, both at once.
I glanced over at the dog in the corner. He had lowered his head back into his paws, but his eyes were still fixed on me. And there was something watchful in his gaze. He was still very alert. What did you do?
I stopped too. I looked where Bruno was looking, at the trees.
Rachel's hands emerged from beneath the quilt and gripped the edge of the table. Her knuckles were white.
There was something there. Something in the trees watching us.
Did you see what it was?
No, not at first. It was just a shape, a dark shape, kind of hunched over between the trunks. But it was moving, swaying back and forth like it was.
She broke off. Her breathing was coming faster now, shallow and rapid.
Like it was excited.
Anna pulled her daughter close, pressing her lips to the top of Rachel's head.
It's okay, baby. You're safe now, you're safe.
But Rachel wasn't finished. The words were spilling out now, tumbling out of her in a rush. as if some dam had broken inside her and everything she'd been holding back was flooding out at once.
It came out of the trees. It came out and it started to run towards us. And it was so fast. Bruno ran at it, and I heard them. I heard...
She was crying now, tears streaming down her pale cheeks.
I heard Bruno screaming. Dogs don't scream, but he was screaming. And there were these sounds, wet sounds, and I ran and I didn't look back. I just ran until I got to the porch and Daddy was there and...
She dissolved into sobs, burying her face against her mother's chest. I sat there and watched her cry, and I felt something cold settle into the pit of my stomach. Something that had been there since I'd first looked through the frost-covered window and found what was left of the Tilson family. Rachel, I said gently, I need to ask you one more thing. The shape you saw, the thing that came out of the trees, did you see what it looked like? Rachel raised her head. Her face was wet with tears and her nose was running, and she looked so young, so impossibly young.
It looked like a man. But wrong, all wrong. It was moving like a man, but also like he was an animal, on its hands and feet sometimes, and it was making sounds.
What kind of sounds? Rachel's face crumbled.
Hungry sounds. It sounded hungry, she whispered.
I stayed at the Lindqvist farm for another hour, taking photographs of Bruno's wounds and documenting Rachel's statement. The dog had deep lacerations on his back legs and hindquarters. Defensive wounds, I thought, from when he'd put himself between Rachel and whatever had come out of those trees. Carl told me that Bruno had come limping home almost 20 minutes after Rachel, dragging himself up the porch steps and collapsing in the kitchen. The vet had come out and stitched him up, but he'd lost a lot of blood. It was a miracle he'd made it back at all. Before I left, I walked out to the backfield with my flashlight. The snow was churned up about 200 yards from the house, a chaotic mess of footprints and paw prints and dark stains that I didn't want to look at too closely. The tracks led back toward the tree line, and I followed them with the beam of my light. But I didn't go into the woods, not alone and not in the dark. I stood there at the edge of the woods, listening. The night was quiet. I didn't hear wind or animals at all. I did hear the distant hum of a truck on the county road, but that was about it. But then, from somewhere deep in those trees, I heard something. A low and rhythmic sound, almost like breathing, but not quite. It rose and fell and rose and fell, and there was something about it that made my hair stand on end. Something that made me want to turn around instantly and walk away without looking back. So I walked away. I did not run, but I walked quickly, and I did not look back until I was in my cruiser with the doors locked and the engine running. The Lindqvist family decided to leave town temporarily after that incident. I was glad to see them out of harm's way. The next morning I called Marnie. She picked up on the fourth ring and sounded exhausted. She said,
I was going to call you. I've been working on the Tilson remains all night. There's something you need to see.
So I drove to the county morgue in Ashland, a low brick building on the outskirts of town that always smelled faintly of formaldehyde. Marnie met me at the door and led me back to the examination room, where 3 steel tables held the draped forms of Margaret, Andrew, and Sophie Tilson. I've completed the preliminary examinations, she said, pulling on a pair of latex gloves. And I have to tell you, Dale, I've never seen anything like this. Like what? She walked to the first table and pulled back the sheet, revealing Margaret Tilson's upper body. The wounds I'd seen through the car window looked even worse under the harsh, fluorescent lights. ragged craters of torn flesh, exposed muscle and bone. "These bite marks," said Marnie. "I've been comparing them to known animal attack patterns." We went through the list: bear, wolf, cougar, wild dogs. But she shook her head. None of them match. The bite radius is too small for a bear, too large for a canid, and the pattern, she pointed to a cluster of wounds on Margaret's shoulder. "Look at this. See how the teeth marks overlap? Whatever did this bit down, released, and bit down again multiple times in almost exactly the same spot." "Sorry, but what does that mean?" "That's not how predators feed, Dale. When an animal attacks prey, it bites to kill or to tear away flesh. It does not bite the same spot over and over. That's..." She paused, and I saw something flicker across her face. "That's compulsive behavior. Ritualistic almost." "What are you getting at?" "I'm saying I don't know what made these marks, but I can tell you what I found in the wounds themselves." She moved to a small table where several evidence bags were laid out. "Saliva traces. I've sent samples to the state lab for full analysis, but I ran some preliminary tests myself." She picked up one of the bags and held it up to the light. "Human. This is human saliva." The room seemed to swirl a bit. I put my hand on the edge of the examination table to steady myself. "That can't be right." I ran the test 3 times. The results were consistent. Marnie set the bag down and looked at me. "Dale, I don't know what happened to this poor family, but I think we need to consider the possibility that the 4th victim, the father, wasn't a victim at all." I raised an eyebrow. "You think he did this? You think a man did this to his own family?" "I think something did this, and I think that something was human, or at least used to be." She pulled back the sheet over Margaret Tilson's body. "There's more. The children's stomach contents showed signs of severe dehydration and malnutrition. Based on tissue degradation, I estimate they were alive in that car for at least 4 days before they died. Maybe 5. 4 days. I mean, the blizzard raged for at least 3. That meant they'd been trapped in that car, slowly starving, while the snow piled up around them and the temperature dropped and help never came. Even when the blizzard stopped, they were trapped." "The mother's stomach was empty," Marnie continued. "Completely empty. She hadn't eaten anything in days. But the children," she hesitated. "The children had consumed food within the last 24 hours of their lives. Small amounts, irregularly distributed, as if someone was feeding them and keeping them alive." I thought of what Rachel Lindqvist had said, the things she'd seen in the trees. "It looked like a man, but wrong. All wrong." "What about the father?" I asked. "Robert Tilson, any sign of him? They haven't told me anything more about the search and rescue." Marnie shook her head. "Search teams have covered a 3-mile radius around the site, but there was nothing. No body, no clothing, no trace evidence. The trail went on and then vanished. It's like he just disappeared." But he hadn't disappeared. I knew that. He was still out there somewhere in those woods. And whatever had happened to him in that car, whatever he had done to survive, it had broken him in some way. I thanked Marnie and drove back to the station, and I sat in the parking lot watching the snow begin to fall. I couldn't stop thinking about the Tilsons. Can you imagine being trapped in your own car, a blizzard piling snow on you? I thought about the cold and the hunger and the desperate arithmetic of survival. I thought about a man looking at his family and making a choice that no man should ever have to make. Then I thought about Rachel, walking home through the backfield with her dog, while something watched her from the tree line. Something just as hungry, if not worse. 3 nights later, I encountered it myself. I had been working double shifts since the Tilson discovery, and Carnegie had finally ordered me to take a night off. But I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Margaret Tilson's face. Her mouth open, her eyes filmed with frost, her body partially devoured. So instead of lying in bed and staring at the ceiling, I got back in my cruiser and drove around. Figured I was just patrolling, keeping an eye on things. But I knew where I was actually going, even if I wouldn't admit it to myself. I drove out past the Erickson farm, past the place where the plows had finally cleared the snow from Gilligan Road, past that spot where the Tilson's Durango had been towed away 2 days earlier. I drove until the road turned to packed ice, and the trees grew closer on either side, and I kept driving. It was nearly midnight when my engine died. There was no warning, no sputter or cough. One moment I was driving, and the next, everything just stopped. The engine, the headlights, the dashboard display, even the radio, which had been playing some old country station out of Duluth. It cut off mid-song and left nothing but silence. I found myself sitting in the dark, my hand still on the steering wheel, and I listened to the nothing. The night was overcast, and without my headlights, I couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. The trees on either side of the road were just shapes, black against blacker, and the snow on the ground seemed to glow just faintly, reflecting light from some source I couldn't identify. I tried the ignition. Nothing. Then I tried it again. The engine wouldn't even turn over. I reached for my radio to call for assistance, but before my fingers touched it, I heard something. There was a sound from outside my car, from the woods. Breathing. It was so faint I thought I might be imagining it. But as I sat there in the silence, not moving, barely daring to breathe myself, the sound grew louder, clearer. It was coming from somewhere to my left, maybe 20 or 30 yards into the trees. A slow, rhythmic rasp of air being drawn in and expelled, in and out, in and out. And then I heard the footsteps. These weren't the crisp crunches of boots on snow. Something softer. It was something wetter, like bare feet slapping against ice. They were moving through the trees, circling around toward the front of my cruiser, and they were getting closer. I drew my sidearm. The weight of it in my hand was reassuring, solid and real in a way that nothing else seemed to be right now. I thumbed off the safety, pointing the barrel at my window, and I waited. The footsteps stopped. For a long moment, nothing happened. I sat there in the dark with my gun raised and my heart going mad. I could feel my pulse in my teeth, and I stared at the window, waiting for something to appear on the other side of that glass. But nothing did. And yet I could feel it out there. I could feel it, like when you know someone is looking at you from across the room. That sort of prickle on the back of your neck, that primitive awareness that something is watching. It was there, just beyond the reach of my vision, and it was looking at me. "Robert Tilson?" I called out. My voice sounded so strange. I felt really loud and really scared. "Robert, if that's you out there, I need you to come out and show yourself. I need you to walk out where I can see you. Right now." The breathing went on. In and out, in and out. "Robert, I know what happened. I know about the car. I know about your family." I think I was really just talking to fill the silence, to hear something other than that terrible rhythmic rasp. "Whatever you did, whatever happened out there, we can help you. We can get you somewhere warm, get you something to eat." the breathing stopped. And then, from somewhere very close enough that it might have been right outside my window, I heard a sound I'll never forget as long as I live. A low, wet, gurgling noise. It rose and fell, and after a moment I realized what it was. Laughter. Something was laughing at me. I don't remember deciding to try the ignition again. I just recall my hand moving, turning the key, and the engine luckily roaring to life, as if it was scared too and ready to go. The headlights blazed on, flooding the road ahead with harsh white light, and I stamped on the accelerator. I drove for 3 miles before I trusted myself to stop. When I finally pulled over, my hands were shaking something fierce. I could barely hold onto the steering wheel. I sat there on the side of the road panting like a dog, and I looked in the rearview mirror. I saw nothing but darkness and snow and the faint red glow of my taillights reflecting off the ice. But I know what I heard out there was real, and I knew what it was, circling my car and watching me through the glass. It had let me go. We found the den on Christmas Eve. It was a search and rescue volunteer named Pete who spotted it. A dark opening in a snowbank about half a mile from where the Tilsons' car had been found. At first he thought it was an animal burrow. Could be a bear preparing for hibernation. But when he got closer, he saw the fabric. Red fabric. The same shade of red as Margaret Tilson's parka. I was part of the team that went in to investigate. There were 6 of us, all armed, moving in a tight formation through the trees. The snow was deep here, untouched by plows or foot traffic, and it came up past our knees as we approached the opening in the bank. Within 10 feet of the den, that same smell I'd discovered in the car hit us. "Jesus," said one of the volunteers. He was a younger guy around his mid-20s, and his face had gone the color of old paper. "What the heck is that?" I didn't tell him. I kept on moving, my rifle ready. My eyes were fixated on that dark opening. The den, because that's what it was, I realized. A den, a lair, a place where something had been living for some time. It was about 4 feet wide and about 6 feet deep. It had been hollowed out of the snowbank and reinforced with branches and strips of bark, creating this crude shelter against the cold. The floor was packed earth and dead leaves, and it was littered with various debris, like bones, scraps of cloth, some kid's shoe, small and pink, with a cartoon character on the side. "All right," I turned and said. "No one goes in. This is a crime scene. We document everything from out here and wait for forensics." But even as I said that, I was scanning the interior of the den with my flashlight, looking for something I hoped I wouldn't find. Someone's body. A corpse. Evidence that Robert Tilson had crawled in here and died, and that whatever had been stalking the woods around Harlan County had died with him. But there was no body. Beyond the debris, the den was empty. We were photographing the scene when I heard the same low rhythmic breathing sound which I had heard outside my cruiser. It was coming from somewhere behind us, somewhere in the trees. "Nobody move," I said quietly. "None of you make a sound." We stood there in the snow, 6 grown men with rifles, and we listened to something breathe in the shadows between the pine trees. It circled us slowly, moving from tree to tree, never showing itself, never making any sound except that terrible wet rasp of air. It circled once, twice, 3 times, and then it was gone. We stayed calm, and we walked out of those woods in formation, covering each other. But we walked fast, and we didn't stop until we made it back to the road. Nobody said a word the entire way. That same day, we got the dental records back. I was at the station when Marnie called. She didn't waste time with pleasantries. She said to me,
"You need to come down here, Dale, right now."
I drove there at a very illegal speed. The sky was starting to darken with clouds, and the forecast was calling for another storm. A big one, perhaps the worst this season. Perfect timing for Christmas. Marnie was waiting for me in her office. She looked worse than I'd ever seen her. She had dark bags under her eyes. Her hair was coming loose from its bun, and her hands wrapped around a cup of coffee, which had long since gone cold. There were papers spread out all over her desk, and she was staring at them. "Close the door," she said. So I closed it. "Sit down." And so I sat. She pushed one of the papers across the desk toward me. It was a dental chart, covered in annotations and highlighted sections. I looked it over, but I didn't understand what I was seeing. That's Robert Tilson's dental record," said Marnie. "I requested it from his dentist in Minneapolis 3 days ago. I've been comparing it to the bite impressions I took from Margaret and the children." I felt that cold sensation again, that weight settling into my stomach. "And what did you find?" Marnie picked up another paper, this one covered in photographs, close-up shots of wound patterns and bite marks. "The impressions match, Dale. Every single one of them. The bite marks on Margaret, Andrew, and Sophie Tilson. They were all made by the same set of teeth." She looked up at me. "Robert Tilson's teeth." I stared at those photos. Then I stared at the dental chart. I tried to make myself understand what this meant, even though clearly I'd known all along. To be honest, I think I knew the very moment I saw that empty driver's seat and that blood trail leading into the woods. "He ate them," I said. "He ate his own family." "It's worse than that." Marnie's voice was flat, drained of all emotion. "I told you before that the children had consumed food in the last 24 hours of their lives. I've completed the analysis of their stomach contents." She paused. "They were fed water regularly over a period of at least 4 days. Someone was keeping them hydrated, keeping them alive. If he was going to eat them, why would he do that?" "Because, Dale, dead meat freezes. Living meat does not." Marnie's eyes met mine, and I saw something in them that might have been horror, or might have been a terrible kind of understanding. At 18 below, a body becomes useless for a predator within hours. The flesh freezes solid. You can't eat it, you can't digest it. But a living body generates its own heat. A living body stays warm. She set down her coffee cup. He kept them alive so he could feed on them longer. I thought I was going to be sick. I put my hand over my mouth and breathed deeply, fighting the urge to retch, and I stared at those photographs and those dental charts, and I tried to comprehend what kind of desperation, what kind of madness could drive a man to do something like that to his own family. "The mother," I said. "You told me her stomach was empty." "Yes, she stopped eating first. Or he stopped feeding her first. I can't tell which." Marnie rubbed her eyes. "Based on the wound pattern, she was the last one the last one to die. The children were first. Maybe she let them, maybe she thought it would buy time, maybe she thought someone would find them before." She broke off, then shook her head. "I don't know what she thought. I don't know if I even want to know." Outside the window, the first flakes of snow began to fall, drifting down from the gray afternoon sky like ashes. "There's one more thing," said Marnie. "The blood trail leading away from the car. I had the samples analyzed." She pulled out another report, but she didn't hand it to me, she just looked at it. Most of it was Robert Tilson's blood, but not all of it. There were traces of other DNA, Margaret's, Andrew's, Sophie's. "Well, what does that mean?" Marnie set the report down. "It means that when Robert Tilson crawled out of that car and into the woods, he was carrying some of his family with him. Inside him, in his hands, he'd consumed enough of their flesh that their DNA was present in his blood, and I don't mean in the related kind of way." She paused. "So, Dale, Robert didn't get dragged away. And he's not a victim. He crawled out of that car under his own power, and he disappeared into the woods, and he's still out there." That image of Rachel came back into my head. The little girl walking home through the back field. When Bruno threw himself at something in the darkness to protect the little girl. All along it had been Robert, deranged, driven mad by hunger and circumstance. Suddenly I heard that gurgling, wet laugh come up from my memories. A chill ran through me. "God, what do we need to do?" I asked. That wasn't Marnie's job. She gathered up the papers on her desk and straightened them into a neat pile. "You need to catch him. My official report will list the truth. But Dale..." I looked up at her. She said to me, "This is something we probably don't want the public knowing for a while." I left Marnie's office and drove back to Harlan County through the first flurries of what would become the worst Christmas Eve storm in about 30 years. The radio was playing carols, but I turned it off and drove in silence, watching the snow build up on the windshield between each pass of the wipers. The official report was filed on December 27th. A murderer at large, 3 victims. The explicit details left out. And as Robert remained unfound, people stopped talking about the Tilsons as much as they used to. It was crazy how quick they became a memory, but that was likely due to what happened next, because people didn't know that these incidents were related. The first incident after Christmas happened on the night of December 29th. A woman named Carol was driving home from her sister's house on County Road M when her car broke down about 2 miles from the Lindqvist farm. She called her husband from her cell phone, told him where she was, and said she'd wait in the car with the doors locked until he arrived. He arrived 18 minutes later, but the car was empty, and the driver's side door was hanging open. This is going to sound familiar, but there were drag marks in the snow leading toward the tree line. But here's where it gets different and disturbing. These drag marks were not leading away from the car. They were leading towards it, as if something had been crouching and crawling low in the trees, waiting, and had rushed the vehicle the moment Carol opened her door. We found Carol the next morning, about a quarter mile into the forest. She was barely alive, hypothermia set in, and she'd lost 3 fingers to frostbite. When she woke up in the hospital 2 days later, she told us what happened. Something had charged her car from the darkness, something fast and pale and almost like a man. She'd panicked, threw her door open to run, and it grabbed her ankle and began to drag her into the snow. She'd kicked free somehow, she didn't remember how, and she'd run into the trees, but it chased after her. She could hear it breathing behind her. Eventually, she fell into a ravine and hit her head on a rock. When she woke up, it was dawn, and she was alone. But there were bite marks on her left calf, shallow ones, like it had started to feed on her and then stopped. like whatever it was had been interrupted or changed its mind. I asked her if she'd gotten a look at what attacked her. She thought for a few seconds, then said something that made my blood run cold.
"It was wearing clothes," she said. "It was naked mostly, but it had something around its neck, like a scarf or a tie, something red."
Robert Tilson had been wearing a red Christmas sweater when his family left Minneapolis. I'd seen it in the photographs his wife's sister had provided. A grinning man in a garish red sweater, his arms around his children, a Christmas tree glittering behind them. The last picture ever taken of the Tilson family. The second incident happened on January 3rd. A group of teenagers were having a bonfire in a clearing about a mile north of Gilligan Road, drinking beer, telling stories, braving the cold. Around midnight, one of them wandered off into the trees to relieve himself. His friends heard him scream. They found him 20 yards from the clearing, lying face down in the snow with deep lacerations on his back and shoulders. Something had attacked him from behind, knocked him down, and begun to feed. When his friends came running with their flashlights and shouting, it had fled into the darkness. The boy survived. 53 stitches and a night in ICU, but he survived. When the doctors asked him what attacked him, he said he never got a good look at it. Just a shape, a shadow that moved like a man but smelled like rotting meat. But here's what nobody put in the official report. What the boy told me when I interviewed him alone, without his parents or a doctor present. He said that when he was lying there in the snow, with that thing crouched down on top of him, eating him, it said one word. Just one that it repeated over and over. "Hungry." The old-timers in Harlan County have a name for what Robert Tilson became. The Ojibwe who lived in these woods for centuries before the first Europeans arrived knew too. They had stories about what happened to people who consumed human flesh, about the hunger that followed, and about how it hollowed you out from the inside until there was nothing left but appetite. Wendigo. That's the word. If you look it up on the internet, you get a bunch of art of a creature with antlers or a deer skull head. But what the actual folklore shows you is something described as a demon of the frozen north. Something that dates back to missionaries and fur traders in the 1700s, of accounts of men becoming something. The Wendigo is not a giant monster in the woods. It's something that attacks you from the inside and changes who you are. It's a transformation that starts with an act of desperation and ends with the complete annihilation of everything human inside you. The hunger doesn't just consume your body, it consumes your soul. The monster I saw was nowhere near as bad as my own mother. From Blake W. The year was 1994. I was 14 years old living in a piece of crap rental house just outside Ely, Minnesota. It was me and my mom. Dad had been gone since I was 8. Not that he was much better when he was around, though. Our house sat on 5 acres of nothing really. There was woods all around except for the dirt road out front. The closest neighbor we had was half a mile away. Our place was falling apart. The siding was coming loose, the foundation was cracked, windows didn't shut right. But the rent was cheap, and the landlord didn't ask questions, which was perfect for my mom. You see, my mom drank. Not like a glass of wine with dinner drank. More like a bottle of vodka before noon drinking. She waitressed at a truck stop when she could keep a job, which wasn't often. When she was working, I'd sometimes eat, and when she wasn't, well, I learned to make a can of soup last 3 days. The hitting wasn't the worst part. When she was really lit, she would take swings at me, leave black eyes, bruised ribs, but that was maybe once a month. But the neglect was constant. She would forget I existed until she needed something. Then I was suddenly the most important person in the world, until whatever she needed was done. The TV was her lifeline. We had this ancient Zenith. Must have been from the 70s, I'd say. Wood grain panels on the sides weighed about 1,000 pounds. It got maybe 5 channels through the antenna on the roof on a good day. CBS came in clear usually. ABC and NBC were fuzzy. PBS if the weather was right. Fox was just static with occasional glimpses of The Simpsons. Mom had her shows. Jeopardy around 7 or so. Some soap opera reruns after that. Then the late night talk shows. If she missed her shows because the antenna was acting up, that was my fault. Everything was my fault when she was drinking. But the TV especially. One night it had been really windy all day. Not just breezy, but the kind of wind that makes the whole house creak. Trees would bend sideways, and I'd been watching the antenna through my bedroom window, seeing it twist each gust. I knew what was coming. Sure enough, around 6:45 p.m., right before she had to have her Jeopardy, the picture went to snow. I heard her screaming from the living room before I could even get downstairs. "You worthless little tard, what did you do?" "Nothing, Mom, it's the wind." She threw a glass at me, missed, luckily, and hit the wall. Vodka and orange juice dripped down the fake wood paneling. "Get up there and fix it! Now!" "Mom, it's really windy out there. Maybe we should wait." That's when she hit me. An open hand across the face. But she was wearing rings, split my lip pretty good. "I said now!" So I went. I got the ladder from the shed, the rusty piece of crap that was missing the 3rd rung. I dragged it around to the side of the house. The wind was worse than I'd thought, kept trying to rip the ladder out of my hands. Our roof was steep, like dangerously steep, and the shingles were old, lots of them loose or missing. The antenna was mounted at the peak. A good climb up. On a calm day, it would be a sketchy climb, but on a night like this, it was insane. But I climbed. What else was I gonna do? The wind hit different up there. At ground level, it came in gusts, but on the roof, it was constant, pushing and pulling from every direction. I had to basically crawl, fingers digging into whatever gaps I could find between shingles. The antenna was bent sideways, barely hanging on by one bracket. I could see why the signal had gone out. I had some wire and pliers in my pocket, from the shed. This wasn't my first time up here. I started to work on straightening it out, trying not to think about how one good gust would send me sliding off into the dark, when I noticed a really awful smell. Not sure if it cut through the wind or was carried by it. Smelled like roadkill dug out of a deep sewage pipe. It was so bad and sudden that it made my eyes water. Even so, I got the antenna mostly straight. I started to wrap some wire around the base to secure it better. The wind died down for a second, and in that quiet, brief moment, I heard breathing. Not mine, but something else's. This deep breathing from somewhere below. I crawled over and looked down at the yard. We had one of those security lights on the shed, the kind that's supposed to come on with motion, but it only worked about half the time. But it was on now, and something was standing at the edge of that light. The first word in my brain was, "Is that a moose? Do we have moose out here?" It resembled a deer more, but deer don't get that big. They don't stand that tall either. Deer don't have arms. This wasn't a moose or a deer. It was tall, maybe 6 or 7 feet, and hunched forward like it was looking at something on the ground. And its head was the shape of a deer's, but covered in a mess of fur and antlers. These antlers weren't symmetrical. One side had too many points branching off in different directions that hurt to look at. The other side was broken and jagged. I couldn't tell if it was covered in fur or had fur. It looked loose yet natural at the same time. It was hard to tell in the bad light. Then it lifted its head, and what I saw was no face, but a deer's skull, pointed right at me. But those eyes weren't empty sockets, like a dead deer skull's would be. There was something in there, beady and red, reflecting like an animal who got caught in a photo. But maybe it wasn't a reflection. Maybe they were glowing, just a little. I stopped moving entirely. I was scared, yeah, but I had this feeling like my teacher had just called on me and I'd forgotten my homework. I mean, my brain just sort of stopped working. It then took a step towards me. Towards the house. The breathing got louder, not faster, but louder. Then I heard something. Its mouth didn't move. I don't think that skull jaw even moved, but a voice came from somewhere else. Maybe it was inside my head, maybe from the wind, but I swear I heard the words,
"Come down."
2 words, that's it. But the voice was like sandpaper and water and static all at once. It made my teeth hurt. I shook my head. I couldn't say a word, could barely even breathe at that moment. It tilted that skull head and took another step. Now it was at the base of the ladder.
"Come down, boy."
The ladder shook, not from the wind this time. It was pulling on it, like it was testing it. One of those wrong, claw-like hands wrapped around a rung. I crawled backward, away from the edge, nearly lost my grip and had to catch myself on the antenna. It bent again, but I didn't care. Mom could deal with the fuzzy TV for now. That thing, I didn't have a word for it yet, started to climb. Have you ever seen something that your brain just refuses to process? Like when you're looking at an optical illusion and you can see both images at once. That's what watching this thing climb was like. The antlers kept scraping against the ladder, making that sound of metal against bone. It was the most haunting sound I'd ever heard. Still is. I kept backing up until I hit the peak of the roof. There was nowhere else to go. That thing was halfway up now, the skull face tilted up at me. In the security light, I could see more details I didn't want to see. The skull was not clean. There were strips of something hanging off of it. Skin or maybe meat. And the antlers weren't just broken, they were growing. New, fresh, budding points were splitting through the bone. It suddenly stopped. It just stayed there on the ladder and watched me. I heard it laughing, and when it was done, I heard the voice again. It said,
"No one will look for you. No one will notice."
I hate that what I heard was right. Mom was probably passed out by now, completely forgot about the TV. I could stay up here all night, and she would never even check. I could fall off and break my neck, and she might not even notice for a few days when the smell got bad. The thing knew it too. I could see it in those red eyes. It understood exactly what kind of house this was, what kind of mother was inside, what kind of kid ended up on roofs in windstorms, because the alternative was worse. But that's when I found my voice, finally. "No." The voice returned.
"I will wait."
And it did. It climbed back down and stood at the bottom of my ladder. I tried yelling out for my mom, but I'm not sure if I could be heard over the wind. And even if she could hear, I doubt she would have come. I heard the thing laugh again, mocking me. Hours passed. I know because I could see Mom's bedroom light go on around 11, then off again at midnight. Her routine, that thing down there never moved, except to occasionally look at me. Sometimes it would speak, random things like getting cold or long way down, or she hits you and I saw. That last one made me flinch. It saw. It made that laugh again. My hands went numb first, then my feet. October in Minnesota isn't warm, and the wind made it worse. I thought about trying to get to the other side of the roof, maybe drop down and make a run for the house. But every time I moved, the thing would move too, repositioning itself. And it was faster than me. We both knew that. Around 3 in the morning, something changed. The thing looked up at the sky, then back to me. I swear it nodded. And then it backed away from the ladder, into the darkness beyond the security light. I could still see red eyes for longer than I should have been able to, floating in the black like cigarette embers. I waited until the sun was fully up before I dared to climb down. My hands were so stiff I could barely grip the rungs. I nearly fell twice. When I finally made it inside, Mom was in the kitchen making coffee. "Where were you?" she asked. Didn't even look at me. I didn't answer. I just went to my room and laid down, still in my jacket and shoes, shaking. Not from cold anymore. She never asked why I'd been gone all night. Never noticed the blood on my lip from where she'd hit me. Never noticed anything. But I noticed things after that. Noticed how sometimes the deer in our yard stood too long in one place. Catch glimpses of twisted or broken antlers in the trees for a moment. Because I think it was still out there. It didn't come back in the yard again, but it was there, always just out of sight. It was waiting for something. I left home when I was 17. I joined the army the day after graduation just to get away. From Mom, from the house, from whatever that thing was. I've been gone 25 years now. Mom died 10 years ago. Drank herself to death, surprising no one. I didn't attend her funeral. And I'll never be going back home. You'd have to drag me there, or kill me first. I am a pluviophile. I find comfort and joy in the rain and under dark skies. If you're like me, enjoy the next rainy day as long as you can, because it might be your last. This story from an anonymous sender will instead make you fear when the droplets begin to come down. This story is titled, The Impaler of Olympic National Park. It is a bizarre and terrifying account of something that lives in a popular national forest, something that has been taking people and animals alike for decades. If you want to survive, there are some rules you will need to follow. Most importantly, if you're hiking in Olympic National Park when it starts to rain, evacuate immediately. I can never forget what I saw in the Hoh rainforest, or what it did to the 4 of us afterward. But it taught us something. It taught us that if you're ever in Olympic National Park, there are rules you must follow. I'll start from here. Ever since I was 12 years old, I've been a naturalist. I love nature, I love animals, and studying them and observing them has always been my passion and hobby. My girlfriend Jules and I drove out to the Olympic Peninsula last May. We rented a cabin near Forks and spent a long weekend hiking, with the Hoh rainforest as the centerpiece. I had been wanting to see the Hoh for years. Temperate rainforests like this are rare ecosystems. The Hoh is one of the most intact examples remaining in North America. It gets 12 feet of annual rainfall. The Sitka spruce germinated when the Roman Empire was still standing. The place has some of the highest biomass per acre measurements ever recorded outside the tropics. Now, my Jules is the kind of girl who makes a room feel different when she walks in. She's much livelier, more charged than myself. She has strong opinions and zero patience for the easy route. When we go hiking together, she's always pushing for the longer loop, the steeper trails, the summit attempt when the weather's going marginal. She'll give you endless crap for turning back too early. But she will not hike after dark. Ever. I learned this on maybe our 4th or 5th trip. That time we misjudged a day hike, and twilight caught us, still 2 miles from the trailhead. I suggested we push through. I had a headlamp. The trail was well marked. But she said no, and the way she said it was clear this was not negotiable. We sort of jogged the final stretch in fading light, and she didn't speak the entire way. When we made it to the car, she would not look at me. I've never pushed her on it. Everyone carries something, you know. The drive into the Hoe was everything I'd hoped for, and something more than that, but I couldn't quite name it at the time. The road follows the river through the forest, which closes overhead until you're moving through a green tunnel. I had my window down, even though it was a misty day. That smell was something nice. Just that smell of things being alive. We parked at the visitor center and started on the Hall of Mosses trail. That famous one, the postcard, and it deserved the reputation. The big leaf maples arched overhead like cathedral ribs, draped with these curtains of club moss. A varied thrush called from somewhere in the canopy. That single ethereal note that sounds less like birdsong and more like the forest was asking us something personal. Jules was in a good mood too, making jokes about the spooky vibes, doing an ironic Blair Witch angle with her phone. I was cataloging species in my head, the way I always do. Palisticomunitum, Acer macrophyllum. Everything had a name, everything fit. We continued on to the Hoe River Trail, which winds deeper into the valley. The rain started about a mile in. It was light and steady. This is the kind of rain the Hoe receives about 300 days a year. I had packed shells for both of us, so we kept walking. About 4 miles in, something caught my eye off trail. A flash of color that didn't belong there. It was too bright and orange. I thought it might be a varied thrush on the ground, which would be unusual behavior worth investigating, or maybe a late flush of chanterelles. I told Jules I wanted to check it out. She rolled her eyes at me, but followed anyway. It wasn't a bird. About 30 feet off the trail, and maybe 12 feet up a big leaf maple. There was a coyote. It took me several seconds to process what I was actually seeing. My brain kept trying to rearrange the image into something that made more sense, kind of like an optical illusion. This was definitely a coyote, though, and it had been impaled on a broken branch right through its midsection, just behind the ribs. The animal hung there with its head lolled to one side, legs dangling. The orange I'd glimpsed was actually more red now. It was exposed muscle tissue, where something had torn at the hindquarters. The damage looked relatively fresh. Days, I would guess. A week at most. The body hadn't even begun to bloat yet. There was something about this that was simply wrong, because it looked like something had put it here on purpose. I tried to shake that thought. Anthropomorphizing nature is a rookie mistake. But the thought lingered in my mind. The way the body had been hung there was not happenstance. Jesus, Jules said behind me. I moved closer without even deciding to. My naturalist brain took over. This was data, a puzzle requiring a solution. Did you know that cougars have been known to stash prey in trees? That was my first thought, the most logical explanation. Puma concolor will drag a kill into the canopy to keep it away from scavengers. I'd seen photographs of it in journals, and I knew about the behavior. But the longer I studied that carcass, the less it made sense. You see, when a cougar caches prey, it drags the animal up by climbing. The carcass ends up draped over a branch, pulled from below by a predator ascending with its kill clamped in powerful jaws. This coyote had not been draped. It had been deliberately pushed onto the branch stub with enough force to cause it to be impaled through the thorax. Judging by the angle, the force came from above, not from the side, not from below. The branch itself was maybe 2 inches in diameter. A cougar weighs between 80 and 200 pounds. That branch would not support such weight. let alone a cougar maneuvering a carcass into position. Do you think a cougar did that? Jules asked, already sharing my brain cells. I don't think so. It's not the right angle, and a cougar would lay the kill over the branch. Certainly not, well, this. So, what do you think did it? Well, I had no answer for that. A Pacific wren sang somewhere nearby, that cascading trill. The rain continued pattering on the canopy. The forest went about its business, despite the dead coyote, completely indifferent. Let's head back, Joel said. The trailhead parking lot was almost empty when we got back. Just our rental car and one other vehicle, a battered Toyota pickup with Washington plates. An older man was sitting on the tailgate, about mid-60s. Gave off real, I've been doing this longer than you've been alive vibes. Get out to the river? About 4 miles in. Beautiful out there. Sure is. Best rainforest in the lower 48. He took a sip from his thermos. You know the rule about the rain out here, right? I laughed, assuming he was joking. Let me guess, bring a good shell? He didn't smile. Instead, he sort of stared at me for a moment, then blinked. No. The old-timers around here say if the rain quits on you sudden, really sudden, like someone turned off a faucet, it's best to head back to your car. Sooner the better. He shrugged. Probably nothing, just what they say. Just making sure you know. In the car, Jules was quiet. Now, she usually talks my ear off on drives. This time she just stared at the trees sliding past. That coyote was so weird, she finally said. You're not wrong about that. Surely you don't think a cougar actually did that? No, I don't. I was expecting her to ask more questions, but she didn't. We drove back to the cabin without another word. That night I could barely sleep. I kept thinking about that damned coyote. I simply could not figure out what kind of animal would do that, and the idea of a person doing it made my blood boil. Sure, some people think of coyotes as pests, but why impale it on a branch? There were no other wounds on it to indicate it had been dead before being impaled. What a cruel thing to do to an animal, even if it is a pest. Around midnight, I gave up trying to sleep and went over to my laptop. I googled random things at first. Hoh rainforest coyote tree. Olympic Peninsula predation unusual. Animal carcass impaled branch. But most results were useless. After maybe an hour, I found an old hiking forum. An old remnant from the early 2000s. Mostly dead threads and broken image links. The interface was dated. All that early internet aesthetic of clunky frames and too small fonts. Someone had posted, though, about finding a deer carcass impaled in a tree near the Hoh River Trail. They'd asked if anyone knew what could do that. There was one reply. A ranger, telling them it was storm damage catching carcasses. Which is the kind of explanation you give when you don't have one and don't want to admit it. I kept on digging. A 2011 post on a different forum described what they called a bone tree. Multiple small animal remains stuck on branches in a single hemlock, arranged at different heights. There were squirrels, birds. They'd taken photos, but sadly the links were dead. The poster described it as almost decorative, like Christmas ornaments, except disturbing. They'd asked other hikers if this was normal for the area. No one had replied. I found 3 more posts across different sites, different years, all describing similar things. Animals impaled, at heights or angles that weren't quite right. Each post had few or no replies. People were encountering these things, even documenting them, but the silence of the internet swallowed their questions whole. But then I found one that made me sit back from the screen. A thread from back in 2007, titled, "Does anyone know the rules for the Hoh River Trail?" The post read, "A man at the visitor center gave me a list, but I lost it. and I want to make sure I have them right before we go back. Something about the rain, I think, and something about animals and trees. I can't remember the rest, but he made it sound important. The post had no replies. I clicked on the user profile. The user had only ever made one post. This one. The account had been created the same day and never used again. Either they got the information they needed through other means, or they went back without it. I found myself wondering which it was, and then I found myself not wanting to know. "5 months later, I went back. I know how that sounds, but that first night of searching had only been the beginning. Over the months that followed, I kept digging. Old forums led to archived trip reports. Archived trip reports led to out-of-print trail guides. I was pulling threads and more kept coming loose. Here's what I found. A passage in a 1973 trail guide to Olympic National Park mentioned, almost parenthetically, unusual predation patterns observed in the Ho Valley, possibly attributable to an unidentified large predator. Beyond that, there was no elaboration. Just that sentence in a section about wildlife hazards. I also found a 2014 blog post by a woman who had done a season as a park ranger and Olympic. She mentioned that during her first week, a senior ranger had given her a list of unofficial rules for the Ho River Trail. They are as follows. 1. If the rain stops unexpectedly, return to your vehicle immediately. Number 2. If you hear rain but cannot feel it, retrace your steps, you are too close. Number 3. If you find animal remains above head height, do not run. Walk back the way you came without stopping. Number 4. Do not camp in the Ho during active rainfall. She treated them, though, as quirky local superstition, the same category as the tourists who claim to see Bigfoot. But then she added something that stayed with me. It said, "The senior ranger who gave me these rules had been working the Ho for 31 years. When I asked him if he believed them, he just said, 'I'm still here, aren't I?'" Now, I also happened upon the database of missing persons cases in Olympic National Park. The park has one of the highest disappearance rates in the country. Most are hikers who got lost, fell, had medical emergencies. The majority are eventually found. But there is a subset that aren't. Hikers who vanished on clear trails in good weather. Hikers whose last known locations were on or near the Ho. Hikers who disappeared during heavy rain. I cross-referenced the disappearance dates with historical weather data. It took a while, but when I was done, I had some sort of pattern. A great number of the unsolved cases clustered in the wettest months. October, November, March. The months when the rain falls for days without stopping. The thing, whatever it was, seemed to be active when it rained. The rain brought it out, or woke it up, or called to it somehow. I showed Jules some of this. She read the blog post with the rules, handed my phone back, then said, "That's strange," but then changed the subject. October came. My cousin Ty called to say he and his girlfriend would be in Seattle for a long weekend, asking if we wanted to meet up. Ty and I grew up together. Our moms are sisters, and we spent every summer at our grandparents' place outside Spokane, running through the woods and building forts, catching frogs in the creek. He's 3 years my senior, and when we were kids, that gap felt enormous. He was my big cousin, the one who knew all the things. I followed him around trying to impress him. Now we're both adults and the age difference kind of means nothing, but that dynamic persists underneath. He still makes me feel like the world is simpler than it's become. Ty is a big guy, 6'2" with broad shoulders. I recall his high school coaches refusing to leave him alone about football. He's also very charismatic. When he laughs, everyone tends to laugh around him. But when Ty is quiet, you know something is wrong. His girlfriend, Kel, was new. They'd been together about 8 months. I'd only met her once, very briefly, at a family thing in July. She was a small thing, dark-haired. She has a face that's more interesting than conventionally pretty. She's from Portland and works at a literacy nonprofit. She's not outdoorsy like the rest of us are. They came over for dinner. Jules made pasta and I made a salad. We drank wine together, Ty telling stories about his job. He's an electrician, and apparently electricians witness a lot of human foolishness. Kel was quieter but pretty sharp, not afraid to ask questions. I liked her. At some point, Ty asked what we'd been up to, and I mentioned the Ho trip from spring. Hear me out, I didn't plan to go into detail about everything, but it just came out. I described the trail and the trip and the sights, and I kinda just brought up the impaled coyote. You know, how you do. His eyebrows instantly raised. God, so what do you think did it? I don't know, man. That's what's been bothering me. I've been Googling it. There's all this strange material, like from old forums and stuff. I found a few mentions of informal rules rangers pass down. Kinda makes me want to go back, look for more evidence. Dude, I am so in, Ty said. Kel looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Jules was giving me a look I couldn't interpret. How about a 2-day trip? I said. Backpack in, camp one night, hike out. October's the rainy season, so we'd be more likely to see whatever there is to see. Babe, Kel put her hand on Ty's arm. You want to go camping in a forest with a mystery predator in the rain? It'll be fun. When's the last time you did something adventurous? Kel looked at Jules. Well, are you going? Jules hesitated a fraction of a second. Yeah, I'm going. Do not camp in the Ho during active rainfall. That rule kept playing back in my mind, the one I'd read in that ranger's blog. I'd thought about it quite a lot, and there I was, deciding to take 4 people I cared about, including my cousin's girlfriend who had never been backpacking in her life, into the Ho during the wettest month of the year, to camp overnight. But I kept telling myself these were rules meant to scare people. They were exaggerated. Every national park, every local forest, has campfire stories that had gotten inflated over decades. If we were careful, and were already experienced, most of us, whatever was out there, assuming anything even was, we could handle it. I could handle it. I was wrong about all of that. We drove up on Friday morning. The rain started long before we hit the park. It was steady but soaking rain, turning the world around us gray and muffled. Kel was staring at the trees, reminded me of Jules on our drive back that day. Oh, God, this is where horror movies happen, she said, her chin on her palm. The Ho in October is a different forest than the one I'd fallen for in May. This time of year, the big leaf maples have dropped their leaves, exposing the architecture of the canopy. Those massive trunks and interlocking branches. They look like vast skeletons. The moss hangs darker and more saturated, and everything is dripping wet. The hike in was still fun and massively refreshing. It was good to be out with my cousin and my girlfriend. Good to get to know Kel. But then, about 5 miles in, we found another one. It was a raccoon this time. What was left of the animal was 20 feet up, impaled on a branch about 1.5 inches in diameter. The body was desiccated, most of the fur gone. It had been there a while. Ty came up beside me. Huh, he said. Kel looked, saw it, then looked away, especially quick. Why is it up there like that? That's the big question, I said. I was already calculating. The branch was too thin for any animal I knew to climb it, and once again the angle was wrong. The same wrong angle as the coyote. Ty was watching my face, trying to get a read on me. Man, what exactly are we looking for out here? We made camp around 4 p.m. 30 yards off the trail near the river. The rain had intensified. Setting up tents in that weather was miserable. Kel's hands were trembling from the cold by the time we got her tent up. We ate dinner huddled under a tarp. The rain was drumming overhead. Our conversation stayed light. Ty told a story about a hunting trip that had gone wrong. At one point, Kel talked about her college roommate who had joined a cult. Jules did an impression of her boss. I liked that. I never brought up the rules, and in my head I kept telling myself we would be fine. We turned in around 9 p.m. Jules fell asleep within moments. She's always been able to sleep anywhere. Makes me jealous. I lay there just listening to things. I could hear the rain on the tent fly, water dripping from branches, the river in the distance, normal sounds. And eventually I did sleep. I'm not sure when, but I did. However, I know exactly when I woke up. When the rain stopped. It didn't taper off or fade out. The rain, all at once, simply stopped, and immediately, that man's words came back to me. Like someone had turned off a faucet. This was exactly that. One moment, the steady drumming on the tent fly, the drips, the patter. These had been our constant companions for hours. But suddenly, nothing. And the silence was so complete, it felt like my eardrums were going to pop. I lay there in the dark, wide awake. More of the old man's words came back to me. If the rain quits on you sudden, really sudden, you ought to head back to your car. We were 5 miles from the car. It was the middle of the night. There was no heading back for us. Jules stirred beside me.
The rain stopped,
she murmured, half asleep. Yeah, it did.
That's weird.
She was already drifting off again.
So quiet now.
But as I lay there, my ears continuing to strain, I realized it wasn't just quiet. It felt like it was bracing itself, waiting for something. But then, the first deer screamed. A black-tailed deer in distress makes a sound somewhere between a bleat and a scream, a nasally, high-pitched alarm call that means predator. I've heard it before. What was unusual was the second deer, followed by a third and a fourth. Within 30 seconds, the forest around our campsite erupted. Dozens of deer, all of them screaming at once. The sound became so loud, it filled the tent, filled my skull, until there was no room for even a thought. Jules grabbed my arm suddenly.
Nathan, what?
I don't know. From the other tent, Ty's voice called.
What the hell?
Kel was crying. I reached for my headlamp. Jules' hand clamped down on my wrist.
Don't.
Her voice was terrified. I'd never heard her so scared, like panic taken up a notch.
Don't open the tent. Please don't go outside, please.
I stopped. The deer, though, they kept screaming. Some very close to us, within 50 feet, I think, maybe even closer. I could hear them crashing through the brush, breaking twigs and branches, the heavy thud of hooves on wet earth. And still no rain. The silence between their screams was so unreal, unnatural. There should have been rain. This was the Ho in October. There was always rain. Then, something else moved through the forest, and it passed maybe 20 feet from our tent. I heard it clearly in that terrible silence. Heavy footfalls, fast, but it didn't match up to any quadruped I could remember. For something so heavy, it was very nimble, with this odd syncopation that made me think of something moving on limbs that weren't quite equal in length. And the sound of it pushing through vegetation was so strange because it was so high up. Was it really that tall, that it could move through shoulder-high brush that quickly? I tried to track its movement by listening. Left to right, I thought, toward the river. But then the direction seemed to shift, and for one horrible moment, I couldn't tell if it was moving away from us or toward us. Jules' grip on my arm was the only thing keeping me grounded. I could feel her shaking, small but constant tremors that translated through her fingertips into my skin. Neither of us spoke, and we were both desperately trying to calm our breathing. These sounds continued for what felt like hours. Sometimes the screams were distant, up the valley. Sometimes they were close enough that I expected a panicked deer to crash through our tent. At one point, something big hit the ground about 100 yards away. A big, wet thump, something with significant weight meeting the earth. But gradually, all of it faded. The screams became less frequent, the crashing subsided. The footfalls did not return. But the rain came back, and it returned the same way it had stopped. All at once, the breaker had been turned back on. It was like the last hour had been a nightmare. Unfortunately, it was real. I could still hear Kel crying quietly in the other tent, and I could feel Jules' grip on my arm, her fingers cramping from holding so tight for so long. We lay there until dawn, not speaking, and definitely not sleeping. Morning came. There was a gray mist all around us. We packed our things in near silence. Ty's face was pale and Kel moved like a sleepwalker. Jules, however, was focused, quick, and efficient. But she didn't meet anyone's eyes.
"We should go back the way we came,"
Kel said. I shook my head. That would take longer. The loop is shorter going forward.
"I don't care. I want to go back the way we know."
"He's right, Kel," Ty said. "Forward is faster." She stopped arguing then. She just shouldered her pack and started walking. Now here comes the messed up part. Those deer we heard crying all night. Well, we found them about a mile from our camp. 7 of them, at least. Black-tailed deer arranged in a loose cluster of Sitka spruce just off the trail. They had been impaled on branches at different heights. The lowest was about 8 feet up, the highest 25. Some were on thick branches, shoved onto them like grotesque ornaments. Others were on thinner branches that had punched through their softer tissue. The wood glistened red. God, one of them was still alive. A doe impaled through the hindquarters about 15 feet up. Her front legs were kicking, though weakly, scrabbling at nothing. She was making a thin, barely audible sound. I saw her eyes. They were open and rolling. I watched Kel as she moved off the trail 10 feet, bent over, and threw up. Jules stared at the doe that was still alive. Her face was completely still, and when she spoke, her voice cracked.
"We need to leave. Right now."
We hiked faster. I kept my eyes on the trail, on my feet, on anything except the trees around us, and I didn't dare to look up. After we made it to the car, Ty was the first to speak. "What the hell was that?" Now, I've got to be honest. Up to this point, I mentioned that there were rules, but I didn't say what the rules were. Not to Ty and Cal. But this was when I came clean, so to speak. I told them all about the rules. All 4. The rain stopping, which had happened. Then about the rain you can hear but not feel. The animal remains above head height. And the 4th. The rule I got my friends and I to deliberately break together. When I finished, Jules looked at me. She was angry.
"How long have you known about this?"
"A few months," I said. "Since after our first trip. Honey, I told you I even showed you on my phone these rules I found. All you said was, "That's strange, remember?" She rolled her eyes. "I don't remember that. But even if that's true, you didn't think to bring it back up before you took us out there to camp? Ty and Kel had no idea." She didn't speak to me for the rest of the drive. That night, I had a dream. I was high up, higher than any tree, higher than anywhere I'd been. I could feel the height in my stomach somehow, but I wasn't falling. I was stable, looking straight up at the sky. The clouds were dark and moving fast, close enough to touch. The rain was falling from them, but falling up, rising from somewhere below me into the churning gray sky. I didn't feel scared, though. It was weird. I felt calm instead, like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. At 4 a.m., I woke up and I went outside. I stood in our backyard for about an hour, and when I came back in, I realized I'd been staring at the top of the neighbor's Douglas fir the entire time. 3 weeks passed after Jules and I talked about it directly. We'd been sort of circling each other, polite but distant, sleeping in the same bed but not touching. We would eat dinner with the TV on so we didn't have to fill the silence ourselves. I knew she was furious at me, but I knew I deserved it. Eventually, the conversation happened. She was doing dishes, her back turned toward me. She suddenly stopped. I keep seeing the one that was still alive." "The doe?" "Yes. Her legs were moving. She was trying to run, but there was nowhere for her to go. I've seen animals die before, but I've never seen anything like that. It was so different, so horrible. She didn't even understand what had happened to her. She was just stuck there, waiting to slowly die." "I know, hon." "Do you?" She turned around. Her eyes were red. "You knew the rules. You knew there was something out there, and you took us anyway. You even took Kel, who had never been backpacking before once in her life, because you were so curious." She was right. "You're going to tell me everything you know about this. All of it. Tonight." And so I did. A week after that, I found this ethnographic study. It started as a footnote, a reference in a 1936 survey of Pacific Northwest indigenous oral traditions. The footnote mentioned an unpublished chapter from an earlier work, a study conducted in the 1910s by a researcher named Ellison, who'd spent 2 years living among the Quileute, documenting their traditional knowledge. The chapter had been cut from the final publication. The footnote didn't say why. I spent 3 days tracking down what had happened to Ellison's original manuscript. Most of it had been published in 1919 to moderate academic interest, but the missing chapter, the one referenced in that footnote, had been deposited separately in the University of Washington's Special Collections Archive. They would not let me check it out, but I was able to see it while I was there. I'm going to recall it from my memory as best I can. Ellison's chapter was about predators. The first several pages documented Quileute knowledge of the animals that shared their territory: black bears, cougars, and wolves, standard ethnographic material. But one section was different. It ran for nearly 15 handwritten pages, and Ellison's notes became increasingly detailed, as though he'd recognized he was documenting something unusual. One section stopped me cold. Ellison had transcribed an interview with an elder, a man he identified only as J.K., age approximately 70. The passage was set apart from the rest of the chapter, as though Ellison wanted to preserve the exact words. This is what it said. "My grandmother told me this when I was young, and her grandmother told her. There is something in the deep forest that is not a spirit. It is an animal, same as the elk, same as the bear. But it is older than the elk, older than the bear. It lives in the branches where the moss hangs thick, and it comes down when the rain is heavy. You will know it is near because the rain will stop, like a door closing. When this happens, you do not look. You do not call out. You run until the rain touches your face again. There is another way to know. If you walk too far into the deep places, you will hear the rain, but you will not feel it. The water falls around you, but not on you. This means you have gone where it lives, and you must go back. Do not go forward. Do not look up. It keeps what it catches on the branches, like fish hung to dry. If you see animals in the trees with their branches through them, you walk away slowly. No running. Running is what the elk do. Running is what it wants. My grandmother's brother did not listen. He went into the forest during the long rains to prove there was nothing there. But he did not come back. In the spring they found what was left of him in a sitka, very high up. My grandmother did not speak his name again after that. This is not a story I'm telling you. This is what is true. Ellison had added his own commentary below the transcription. His handwriting became cramped here, the letters much smaller. It was like he was afraid of being overheard, even though it was just words. It read, "I have now interviewed 9 individuals from 3 families. Their accounts are remarkably consistent. They speak of this creature the way they speak of cougars, as a known danger to be avoided, not as a legend to be feared. But I have found no physical evidence. To include such an extraordinary claim would end my career. I have cut this chapter. I pray I am making the right decision." The dreams kept coming. Every few nights, that same place, impossibly high, looking up at churning clouds, the rain falling upward, that feeling of belonging. During the day, I started to notice things. I'd realize I'd been staring at roof lines, thinking about angles. I'd find myself in parking garages, gravitating toward the upper levels. One afternoon, I stood on a step stool in the kitchen, reaching for, well, nothing. No memory of even climbing up. That was when Ty called me.
Hey man, this is gonna sound weird, but have you been having strange urges since we got back?
My stomach knotted up. What kind?
Alright man, don't judge me, but I keep picking at thorns, blackberry bushes, roses. I'll find myself pressing my fingers against them. The other day I was in the backyard, right? Supposedly checking the gutters, and lost some time. And when I snapped out of it, my thumb was pressed against a thorn hard enough to draw blood. Bro, I don't remember doing that.
I was quiet for a moment. He continued.
And here's the messed up part. It felt right, like scratching an itch I didn't even know I had.
Have you been having dreams, too? Like about being up high? He went quiet as well for a second, then replied.
Christ, man, now that I think about it, yeah. Dreams about staring at the clouds or something? Rain going up instead of down?
Jesus, Ty. That's exactly what I've been dreaming about.
Aw, man, what's happening to us?
Something was happening to Jules, too. She wasn't sleeping through the night. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. and find her in the living room with all the lights on, watching TV with the sound off. She'd started leaving the bathroom light on when we went to bed. She stopped suggesting hikes, too. Eventually, one time I suggested a day trip, she declined, and I pushed. Is this about the hoe? She flinched like I'd struck her. Don't. Jules, you don't get to push me into this, she snapped. You took us out there knowing things we didn't. And now I can't. She stopped and took a breath. I used to be scared of the dark. When I was a kid. Really scared, not normal kid scared. I couldn't sleep without a light on until I was 12. Power outages made me hyperventilate so badly, my parents had to put a bag over my mouth. They took me to a therapist who told them it would pass, and it didn't pass. It just went underground. Jules had never told me any of this. 3 years together, she had never once mentioned it. I was convinced something lived in the dark, she continued. Not a monster. I knew monsters weren't real, even as a kid. But something else. Something that belonged there and waited there. I used to lie awake at night and feel something watching me. And I just knew if I got out of bed, if I put my feet on the floor in the dark, something would take me somewhere, and I would never come back. I thought I got over it. That's why I started to hike with you, to prove the fear was behind me, and that I could walk into the dark and nothing would happen. And it worked. I thought it worked. I could handle the woods at dusk. I could almost handle the dark itself. I told myself the thing I'd been afraid of as a kid was just a child's imagination. She finally looked at me, and her eyes were wet. The hoe broke something. Whatever wall I'd built, it's gone. The fear never went away. I just buried it. And now it's back, worse than before, because now I know there's actually something out there. Now I know that thing I'd felt watching me as a kid, it wasn't my imagination. It was preparation. My body was trying to tell me something true, and I spent 20 years convincing myself it was lying. I got a call from Kel 3 days later. She said,
I need to tell you something about the campsite.
"What is it, Kel?"
That morning, when we were packing up, before we found the deer, there were marks on the trunk of the Sitka spruce directly over your tent. Long scratches. They looked like claws. The wood was still wet.
I felt the blood leave my face. Something had descended the tree that we were sleeping under. It came down while we were in the tent, inches from the fabric, and passed us by.
It was right there. What was it? Why didn't it?
I don't know, Kel. I don't know. But then I thought for a moment. Joel's grip on my arm, her desperate refusal to let me move. We stayed inside, we stayed still through it all. So maybe I knew deep down. It wasn't interested in prey that didn't run. I called Ty afterward, telling him what Kel told me. She hadn't told him yet, wanted to call us first. Ty said to me on the phone call,
I almost went outside that night. I heard those deer screaming and I thought, well, I don't know what I thought. That I could help or see what it was. I even had my hand on the zipper. Thankfully, Kel grabbed my waist, the same way you said Jules grabbed you.
Thank God for women, am I right?
Yeah, true. We were in the middle of it, man. That thing walked right past us. It could have taken any of us, but it didn't. If our girls hadn't been scared for us, we'd probably be dead.
6 days after my call with Ty, Kel called again, but she was crying.
It's Ty. I came home and he was in the garage. There's so much blood.
Kel, it's okay. Is he alive? Where is he now?
Yes, he's okay right now, I think. We're at the ER. He told the doctors it was a gardening accident, but I saw it. He was sitting on the floor. He had one of my rose stems and he was pressing the thorns into his finger, one at a time in a row. There was blood on his hands, his jeans, the concrete, and he was just sitting there calm. When I screamed his name, he looked up and his eyes were just, I don't know. He just wasn't there.
Oh my God, Kel.
But then he sort of came back. He looked at his hand and screamed. He'd driven a thorn through his fingertip, through the nail bed. It came out on the other side. In the car, afterward, he asked me, what did that place do to us?
That night, Jules stood in my office doorway. You can't sleep either? No. She looked at the spreadsheets, maps, and photographs. You want to go back? I was thinking about how to answer that, but then she said, I'll go with you. I turned around. What? If I don't go back, I'll be afraid of the woods forever. Every time it rains, I'll think about those deer. I won't let it take that from me. The fear wins if I never face it. But we do it my way. A day hike only, in before dawn, out before dark. If I say we leave, we leave. And the second the rain stops, even for a moment, we run. I looked at her, and I said, Okay, your way. We went back the last week of November. Just Jules and me. Ty wasn't coming. His injuries were still healing, and his new fixation had not yet faded. He'd catch himself reaching for the rose bushes, having to physically redirect his hand. We drove up the night before, staying at the same cabin outside Forks. Neither of us slept very well. Instead, we mostly lay in the dark, listening to the rain on the roof, not talking. We left for the trailhead at 5 a.m. The rain was heavy, headlights reflecting back in a solid white wall. The parking lot was empty when we arrived. Nobody likes the hoe in late November in a rainstorm. If the rain stops, Jules reminded me as we shouldered our packs, we don't hesitate. We don't discuss it, we just run. Agreed. I don't want to wind up in a tree. I had prepared like a field study. I had my camera in a waterproof case, my notebook in a Ziploc, and notes on everything I'd found. I would be doing this systematically, approach the situation like a scientist. After all, we didn't know what we were up against, whether it was even real, or if we had created our own rainstorm boogeyman. Jules, however, carried bear spray and a knife. She didn't pretend that either would help. About 3 miles in, I found a bobcat. It was impaled on a branch about 18 feet up. This body was fresh, maybe days. A mile further, a mummified dog draped over a branch. The hide had dried tight over bones. The density was increasing. Were we approaching the thing's territory? Lo and behold, we found something like a nest around 10 a.m. It was off-trail about 100 yards into old growth, in a depression surrounded by the largest Sitka spruce I'd ever seen. The canopy here was so thick, the rain barely penetrated, just occasional heavy drops making it through, hitting the ground with audible impacts. I knew something was wrong before I could identify what, because there was absolute silence here, as if all other wildlife knew better than to roost here. And then I made a realization. I could hear the rain. I could hear it drumming on the canopy above us and hear the water dripping down through the branches, right? But because the canopy was so thick, I wasn't getting wet. That's what the rule meant. It means we're too close. We had found it. That rule had sounded the most unrealistic. How could it rain and you not get wet? But now it made perfect sense. I looked at the ground. It was matted and compressed here, a thick pad that crunched underfoot. When I knelt down and felt it, I found fur, bone fragments, decomposed matter, pressed into this dense carpet-like thing. This must have been years of accumulation. And God, did it stink. I stood and looked up then. The remains weren't just on the ground. They were still in the trees, all in various states of decomposition. Pieces and bits, skeletons, full carcasses. They were above us, like a messed up timeline. Near the base of one spruce, half buried in the matted floor, was a hiking boot. It was old, and the leather was cracked, but the laces were still tied. The boot had come off a foot that was still wearing it. Joel's voice called to me. Hey, I think we'd better go. Hold on, I need to take pictures. Write this down. Suddenly, she said, Don't move. I froze. She then whisper-shouted, Above you, on the trunk. Slowly, I tilted my head back, and at first I didn't see it. The bark of a Sitka spruce is gray-brown and deeply furrowed. The moss is dark green, fading to brown. I scanned the trunk, looking for whatever had alarmed Jules, and I saw nothing but bark and moss, until the trunk moved. 20 feet up, maybe 25. The movement was so slight, I almost missed it. A shifting in the texture of the trunk, like the bark itself was rearranging. But then my eyes adjusted, and I saw the shape. There was a figure pressed flat against the trunk, head down. It was long and narrow, with limbs that were not perfectly symmetrical. Its color was gray-brown, almost exactly like the color of wet driftwood. The surface wasn't quite skin or bark, but something in between. And whatever it was descending. Slowly, one limb extended, found purchase on the bark, and gripped it with a sound like wet leather on wood, and the body would flow downward, very slowly. Then another limb. Before long, I could see its hands. They were wrapped around the trunk, the fingers of them digging into the bark hard enough to leave marks, fresh marks, just like Kel had described them above our tent. I held my breath, and I stopped moving. The thing descended another 2 feet, and stopped. Its head turned. The movement reminded me of a surveillance camera panning from side to side. It was facing down, looking directly at me. That creature clung motionless to the trunk, and its eyes on me felt like pressure against my skin. It began to move again, this time upwards. It ascended the same way it descended, one awkwardly long limb at a time, yet moving so steadily and precise. I heard branches shift and the creaking of wood, and then the sounds moved away until there was nothing left but rain. I didn't move for another minute. It was then that I felt Jules grab my arm, nearly making me scream, and she shouted, "Run!" Racing back to the trailhead was the most panicked I'd ever felt in my life. The entire way back, I couldn't stop thinking about why it didn't kill me. But if I had to guess, I simply caught it between meals. If you're still listening, I want you to know that I still don't know what it is. I'm a naturalist. I know what I saw. I know what it does. And now I know those rules exist for a reason. They're not just superstition. They're survival instructions, passed down by people who learned them the hard way. And I will tell them to you again. 1. If the rain stops unexpectedly, return to your vehicle right away. The rain stopping means it's awake. The rain stopping means it's hunting. Number 2. If you hear rain but cannot feel it, retrace your steps. You are too close to where it lives. Number 3. If you find animal remains above head height, do not run. Walk back the way you came without stopping. Number 4. Do not camp in the hoe during active rainfall. And number 5. A new rule that I've added. If you visit the hoe during rain, and you feel in the weeks after a pull towards sharp things, thorns, needles, points, or you have dreams of rain going up to the sky, tell someone. Tell them before you can't remember why it matters. No matter who you are or where you're from, people will tell you to listen to your elders. And sometimes that advice may just save your life. Elders know things. They know why things exist or why other things happen. And even though you may not know the same things as them, that's why it's so useful to just listen sometimes, before you cross a boundary that can never be uncrossed. Good night. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in to another episode of Unexplained Encounters. I'm Darkness Prevails. It's been a pleasure to be your host today. Be sure to send me your scary true stories of the unknown at darkstories.org. If you're listening on YouTube, you can actually find Unexplained Encounters on Spotify Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. Or if you're on a podcast app listening right now, you can listen on YouTube instead, on my channel Darkness Prevails, whichever floats your boat. Until next time, everyone, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.